that one politician was kicked out having brought in a laptop. There was nothing wrong with the laptop of that political party agent having it in the Tallying center floor. So that kind of misinformation, character assassination, the Commission does not encourage and would want those propagating such lies to restrain themselves so that the country can be peaceful. We have two coordinators of Iebc managing the floor each time. And if there are any issues being raised by any agent or any chief agent, the coordinators will be the first point of contact, and the coordinators will escalate to the Commission if need be. The Commission is fully aware that we have 7 days to declare the presidential results, and we are committed to ensure that we comply with the Constitution and the applicable laws. We will not allow anybody, including agents of political parties, agents of presidential candidates, to frustrate the effort of trying to comply with the 7-day deadline. And therefore, we have agreed that agents will play facilitative role in terms of trying to expedite the verification process on the various, that is taking place in the various desks. We have deployed security around the tally floor, and if need be, we will increase. But depending on how peaceful the floor will be, we will reduce. We urge everyone coming into the floor, into the auditorium, whether you will be on the floor for specific roles or observing from the dais, to be respectful to the Commission employees, to be respectful to their fellow Kenyans, and to be respectful to our guests who are here by way of election observation. Let us all maintain decency, and we have already established how we can complain, how complaints can be escalated in case there will be any. And so for all those who are coming and who are not supposed to access the floor, to remain seated calmly and observe from the comfort of the seats we provided at the dais and the stairs. We do not want to see people coming into this auditorium with printed material. Now that we are asking presidential candidate agents to have a laptop with downloaded 34As, which means they will have PDF copies of the downloaded 34As. We do not expect any presidential agent to bring in any paper material into the tally center. And so these are the discussions we had and the resolutions we had, and we hope and wish that we will all comply so that we can have a smooth process and the Commission can meet its constitutional and other statutory deadlines. Asanteni sana. There is misinformation, disinformation, talking about the Commission systems having been compromised. I will invite the CEO to speak to that and assure the country that all is safe.
Thank you very much. There information, or misinformation, or disinformation going around that the commission systems have been compromised, and that even the results portal that we are hosting has also been compromised. We would like to assure the country that nothing like that has happened. Of course, we anticipated that there are people who will try to hack our systems, and we put mechanisms in place to ensure that our systems are basically secured. We are monitoring all our systems at all levels, at network level, at application level, at database level, and even at operating. Of course, we know people are not sleeping. They want to make sure that our systems are down. I don't think that this is because of the mechanism we put in place. So we assure the whole country that our systems are actually secure. And if there is any doubt, please talk to us. Don't send misinformation outside there. Please talk to us, and mechanisms we have put in place are foolproof. Thank you very much.
Good day.
Well, that is the Iebc team led by Commissioner Professor Abdi Guliye and Iebc CEO Hussein Marjan Theum outlining some new measures that are going to be observed and that must be adhered with during this tallying process inside the National Tallying Center here at the Bomas of Kenya. One of the issues that they have addressed is the issue of chief agents and political party agents, whereby they have said that there will be in the to be included in the tables that we are seeing there, or on the tables that we are seeing, there will be IEBC officials, chief presidential agent, returning officer, chief agent and or deputy, and either a lawyer, and what else? And no laptop president, you ensure that the process of tallying the or verifying the forms is expedited, because Guliye is on record saying that the National Tallying Center is not an interrogation center. It is a place where forms are being verified, and then they are announced to the public. And so this kind of order now is expected to expedite the whole verification exercise, which has been quite slow, threatening to derail this process. And so we expect this process now to pick up, and it is going to be fast. They have also said that they have also increased the number of security agents inside the hall to deal with or to ensure that there is order and these new regulations are adhered to. And if there need to be, more will be added. And if there is compliance, then they are likely to be, or the security officers, the numbers will be lowered accordingly. And so we continue to monitor the situation here at the National Tallying Center. Verification exercise is currently underway. We expect more constituencies or numbers from more constituencies to be given in the course of the day. But here at the National Tallying Center, Bomas, of Kenya. We continue to analyze the situations there. And it's now clear that Iebc is now becoming very assertive and very clear that, hey, we're not going to allow anyone to derail this process, because at the end of the day, Kenyans will blame us because it is our mandate to deliver elections. Do you see this coming out from their conversations going forward?
It is quite clear, evident, and they are sure-footed. And like we had mentioned a few minutes ago before Iebc came on air, is the fact that we needed a few items addressed. And one key item was that issue of hacking, which has been well brought out, that indeed there have been attempts at hacking the system, but that they have got relevant walls that are in place to make sure that the fidelity of whatever data and indeed the functioning of the system is assured. That reassurance to Kenyans is very, very important. The other bit is an item that may have been omitted due to lack of simulation. What kind of resources were needed? Who should be within that verification space? So there are three key persons. We have got the chief agent, the deputy chief agent, and the legal officer of what would be termed as the organization. That is the political party. So it means that there before it was opaque, but now there is clarity. So that regular briefing must be in a position to respond to emerging issues and in a timely manner so that it does not reach a point whereby it swells, it finally becomes a flooding or a floodgate as far as the process is concerned. Then lastly, it's very interesting. Iebc has realized what politicians can do. Number one, they've done their tally. So they can force, in a very interesting manner, Iebc to quicken this process so that Iebc is even blind to the nitty-gritties, the forensic component of verification, which can take us to the Supreme Court. And so when you allow the political class now to address Iebc, instead of the chief agent who has been appointed to do that, then certainly we already have got travesty of justice against what is expected. So their communication right now is the command that must come when you are managing this kind of an event as part of a process, is the directing that must come on board, is the control that must be delivered, so that when we have got that command, the communication that is there, the control and the management, then Iebc remains clear on what it must deliver, so that the noise from this political party, from this coalition, from these leaders, then is decimated. And the due purpose of that situation room, the command post, becomes only one: verification and nothing else. To me, that is an Iebc that is now flexing its muscles.
Very well. Fred, why do you think Iebc is restricting laptops inside the National Tallying Center or any other printed material?
Of course, you know that even when you are flying a plane, you will switch off your phone. I don't know whether you have ever been told why you should switch off your phone. Keep it in an airplane mode. Switch off all electronic gadgets and all that. The issue here is you don't know what is happening, but the issue here, you want to be in control. You know, when you're in control of anything, whatever you don't know, you have to remove all the things that can make you lose control. Because that's the time when the pilot needs to be in control. Iebc is saying, I'm the pilot. Why are you touching these gadgets? Are you flying a plane? The most important thing at this time when you are taking off and landing, I need to be in control of that moment, and I don't want any other noise to come on board. Particularly, I'm not a software expert to understand how coming in the laptops or the rest can bring a lot of emotion, but I'm sure sometimes people can come with things that can distract the process, not necessarily to hack the process.
Yeah.
But also something which is interesting from what you said, and I think that I'm more at peace now when I had the questions of servers have been hacked, system having been hacked. I remember during the Kyoto Protocol in Barcelona, when they were discussing about the issue of climate change, Africa went with data. You know what Africa's data was? How many cows are dying in northern Uganda? They were just showing pictures of cows dying, of course, land mass disappearing. And there was no data as to the relationship between climate change and these incidences. Then Europe came with data saying, if we reduce carbon emission by 4%, our GDP will shrink with this percentage. So that was very smart. Then America came and said, those analyses are based on wrong data. That was the end of Kyoto Protocol. So if IBC was to allow us tallying from a portal which has been hacked, we could end up with no results. So it's important to clarify that no, there is nothing which has been hacked. We foresaw that someone will try to do it, and this is foolproof. For me, that has brought some peace, and I'm sure this is the message we need to preach to all Kenyans, that be calm. There are some fruits you need to have now. Patience. Everybody needs to be patient. Once you become patient, you'll find that you have peace. But if you're in a hurry, then you find yourself you're not in peace, and no one can give you patience. Just go find it, find something to do. Don't peddle lies, like he says. If you have any concern, there's a way to address them. He said something very clearly, that there's what you call dispute mechanism. If you have anything you're disputing, there's a process to follow it. You, my brother and sister in social media, all those people on the streets, if you have no process to be able to send it to your party leader, send your complaints to the right channel. Trying to brainwash people on social media is not going to help our country. Thank you.
Why would anybody inside that hall wants to delay the verification exercise?
Of course, you see what's happening. If you are playing a football match and you are 2-1 goal, you are praying the match will end at this time, is it not? But if you are losing, what do you pray? You pray that this match should not have results. So those who, for example, who believe they are not sure of this win, they may want us not to have a result to give them a chance to run. Why am I saying so? Have you not seen parties celebrating that the results have been nullified? Because you are not in a good position. The one who was winning do not want nullification. The one who is probably going to lose want nullification. And they want us to delay, enter in the condition crisis, time not met. Then we say they were not done within 7 hours, 7 days, and therefore they are not valid. Then we go back to the ballot.
And that's why I was asking you, I mean, is it necessary, I mean, to have all these officials being part of these tallying desks? I mean, you have political party agents, you have chief agent of president. Do we really need all these people? Or maybe there's a way we can work on a formula whereby you don't have so many people being part of this verification process.
The regulations allow. So that means there have to be that representative. Because in the absence of that representative, remember, they have to sign that they are in agreement that the scanned image transmitted and the physical form 34A, right? The italic, congruent, they are. So they have to sign. And there are other signatories to the same.
What happens if they do not want to sign and they run away?
Then that is a conflict. If they run away and they have not given a reason, then that particular form is not duly then applicable to the next level.
So
of
what
decision
happens?
making.
I mean, if, for example, I discover that our candidate is losing, and so I may want to sabotage this process by withdrawing myself from the tallying center or from the verification process.
Is the form 34A accurate relative to what is here? Because the only time that then one would want to run away, number one, would be a person who is not of sane mind. But if truly you can see this data, you are comparing this and that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Signed, so that it is a replica of what should have been there. Number one, I would read mischief in such kind of a party agent, and consequently such kind of a party.
Which is
and
not
it is
rare
possible.
in our political system.
But then IEBC, bearing in mind their observers, among other actors, would have no option but indeed to go ahead and indicate that there is clarity of conformity between the two forms.
But I think
Yes.
the Chebukati was clear the other day that these forms, they are what they are. We cannot change them.
Yes.
You can only note discrepancies that can help you take to Supreme Court. So I think that even if you disagree with them, you cannot ask them to change them. You only note it, and you can be able to bring evidence. If there is something which is glaring, IBC can say, let's verify this one, or let's make a follow-up here and there. But I think that's at their discretion. If they refuse to agree to this, you can take them to Supreme Court, because that is the super referee. IBC is the referee.
Very well.
And therefore, in terms of that, from where he has got into this, then the parties have got minimal opportunities, ground, leeway to actually disagree with this.
Yes.
Because the only time then that can be resolved, and that's what I headed to, is now going to the Supreme Court. Because that is the only one that then can sort out such kind of discrepancies or complaints that can
and
come
remember,
on board.
Form 34A and B, they are constitutional documents.
Yes.
And when you disagree with it, which form does it become? You cannot change that form because it was signed by your presidential agent in the polling station.
Yeah.
It remains a constitutional document and no one can change. You are just verifying, it's not changing. Verification. It's just like stakeholder engagement. You can disagree with it, but you really can't change it. The person who could have made things harder was your agent in the polling station. If they refuse to sign, then it is not Form 33A or B.
Very good. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I mean, we will keep on watching the situation inside the National Tallying Center. And of course, we'll continue to analyze the issues as they unfold here at the Bomas of Kenya. Well, the images that you are seeing on your screen coming to you live from inside the National Tallying Center here at the Bomas of Kenya, where now a order has been observed now, or is being observed now. As you can see, there is some. The tables are quiet. They look now organized, as opposed to what we were witnessing about 1 hour, 2 hours ago, whereby that floor was. It was some sort of a confusion with so many people, roaming around or roaming about. But now, as you can see, people are now seated and they look settled as they go about the verification process of forms 32A and 32B. Well, we're waiting to see and to hear more numbers, coming from the constituencies. And as I was telling you, as of 4 o'clock today, around 60 returning officers from different constituencies had made their way here at the National Tallying Center to present their forms to IEBC for verification. And so in a minute from now, we expect to hear the new numbers, which is going to help in informing the direction this exercise is taking. Well, we are here, as I have been saying, for the long haul. We'll be giving you more updates and more analysis as time goes by. But time now to hand you back to Broadcasting House, because now here the sun is out and we need to do a little bit of sunbathing here, because it's quite rare to see sunshine around these areas. So Harry, then Kamche, back to you in Broadcasting House.
Kimani, umesema kweli eneo hilo huwa lina baridi sana. Kwa hivyo haya, chukueni mapumziko haya mafupi mkenda kwenda kuota jua angalau msikie mwili umeingia joto. Studioni bado nao wageni Charles Omanga, vile vile Otieno Mjomba, vile vile mtangazaji mwenza Harith Salim, na mengi yamezungumziwa tangu tulipochukua pumziko haya. Harith, tumeona mengi ambayo yametokea kutoka kaunti ya Kirinyaga ambapo aliyekuwa gavana wa kaunti hiyo Anne Waiguru vile vile ameweza kuhifadhi kiti hicho na ametangazwa kuwa mshindi wa kiti hicho na vile vile akapewa cheti chake. Upande wa Bomas tumeona makamishna wa IEBC wakijitokeza kuelezea hali ilivyo, wakitaja masuala kadhaa ikiwemo ni kina nani ambao watakuweko pale katikati, manake ukumbi wa Bomas ni mkubwa sana. Kuna vitu huko kando kando ambapo watu wameketi, lakini pale katikati ndipo ambapo shughuli nzima sasa ya kujaribu kuainisha zile form 34 na kuweza kuthibitisha matokeo, basi ndio shughuli nzima inaendelea, wakisema kwamba wanaruhusiwa pale sio wote waliofika pale, bali ni watu tu ambao wamepewa kibali cha kuweza kuwa pale katikati, wakiwemo maafisa wa IEBC, vile vile wasimamizi wa uchaguzi kutoka county, mawakala wa vyama vya kisiasa, wale wakuu, wale ambao wamepewa ule wadhifa ama ile majukumu ya kuwa pale karibu na kuweza kuangalia, na si kwamba wataweza kufanya lolote pale, bali ni kuangalia tu ile shughuli nzima, na maafisa wa IEBC na wasimamizi wa uchaguzi wakiendelea kuifanya. Amezungumzia pia swala la kuwepo kwa tarakilishi, akisema kwamba kila wakala anaruhusiwa kuwa pale na tarakilishi moja katika kila dawati pale. Pia akapuzilia mbali tetesi ambapo zimekweko kwenye mitandao ya kijamii kwamba kulikuweko na wakala mmoja wa chama cha kisiasa ambaye aliweza kufika pale hapo jana na tarakilishi ambao pengine ilikuwa ina wasiwasi, akipuzilia kwamba haikuwa na jambo lolote ambalo ni la kuzua wasiwasi. Ameeleza pia kutakuwa na waratibu wawili wa kutoka IEBC kwenye pale katikati kwenye ule mzunguko ambao wataweza kusaidia wale mawakala iwapo patakuwa na yeyote ambaye anatashwisha ama na jambo ambalo nataka lishughulikiwe, basi atakuwa anashirikisha hawa waratibu wawili kutoka IEBC ambao watakuwa wanaweza kulishughulikia ile jambo kwa pamoja. Amesema pia wameongezea maafisa wa usalama pale, maanake kulikuwa na hitilafu pale awali, tashwishi kidogo, mvurugano kidogo, lakini maafisa wa usalama wakaweza kufikishwa katika ukumbi ule na wakaweza kushughulikia swala hilo kwa haraka, na amesema basi watakuwepo pale kuangalia hali iwe tulivu, na kama kutakuwa na utulivu, amesema amekuwa wazi kabisa, kama kutakuwa na utulivu basi wataweza kuwapunguza, hawatakuwepo wengi pale, wataweza kuwapunguza, lakini iwapo watu hawatajimudu kutulia na kutuliza hali, basi watalazimika kuongeza maafisa wa usalama. Vile vile pia ametaja kwamba portal yao ya IEBC ama ile ya matokeo ambayo inapeperusha matokeo kwa njia ya mtandao haijaingiliwa kivyo vyote, haijakuwa na mwingilio wa aina yoyote. Harith, sijui kama nimezungumzia yote ama una la kuongezea kabla tuwashirikishe wageni wetu watueleze ni yepi ambao wao wamechukua kutoka kwa mazungumzo hayo, vile vile ushindi wa Anne Waiguru kutoka kaunti ya Kirinyaga.
Nafikiri umeyataja takriban yote na tutayazungumzia hayo na hayo ya Kirinyaga. Kwanza kuna jambo muhimu ambalo wamefanya kama tume, wamejitokeza kuzungumzia habari potofu ambazo zinasambazwa katika mitandao ya kijamii, na wakalizungumzia kwa mapana marefu. Wakasema kwamba ni watu tu wanajaribu kufanya utukutu wao, lakini cha msingi watu wasubiri matokeo kutoka IEBC. Na nafikiri Chris na Otieno, huku kujitokeza kwao, kwa sababu hili ni swala ambalo tangu jana limekuwa likizungumziwa katika mitandao ya kijamii, na mitandao ya kijamii imekuwa na urahisi wa kuaminika kiasi cha kwamba inakuwa pia shida kujaribu kumshawishi mtu, vinginevyo inakuwa shida. Lakini ndio ule uhuru ambao ulikuwa tunauzungumzia kwamba ukiomba mvua jiandae na tope, unaona. Kwa hiyo kujitokeza kwao kama tume ya IEBC kujaribu kuhakikisha kwamba hayo mnayoyasoma na hivi vyote mnavyovisoma tunavijua pia sisi, lakini mitandao yetu iko imara. Hatua hii inaleta mchango gani katika mchakato mzima wa kuhesabu kura na IEBC?
Asante Harith. Kile ambacho kinajitokeza wazi sasa hivi ni kwamba kwa makamishna ama IEBC yenyewe kujitokeza kuzungumza inajaribu kutuliza kutuliza hali ya wasiwasi, hali ambayo ilikuwa watu ambao walikuwa wanajaribu kufuatilia ama kutaka kujua ni nini hasa kinachofanyika. Unajua, tunaporejelea masuala ya social media, kuna kitu ambacho tunaweza kuita kwa Kiingereza burden of proof. Tayari taarifa zishatoka na zimetoka zikisema kwamba kumetufanyika jambo hili kwenye poto ya IEBC, kumefanyika jambo hili wapi. Kwa hivyo wanapojitokeza wazi kuzungumza, linakuwa jambo bora zaidi, unashughulika na jambo hilo moja kwa moja. Na nitaomba sasa IEBC tukisonga mbele, jambo lolote ambalo litakuwa likijitokeza na ambalo linajaribu kupaka tope tume yenyewe, basi ni vizuri waweze, nadhani kuna department ya communication pale, uliweze kushughulikia jambo hilo moja kwa moja ili kutuliza mawazo ya watu, kufanya watu kuamini kwamba tume yenyewe iko ngangari na inashughulikia uchaguzi huu kwa njia inayofaa. La sivyo basi ndiposa unapata kunatokea taarifa zisizoweza kudhibitika na taarifa za uongo. Unaona sasa hivi, baada ya sasa hivi hakutakuwa na maneno mengi sana kuhusu taarifa gushi ama habari gushi ambazo zimekuwa zikitumwa. Natarajia tena kwamba hao watakuwa tayari, si IEBC bali wale jamaa ambao wanazidi kufanya mambo ya blogging watatoka tena na mambo mengine kuhusu IEBC. Kwa hivyo itabidi IEBC iwe macho, iwe mbioni kuhakikisha kila kitu kipo shwari. La pili ambalo limeweza kujitokeza, tulikuwa tukizungumzia swala la usalama, na usalama mwisho wa yote umeona wamejitokeza kutoa mipangilio madhubuti kuhusu namna ambavyo wanakabiliana na matatizo hayo. Kwa hivyo wamekabiliana matatizo, na hata jambo ambalo lilikuwa linahusisha reporter wetu wakati ule alipokuwa akizungumzia kwamba kumetokea vurumai kuhusiana na laptop hapo mwanzo, umeona amekuja kuzungumzia jambo hilo la laptop moja kwa moja kwamba hakukuwa na tatizo, mambo yameisha. Kwa hivyo tukizungumzia mambo haya, wazungumzie mambo haya moja kwa moja, tutakuwa tumetuliza watu, mambo yatakuwa mazuri.
Kipi unachokizungumzia kuhusiana na kauli za IEBC na taarifa hayo waliotoa kwa vyombo vya habari na walioko pale na kwa Kenya kwa ujumla?
Nadhani ni jambo la maana sana ambayo tume imefanya, kwa sababu unajua zile uvumi na jumbe ambazo huwa zinaenezwa katika mitandao za kijamii saa zingine huwa zinakuwa habari za kupotosha. Na mambo ya usalama ya kimitambo ya tume huru, usalama ya wale ambao wanahusika na hii shughuli nzima ya kuhesabu matokeo ni jambo ambayo yafaa yazingatiwe zaidi. Lakini pia pale, unajua hii masuala ya tarakilishi, mara nyingi tumejua hii mambo ya mitandao huenda ikawa kuna tatizika, kwa sababu kama wana share mtandao moja, tuseme hiyo mtandao mmoja ndio hata wale ambao wamekuja na tarakilishi yao ya kibinafsi, nadhani wamechukua hatua hiyo ili kuzuia uvumi kama ambayo ilitokea jana ya kwamba kuna mwakilishi wa chama fulani ama mrengo fulani ambaye alitolewa pale nje juu ya masuala ya tarakilishi. So nadhani ni ili kuzuia ama kuziba yale mianya ambazo zinaweza kuwa ni njia ambazo zinatumiwa kutoa habari potovu. So jambo hili ni jambo la maana sana, na tena unajua kwa wakati huu uchaguzi na mambo ya uchaguzi wa urais, haswa katika ile wakati wa mpito, transition, ile wakati ile serikali nyingine yule aliyekalia kiti sasa agombei tena, inakuwa ni mambo ambayo inakuwa na ile ari, na watu wengi wanakuaga kama umezingatia uchaguzi huo kama uchaguzi wa maana sana kuliko ile uchaguzi ambayo rais ambaye amekalia kiti bado anataka bado anagombea. So wakati wa mpito inakuwa wakati wa muhimu sana, ndiposa yafaa watu wanakuaga makini na wahakikisha ya kwamba shughuli nzima na ile hatua yoyote ambayo inachukuliwa ni hatua ambayo inaelekea katika ile safari ambayo inaleta utulivu kwa hata wale wagombezi na hata wale wafuasi wa mrengo yoyote ile.
Na naona IEBC imeona ni vyema ijitokeze kimasomaso kila wakati, pengine kama kutakuwa kumetokea tashwishi kama hizi ama semi kama hizi ambazo zinaweza kuwa katika mwelekeo mbaya, imeonelea ijitolee na mapema iweze kuzungumzia hilo swala kwa minajili tu ya kuweza kupunguza pengine kama ni wasiwasi kwa Wakenya, ama kama pengine kuna mipango yoyote ya wanasiasa ambao kama vile alivyokuwa amesema tunajua ama tuliona kwamba jambo kama hili la kusemekana kwamba kumekuwa na mwingilio wa portal yetu, tuliona kwamba kuna tetesi kama hizo zitajitokeza, lakini tumeweza kudhibiti hilo na kwamba hakuna jambo lolote la kushtua katika hilo. Kuna hoja moja ambayo imetolewa na wale wazungumzaji ambao walikuwa na O'Brien Kimani pale. Mmoja amesema kwamba itawezekana pengine IEBC kadri inavyoendelea kuthibitisha zile fomu, pengine ije kwa vyombo vya habari, ije ieleze hii fomu hii tumethibitisha iko sawa. Kila fomu, pengine kwa kila fomu waje waeleze.
Sidhani kama hiyo itawezekana kwa sababu kama hizi fomu ni zaidi ya 46,000 na sasa tukisema ya kwamba because zote hazikuji kwa wakati mmoja ama kijumla ambao utakuwa una hesabu hii fomu hii tumethibitisha, fomu hii tumethibitisha, zinakuja katika mwendo tofauti. Sasa ikawa tutakuwa wanakuja kututangazia ya kwamba fomu hii tumepata, tumethibitisha, huenda ikachangia kuchelewa kwa kukagua ama kutoa matokeo halisi, kwa sababu tumeona hata wakati huu watu walikuwa wameanza kuwa na roho ile tumbo joto ya kwamba shughuli nzima iende katika ile mwendo ambao Wakenya wanatarajia. Sasa ili tuhakikisha ya kwamba ndiposa hata nimefurahi ili wapatie wale watu ambao maajenti nafasi na wale maafisa wa IEBC kufanya ukaguzi kwa haraka, na kwa sababu kama watu wako wengi pale, sasa pengine huwa kuna distractions. Sasa hiyo inakuwa kama kizingiti katika ile kufanikisha ile shughuli iende kwa haraka. So nadhani watakuwa jinsi ambavyo hata wametangaza mafomu ilifika 10, sasa zimefika zaidi ya 130 na so hiyo ndio inakuwa sawa, lakini kila fomu ili waje wakitangaza hii fomu kutoka polling station fulani ndio hii tuko nayo na tumethibitisha, sidhani kama hiyo itakuwa sawa.
Na Kamche, kinachofanyika ni kwamba unaona sasa hivi wamefika kiwango cha kila wakati wanapojitokeza wanakuja kusoma taarifa kuhusu idadi ya kura za maeneo bunge fulani. Kwa hivyo hii yote ni baada ya collating, wamepiga hesabu zote za kila polling station ya pale, halafu mwisho wakatoka na fomu yao wanakuja kututangazia sote ya 46,000 na hapo tutakuwa tumeleta tatizo.
Kwa hiyo wamerahisisha kazi. Na asante tena. Sasa tunaelekea katika kaunti ya Mombasa ambapo nikigeuka nyuma hivi nilikuwa namuona tayari Anburu anatusubiri kwa hamu kutujuza yale ambayo aliyonayo, ambayo amekuwa akiyadurusu na kuyafuatilia tangu asubuhi. Anburu, habari za huko kwanza, na ni yapi mapi ambayo unatujia nayo?
Mzuri sana Harith Salim, ukiwa hapo Broadcasting House, na nakuja kwako moja kwa moja kutoka kituo cha kujumulisha kura cha kaunti ya Mombasa ambayo iko katika Kenya School of Government. Na kufikia sasa zile tali ambazo zimefika hapa, zile hesabu za kura zimefika hapa, zimetoka kutoka kaunti ya Kisauni, that is maeneo bunge ya Kisauni, Nyali na Changamwe. Kulingana na returning officer ambaye yuko hapa, amesema bado tunasubiria hata hesabu za kutoka Mvita, Jomvu na Likoni. Na kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa maeneo ya Nyali, tuliweza kujumlisha za kule Nyali, tukapata kuwa mbunge wa kule ambaye alikuwa ni Mohamed Ali aliweza kupata kura 32,988, akiweza kumshinda mwenzake ambaye ni Said Abdallah wa chama cha ODM, na ambaye alipata kura 18,642. Na ukiangalia upande wa Jomvu pia zile kura za kule zimeweza kujumlishwa, na pia mbunge wa eneo lile aliweza kupata kura Badi Twalib alipata kura 13,850, akifuatwa unyo kwa unyo na Renson Thoya wa chama cha Jubilee ambaye alipata kura 9,404, na mwisho wa tatu aliyepata ni Karisa Nzai wa UDA ambaye alipata kura 5,439. Maeneo ya Kisauni pia vile yameweza kujumlisha, na yule mbunge wa upande ule ambaye ni Rashid Bezinda mwenye kushinda kiti hicho alipata kura 34,747, akifuatiwa na Mbarak Hamid wa chama cha UDA ambaye alipata kura 12,336 na pia tukapata Beatrice Gambo wa chama cha Jubilee ambaye pia alipata kura 6,533. Katika eneo bunge hili la Mvita nilikuwa na mwenzangu ambaye aitwa Mwanamkuu Kombo ambaye ataweza kutuambia tu labda zile jumlishi za kura walizopata katika eneo bunge hili na pia kutuambia ni yapi ambayo yalijiri kutoka kwa eneo bunge hili. Karibu sana Mako. Labda tueleze tu kumejiri nini huko katika eneo bunge la Mvita.
Asante sana Ann. Na mtazamaji, kukuarifu tu yale ambayo yalikuwa yakitokea katika eneo bunge hili la Mvita ni kwamba tumekuwa na changamoto si haba siku tatu hizi, ambapo awali kulikuwa na sintofahamu 2-3 katika vituo mbalimbali. Tashwishi ya kwanza ikiwa vituo vingi vilifungua kuchelewa, hii ikapelekea mpaka kufungwa kuchelewa kwa vituo hivi, hali ambayo iliweza pia kuathiri ile shughuli ya kuhesabu kura. Kwa hiyo ile shughuli ya kuhesabu kura ilianzwa kuchelewa, pia ikapelekea shughuli kuisha kuchelewa, na hii ikapelekea pia ujumlishaji wa kura, ambapo kituo kikuu cha kujumlisha kura kilikuwa Sheikh Nasor Kibwana, ambapo pale ilikuwa the Constituency Tallying Center, ambapo tulikuwa pale kwa siku 2 za nyuma, na mpaka sasa hivi tulikuwa tumekita kambi kule, ambapo tulikuwa tunatarajia kupata matokeo. Na jana usiku mida saa 3 hivi tuliweza kupata mbunge ambaye amechaguliwa MP elect wa eneo bunge hili la Mvita. Kumbuka kwamba mtazamaji, kiti hiki kimeachwa wazi baada ya Abdulswamad Sharif Nasir kutoka na kuenda kugombea ugavana, na sasa hivi kiti hichi kilikuwa wazi na kilikuwa kinapiganiwa na candidates 12. Yani kuna wawaniaji 12 ambao walikuwa wanapigania kiti hichi, lakini mmoja tu ndo alifanikiwa kupata ushindi, ambaye ni Mohamed Sud Machele. Na Mohamed Sud Machele kupitia tiketi ya ODM aliweza kupata kura 22,611, ambapo aliweza kumpiku mwenzake kutoka chama cha ODM Omar Mahmoud Shalo, ambaye ndio alikuwa mpinzani wake mkubwa sana, ama mpinzani wake mkali, ambapo alijizolea kura 11,628. Na kitu ambacho tunafurahia katika eneo bunge la Mvita hili ni kwamba tunashukuru kwamba Omar Shalo aliweza kukubali matokeo na akasema kwamba amekubali kushindwa. Endapo awali kulikuwa kuna sintofahamu kidogo, tulikuwa tunatarajia, ama yeye mwenyewe alikuwa amesema awali kwamba endapo matokeo yatatokea vizuri atakwenda kuelekea mahakamani, lakini baadaye jioni aliweza kukubali na akasema kwamba hataenda tena mahakamani.
Hivyo kufikia sasa, labda ni kipi kinachoendelea katika eneo bunge upande huo wa kuhesabia hizo kura, kwa sababu tumebakia na kura za seneta na kura za mwanamke mwakilishi wa eneo bunge?
Na mtazamaji, ni kwamba kwa sasa hivi kulikuwa na pia tatizo kidogo, ambapo matokeo yale ya urais kujumlishwa pale kutoka vile vituo vyote katika eneo bunge la Mvita, tulikuwa na vituo 203 ambavyo vyote vilifika pale kujumlishwa katika kile kituo cha ujumlishaji, lakini matokeo yale ya urais yalishindwa kujumlishwa kwa sababu system ama vitandawazi vilikuwa vinaleta shida. Yule returning officer pale ama msimamizi wa kura katika kituo kile cha eneo bunge la Mvita, mpaka kufikia leo asubuhi alituarifu kwamba kuna mikakati ambayo inafuatwa na maafisa wa Iebc kuhakikisha kwamba matokeo ya mwanzo ya eneo bunge la Mvita yataweza kuwasilishwa, lakini mpaka sasa hivi tulikuwa hatujafanikiwa kupata ile form 34B. Lakini pia kwenye nafasi ya mwakilishi wa kike na pia senator, kwa upande wa seneta bado matokeo pia hayajakamilishwa kujumlishwa pale, lakini matokeo ambayo yamejumlishwa ya mwakilishi wa mwanamke yameweza kujumlishwa, na kuna matokeo ambayo tumepata muda sio mrefu, ambapo kwa sasa hivi kwa eneo bunge la Mvita ambaye ameibuka sio matokeo ya mwisho, ila ni matokeo kulingana na upande wa Mvita, eneo bunge la Mvita, ambapo mwanamke ama mama Zamzam Chimba anaongoza kwa kura 17,383 kupitia chama cha ODM, akifuatiwa kwa karibu na Fatma Bakari Barayan ambaye ni kupitia tiketi ama kupitia chama cha UDA na kura 16,741.
Sawa, nitakuruhusu urudi upate kutuletea hesabu zenye ziko. Sasa Harith, ulivyosikia ni kuwa kwamba chama cha ODM kimeweza kupata wabunge wale ambao walikuwa hapa ndio wameweza kuretain Sanza, yani mbunge mpya katika eneo la Mvita. Tukiweza kukumbuka kwamba Abdul Swamad Sharif ameweza kwenda kugombania kiti cha ugavana. Pia tusisahau vile before 2 weeks tutapata kuweza kuchagua gavana wa kaunti ya Mombasa tarehe 23 mwezi huu. Kwako Harith, labda kuna kitu ungetaka niweze ku-clarify.
Asante sana Anburu. Bila shaka wabunge wapya wamepatikana, lakini katika eneo la Kisauni nafikiri Bedzimba alikuwa amebwagwa katika kipindi kilichopita. Kwa hiyo nafikiri mbunge alikuwa Ali Mbogo ambaye alitaka kuwania ugavana kupitia Wiper pamoja na Sonko, lakini nafikiri amepata majira na amerudi tena kuchukua nafasi aliyokuwa nayo kabla ya kuondolewa na Bedzimba. Lakini swali ni kwamba umesikia mwenzako akizungumzia kwamba katika eneo la Mvita Shalo amekubali matokeo. Hayo maeneo mengine yako vipi? Kwa sababu tunaona kwamba Kisauni na Changamwe hatujui wapinzani wamesemaje, kwa sababu tunataka kufahamu, je, wameona huu mchakato na shughuli nzima imekwenda vipi na wameridhishwa kama alivyoridhishwa Shalo na wengineo katika maeneo tofauti nchini?
Eneo la Nyali pia hawakuridhishwa. Wapinzani hawakuridhishwa na pia wamesema wangetaka baada ya kila kitu kufanyika wataenda kotini kuhakikisha kwamba wanaweza kupata usawa, kwa sababu wanasema kwa kura ziliweza kuibua upande wa Nyali, lakini hayo tutajua baadaye kwa sababu wamejiunga pamoja. Wale wote wapinzani wamesema wataenda kotini. Maeneo yale mengine pia wamekubaliana, ila bado Likoni hatujajua kumeenda vipi kufikia sasa, lakini tunatumai kuwa kila kitu kitenda kisawa.
Sidhani kama ulichotupa hivi sasa nafikiri ni cha muhimu zaidi. Asante sana, endelea na shughuli zako, tutakutafuta baadaye kuzungumzia mawili matatu ambayo yanaendelea katika kaunti hiyo ya Mombasa. Kumbuka Mombasa kinyang'anyiro cha ugavana hakijafanyika bado. Na vile tunasubiri matokeo ya seneta, mwakilishi mwanamke na maeneo mengine kama Likoni, tujue mbunge ni nani. Lakini kuna jambo ambalo limejitokeza katika haya ambayo wametuonyesha. Kwa sababu Kisauni, Nyali, Changamwe, ukiangalia washindi kama nimenakili vizuri, walioshinda wameshinda na idadi maradufu ya wale wanaofuata, tuseme kwa karibu, manake ni maradufu ya idadi. Charles Kamche, mmeona hizo idadi zilizotangazwa. Kwa mfano Changamwe aliyekidedea ana kura 13,000. Anaifuata wa pili 8,000. Nyali 32,000, anaifuata 18,000. Yaani ukiangalia ni kama tuko nusu kwa nusu kwa mshindi wa kwanza na mshindi wa pili. Sasa sijui lakini cha msingi ni kwamba matokeo yamethibitishwa na Iebc. Kwa hiyo yoyote ambaye atakuwa na lalama bila shaka atakuwa anaangazia mahakamani, kuelekea mahakamani.
Harith, ili ni dandie nitoe mchango wangu kuhusiana na swala la Mombasa. Ni kwamba Mombasa kwenyewe kuna mambo mazuri ambayo yanafanyika, na ukiangalia hasa tuende Mvita ni kama imebaki ngome ya ODM. Na ni kama yeyote yule ambaye anamuunga mkono Raila Odinga, basi ndiye yule ambaye anajikuta akichaguliwa kila wakati. Ukiangalia historia yake, nadhani Najib Balala alikuwa katika eneo hilo wakati fulani. Akatoka pale Joho akawa sehemu hiyo pia. Ama Joho alikuwa Kisauni. Alikuwa Kisauni. Alafu pakatokea sasa hizi tuna ambaye yule ambaye mgombea wa nafasi ya ugavana ambaye sasa natoka na si Machele. Anarudi pale, anaingia pale kuvaa nafasi ama kuvaa viatu vya ODM tena. Kwa hivyo pale patabakia ngome ya ODM kwa kipindi kirefu. Mvita tayari wametangaza, sivyo? Kulingana na alivyokuwa amezungumza, ametoa taarifa.
Mvita bado ndo wanasubiri.
Wanasubiri.
Taarifa zilizopo sio rasmi kama alivyosema, lakini inaonyesha kwamba Machele ndio yuko kidedea. Kwa hiyo tunasubiri taarifa rasmi na ni pale alipo Anburu kwa sasa.
Kwa hivyo ikiwa tutasubiri taarifa za Nyali Basi kuna yale ambayo yamekuwa yakifanyika katika eneo la Nyali kwa muda mrefu, na unapata aliyekuwa mbunge wa pale mwanzoni alikuwa katika chama cha ODM na akatalikiana na chama cha ODM, nadhani alienda independent ama nadhani alikuwa independent.
Nyali sio?
Alikuwa Nyali alikuwa independent, Mohamed Ali, na ubabe wake ukaweza kuhisika na akaleta hisia fulani kwa wananyali, na hivyo basi tunasubiri tuone kama kweli atarudi ama ikiwa kwamba hataweza.
Tukizungumzia Nyali tayari amepewa cheti chake, amepewa cheti chake.
Hivyo basi yeye binafsi ukiangalia rekodi za, wacha sasa nizungumzie akiwa amechaguliwa, ukiangalia rekodi zake japo amekuwa akipiga kelele za kitaifa kule Nyali, ni kama watu wake wamemwaminia sana kutokana na namna ambavyo amekuwa akishughulika hasa na sekta ya elimu. Hasa sekta ya elimu. Nitachukulia sekta ya elimu kutokana na namna ambavyo nimeona akishughulika na mambo ya kuongeza idadi ya shule, kushughulikia mambo ya bursaries, kuhakikisha kwamba watoto wanaenda shuleni. Unajua, kwa kuelimisha mtoto, kwa kuelimisha jamii, basi jamii inajitoa katika utando fulani wa msongo wa mawazo ama kujaribu tunatoka katika utando wa umaskini, kwa sababu kila mtu anaweza kujitetea kwa njia zake na kutafuta kazi yake ama jambo lolote ambalo anataka kutokana na elimu yake. Hivyo basi nadhani namna alivyoshughulikia swala la elimu katika eneo la Mvita ni kati ya mambo ambayo yamemfanya akachaguliwa tena,
akahifadhi kiti hicho. Na Otieno, wacha tuangalie pia upande wa kaunti ya Kilifi. Kama kuna yepi tayari tunajua kunao washindi kadhaa ambao wametangazwa kule, akiwemo mbunge wa Malindi ambaye ni Mnyazi ndiye aliyechukua, na ni wa kiti cha ODM Amina Mnyazi ndiye aliyechukua, akampiku mwenye aliyekuwa anawania kwa tiketi ya UDA. Kumbuka eneo bunge la Malindi ndilo lilikuwa linashikiliwa na aliyewania ugavana kwa tiketi ya UDA Aisha Juma. Sasa Juni, mahali ulipo na kuona uko katika chumba ambacho ni cha kuhesabia kura, kunayo matokeo ambayo tayari yashawekwa rasmi kutoka Kilifi County. Sijui kama kwa sasa ni yepi mapya ambayo yako huko, ni vyama vipi ambavyo vimeongoza? Junei, tueleze.
Hujambo Kamche, tuko katika kituo cha kujumuisha kura cha Pwani University, ambapo hii leo huenda tukalikunja jamvi hapa katika kaunti ya Kilifi, manake yule anayesimamia zoezi la kujumuisha kura Hussein Gure bado anaendelea na sajili yake, na atakapomaliza atakuwa anatueleza. Kwa sasa ni maeneo bunge matatu tu peke yake ameweza kuwasilishwa katika dawati lake, na natuarifu kuwa bado anaendelea na hesabu ya kujumuisha. Endapo atakapomaliza tu ataweza kutupatia mbivu na mbichi, ni nani aliyeshinda na ni nani aliyekuja wa kwanza, wa pili, na kama una malalamishi ni hatua gani utakazochukua baada ya yeye kutangaza matokeo hayo. Na kwa sasa nilikuwa na wenzangu waliokuwa wametapakaa katika gatuzi nzima la Kilifi, Rajab, Wanje. Kila mtu alikuwa katika eneo bunge 7 hapa katika weza kunipatia matokeo kulingana na wale walikuwa wanajumuisha kura katika maeneo bunge, na takwimu hizo ndo tumeweza kuzichukua tukazipiga msasa na kuzijumuisha, ili sisi katika dawati letu la wanahabari tuweze kujua ni nani amekuwa mshindi na ni nani amekuja nafasi ya pili. Kwa hivyo haya matokeo nitakayokusomea sasa ni yetu sisi kutoka dawati letu la wanahabari, lakini tunamsubiri bado Hussein Gure atupatie mawili matatu, ni yapi, ni nani aliyeshinda na ni nambari ngapi aliweza kuchukua, ni kura ngapi zilizopigwa, na aliyeibuka mshindi ni ngapi aliweza kupita nazo. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa kulingana na sisi dawati letu, Rais Raila Odinga ameweza kunyakua kura nyingi hapa katika gatuzi la Kilifi na zaidi ya kura 200,000. William Ruto anamfuata na kura 77,138, kumaanisha kwamba Raila Odinga ameweza kuchukua usukani hapa katika gatuzi la Kilifi. Ni sintofahamu kwa wengi kwa sababu kulikuwa na mvutano mkubwa kati ya chama cha PA na chama cha UDA wakati wa kampeni, manake tulikuwa tunaarifiwa na wengi kwamba wale ambao wako katika maeneo bunge tofauti kwamba chama cha PA kimeweza kuchukua usukani na kimeweza kujulikana na watu wamekuwa wakikipenda, na tungeliona kwamba matokeo hayo yangeweza kuonekana katika kura zilizopigwa, lakini inaonekana kwamba bado Raila Odinga ana ushawishi katika gatuzi la Kilifi. Nikielekea kwa ugavana, Gideon Mung'aro ameweza kuchukua kiti hicho kupitia dawati letu, ana zaidi ya 140,000, lakini haya ni matokeo tuliyojumuisha sisi kulingana na yale matokeo yaliokuwa yanatolewa katika maeneo bunge. Aisha Jumwa anafuatia na kura zaidi ya 6,000. Kisha George Kithi yuko chini yake na kura 64,000. Hayo tu ni takwimu, hizo ni takwimu zetu Kamche, na tunasubiria anayesimamia zoezi hili kutupatia takwimu kamili, kumaanisha kwamba Gideon Mung'aro wa chama cha ODM ameibuka mshindi katika gatuzi la Kilifi na ataendesha kupeperusha bendera hiyo kwa miaka 5 ijayo. Kabla sijaendelea Kamche, ni kuwa dakika zisizopungua dakika chache kabla hatujaanza upeperuzi huu, ni kuwa George Kithi anayesimama na chama cha PA ameweza kuleta malalamishi kwa Hussein Gure, akimweleza kwamba alikuwa amesoma takwimu za eneo bunge la Ganze. Kulingana na yule aliyesoma zile taarifa ama takwimu zile katika eneo bunge lile, alisoma kwamba Gideon Mung'aro alikuwa ameweza kupata 14,330,406, lakini hapa Hussein Gure ameweza kuzisoma kwamba amepata 14,446. Kuna tashwishi kidogo ya kura kama 9 ama 10 hazieleweki zimetoka wapi. Akaweza kuwasilisha malalamishi hayo, lakini Gure akamweleza kuwa hapa ni kituo tu cha kujumuisha kura. Kama kuna malalamishi aweze kuchukua ushahidi alio nao, asubirie siku za kwenda kotini kuwasilisha malalamishi yake ndio aweze kupata haki yake. Hakumsimamisha, akamwambia ataweza kuichukua kama lalamishi, kisha baadaye akielekea kotini achukue ushahidi wote alionao ili aweze kuwasilisha lalama lile, lakini hakuna mtu yoyote anaweza kusimamisha zoezi hili la kujumuisha kura. Kwa hivyo yeye anaendelea, yoyote yule atakayekuja na lalama ataweza kulinakili, lakini hawezi kusimamisha zoezi zima la kujumuisha kura. Bado tuko hapa, kuna hali ya sintofahamu. Je, bado ana lalama zingine? Manake pia amenigusia kuwa eneo bunge la Magarini pia ako na shida nalo, lakini haya yote ni msema kweli ni Hussein Gure atatueleza kufikia sasa ataendelea vipi na malalamishi ambayo atakuwa anaendelea hapa kituoni. Tumemwona tu George Kithi na Gideon Mung'aro waliofika hapa. Aisha Juma bado hatujamuona, kwa hivyo hatuwezi jua kama na malalamishi. Katika mitandao ya kijamii pia hatujaona kama wameweza kukubali matokeo na kusalimu, labda wanasubiri tu mpaka Hussein Gure atakapozitaja ama atakapozisoma zile takwimu zake, kisha baada hapo tutaona kama Aisha na George wataweza kuyakubali matokeo ama watakuwa wanaelekea mahakamani. Wacha niendelee kwa seneta ambaye Mazayo Stewart ameweza kupeperusha bendera, anaongoza na zaidi ya 100,000, akifuatiwa na Benjamin Kai ambaye ni chama cha PA. Stewart ni wa ODM, anayemfuata ni wa chama cha PA na kura 57,000, akifuatiwa na Mwabonje wa chama cha UDA na 36,000. Kwa hivyo hapo kwa seneta pia Stewart Madzayo amekipigania kiti chake na ameweza kuibuka mshindi. Pia tunasubiri takwimu ya Hussein Gure, tuangalie na ile tuko nayo tuone kwamba Stewart Madzayo ameweza kupata kura ngapi. Tukienda katika wakilishi wa kina mama, Gertrude Mbeyu ameweza kuibuka mshindi akiwa na kura ya zaidi ya 100,000, akifuatiwa na Christine Zawadi wa chama cha PA akiwa na kura ya 80,000, zaidi ya kura 80,000. Kumaanisha kwamba Gertrude Mbeyu wa chama cha ODM ameweza kukipigania kiti chake na kuweza kuibuka tena mshindi. Kwa hivyo PA katika kinyang'anyiro cha wakilishi wa kina mama na seneta, PA ameweza kujipiga deba. Kwa hivyo nitarudi tena nikupatie tu takwimu zingine, lakini kwa sasa na kurudisha kamchi, tuelekee Bomas.
Umesema vizuri kabisa Junior, umetupatia taarifa nzuri kabisa, umetuelezea kwa kina matokeo ya huko, ingawaje tunasubiri yale ya rasmi, na kama ulivyosema basi kuna taarifa tunafaa kuipata kutoka ukumbi wa Bomas. Kumbuka mtazamaji, uko ndiko kwenye kitovu cha ujumuishaji wa kura za urais na macho yote yanaelekezwa kule. Kwa hivyo sasa tuelekee tu kule Bomas, tuone ni yapi ambayo yanaendelea ama mazungumzo gani ambao wanataka kufanya na Wakenya.
Total registered voters for Kipkelio constituency, Kericho County, 63,679. Total valid vote, 47,277. Rejected ballot, 248. Raila Odinga, 3,303 votes. William Samoei Ruto, 43,898. Wahiga David Mwaure, 33 votes. George Wajakoya, 43. Next result is from Mwingi North constituency, Kitui County. Total registered voters, 68,829. Valid vote cast, 43,817. Rejected ballot, 282. Raila Odinga, 31,655. William Ruto, 11,508. Wahiga David Mwaure, 230 votes. George Wajakoya, 424. Thank you. We'll come with more.
Haya, mtazamaji, hayo ni maswala yanayotokea upande wa IEBC ambapo tume hiyo inajitokeza kuelezea Wakenya baadhi ya matokeo ambayo yanajumuishwa pale kutokana na zile form 34A walizonazo na form 34B walizonazo. Baadhi ya maeneo ambayo ameyataja kufanywa kujumuishwa kwake pale ni Kipkelion East, vile na Mwingi North, na bila shaka tutakuwa tunarudi upande wa Bomas baadaye wakati tume hiyo itakuwa inahitaji kuzungumza na wanahabari vile na Wakenya. Turudi hapa studioni ambapo tulikuwa tumetoka, tulikuwa tunasikiza taarifa yake Juni Karisa kutoka kaunti ya Kilifi. Na Charles, maswala ibuka ama maswala yajitokeza waziwazi hapa, Charles, Harith na Otieno. Chama cha UDA kimeonekana kuendelea kuwa na mshiko. Baadhi ya matokeo ambao Junior anasema wameyajumuisha wao wenyewe kama dawati la wanahabari bado vile inaonyesha kwamba muungano ama chama cha ODM kimekuwa bado kikiongoza. Swala lingine ambalo limeibuka ni kuhusu kesi ama tuseme ni malalamishi lalamishi kutoka kwa, nilikuwa nataka nimuulize Juni Karisa kama kuna wengine ambao wametoa lalamishi kama vile mgombea ugavana kupitia tiketi ya PA George Kithi, lakini hatukupata muda huo wa kuuliza. Lakini swala lililojitokeza hapa pia ni kwamba ameambiwa asubiri hadi zoezi zima liishe. Likishakwisha atapata nafasi ya kwenda kujieleza mahakamani. Charles, wacha nikuhusishe katika swala hili manake wewe ni wakili.
Nadhani kwanza dada yetu pale katika kaunti ya Kilifi ametueleza kwamba yule mwaniaji wa chama cha ODM Mheshimiwa Gideon Mung'aro na yule alikuwa anawania katika chama cha PA George Kithi wakili ndio wale wamefika pale kwa ukumbi, lakini yule mwaniaji wa chama cha UDA Mheshimiwa Aisha Juma bado hajaonekana pale. Sasa bado hawajui kama ni protest ama ni baada atafika ama hatujui kama George Kithi atafika pale, lakini yeye pia atawatetezi na mwelekeo ambao atataka uchukua. Kwa maana tunajua ya kwamba Kithi alikuwa katika mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza, chama cha PA ambaye inaongozwa na aliyekuwa gavana Amason Kingi. Yeah, so mambo kama haya tetezi imeanza kutokea pale na haya ni masuala ibuka.
Kuna kabla hujaendelea, kuna msimamizi wa kura eneo hilo amesema kwamba hawezi kusimamisha zoezi zima. Yatatangaza matokeo, manake George Kithi anasema kwamba eneo la Magarini limetangaza hivi, lakini kufikia upande wa county wakatangaza hivi. Sasa yeye anasema mbona lisuluhishwe hapo kabla tusonge mbele. Msimamizi wa kura anasema hilo litabaki hivyo, hatuwezi simamisha zoezi, tutasonga mbele. Kama unataka kwenda mahakamani, enda mahakamani.
Nadhani unajua kuna ngazi mbili hapa ya kuthibitisha matokeo. Kwanza ni katika hiyo polling station na kwa bunge, ile maeneo kuu ya ujumlishaji wa kura katika maeneo bunge. Kama iwapo wale maajenti na venye George Kithi analalama ya kwamba walithibitisha pale Magarini kura ni imetoka hii ngapi mahali hiyo, yafaa aache tume ya IEBC na venye hiyo kura imefika pale wao waipige msasa, ndiposa tuko na nafasi ya kotini. Kwa sababu ukisimamisha shughuli nzima, pengine sasa utakuwa unatatiza shughuli ya tume ya IEBC, kwa sababu haya tetezi ama haya malalamiko ambao wako nayo wako bado tena na nafasi. Iwapo kutapatikana kulikuwa na makosa, basi mahakama iko na suluhu. Anaweza sema murudie matokeo ama wachukue zile ambayo walikuwa yamethibitika, wajumuishe, na kama mtu alitangazwa mshindi kwa njia isiyofaa, mahakama iko na haki na huru ya kutangaza mwenye ameshinda, ama abatilishe uchaguzi huo irejelewe. Sasa hii nia ya wanasiasa wakati ambapo wanajaribu kuona makosa hapa na pale ya kwenda kutaka kusimamisha shughuli nzima, yeye hawezi sema na kuzuia tume kutangaza matokeo. Wala ni mahakama, kama anataka yeye ni wakili anaweza enda mahakamani, mahakama kama kuna shahidi tosha isimamishe, lakini sio kuenda kusema ya kwamba tusimamishe kutangaza matokeo, kwa sababu sio matokeo yake tu hiyo, bali kuna mambo mengi na matangazo ya vitu mbalimbali ambayo pia yafaa yatangazwe. Sasa mimi naona kwa maoni yangu, wacha mwenyekiti mwenye anasimamia kutangaza uchaguzi huo, kama ametosheka ya kwamba zile nakala ambazo amepata, kwa sababu baada ya kutoka katika constituency office ya Magarini, wao pia hapa katika county tallying center pia walikuwa na wale maajenti na wale watu tena kuthibitisha kwamba kile ambacho wanatangaza hapo ni sawia na ile ambapo ilitangazwa katika maeneo bunge.
Naam, Otieno, ni lalama halali hizo, lakini swali ni hitilafu kama hiyo inaweza tokea pengine msimamizi wa kura ama msimamizi wa uchaguzi katika kiwango cha constituency anaweza tatizika, apeane idadi tofauti, alafu ikifika kule yule msimamizi wa kiwango cha county naye apeane hesabu tofauti, na ikiwa ni eneo bunge lile moja.
Unajua kinachofanyika ni kwamba sisi sote ni binadamu. Na binadamu huenda tukawa na ila wakati fulani, ama tukawa tuna dosari zetu, na hawa returning officers ama presiding officers kwa njia moja au nyingine pia ndani yao wana msukumo wa mirengo. Kuna wale ambao wanapenda mrengo fulani zaidi ya mrengo mwingine, lakini pale wamejikuta wakienda kufanya kazi. Hivyo basi kuna uwezekano kwamba yule aliye na nia mbaya anaweza kufanya hivyo, akabadilisha na kubatilisha taarifa ama ripoti zenyewe. Zinapofika pale mbele unapata mambo tofauti. Kwa mfano, japo hili si la mtu kubadilisha, lakini inaonyesha irregularities ambayo ilijitokeza. Nadhani sehemu ya Garissa ama sehemu za maeneo ya North Eastern, ambapo presiding officers walipatikana, badala ya wao kufika pale asubuhi na mapema kuandaa kila kitu, waliamua kwanza kwenda kupiga kura.
Naam, Otieno, naambiwa kipaza sauti chako kina hitilafu fulani, kwa hivyo Charles, wacha nirudi kwako. Tuzungumzie hili swala la umaarufu wa hiki chama cha PA. Chama cha PA na chama cha UDA, tukiangalia kama eneo bunge la Malindi, ambapo tunaona mbunge wa Malindi aliyekuwa mbunge wa Malindi Aisha Juma aliyekuwa anawania kiti cha ugavana kwa tiketi ya UDA. Na imani kuna mbunge alikuwa anawania kwa tiketi ya UDA, lakini hakuweza kupata, licha kwamba Aisha mwenye ametoka pale na alikuwa na ushawishi wa kiasi chake, lakini mbunge pengine ambaye alikuwa anampigia upatu apate kiti kwa tiketi ya UDA pia hakupata.
Nadhani kile ambacho kimeleta utatizo, lakini bado yafaa tukubali ya kwamba chama cha ODM bado kilikuwa na umaarufu kule kaunti ya Kilifi. Alafu jambo lingine ambalo huenda ikachangia ni kwamba chama cha PA ambayo pia ilikuwa katika ndani ya hii mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza pia alikuwa na mgombezi pale. Sasa na huenda ikawa sasa mgombezi wa UDA na mgombezi wa PA waenda wakagawanya kura. Lakini sasa tukiangalia hata kura ya urais jinsi ambavyo imetangazwa, tumeona ya kwamba mwaniaji wa Kenya Kwanza Mheshimiwa Ruto ameweza kuzolea kura zaidi ya 78,000. Hiyo ni kuonyesha kwamba kuna jinsi ambayo walipata upenyo na kuanza kujaribu kubadilisha sasa ile kutokuwa ngome ya chama cha ODM jinsi ambavyo ilikuwa hapo awali. Kwa sababu utakumbuka kwamba Kilifi ndicho kaunti pekee uchaguzi uliopita waniaji wote waliingia na chama cha ODM. Sasa chama cha PA ya Governor King ni chama kichanga sana ambacho kilibuniwa miezi michache kabla tujaendea uchaguzi ambao umekamilika. So pengine huenda Aisha Juma mheshimiwa hakuweza kujaribu kushawishi wale watu ambao wafuasi wake pale, pengine alikuwa ameweka nguvu yake sana katika kuendea kampeni zake pia za ugavana. Pengine hicho kingekuwa kimechangia mwaniaji, kwa sababu kama alikuwa anapigania ugavana na yeye ndiye alikuwa yule mbunge pale, watu walitarajia ama wengi walitarajia kuwa at least yule mwenye atamrithi ni mtu ambaye atakuwa katika chama ambacho alikuwa anagombea.
Naam, Chris Kamche Otieno, hilo swala la UDA na Aisha Jumwa, sijui, kwa sababu kinachoonekana ni kwamba alishindwa kutekeleza yale yalitarajiwa kutekelezwa, wajibu wake katika eneo lile, na ule umaarufu ambao alikuwa nao ni kwamba alijithamini zaidi kupitia ule umaarufu, kwa sababu umaarufu nafikiri ulianzia tangu alipoteuliwa na chama cha ODM kabisa. Sasa ni labda alijithamini zaidi kwamba na akajiamini zaidi, ama ilikuwa namna gani? Kwa sababu ukiangalia hata katika nyadhifa nyingine nafikiri ni diwani mmoja tu ndio amepata kiti mpaka sasa katika eneo analotoka yeye, kwa sababu hata kiti alichokuwa amekiacha cha ubunge wa Malindi kimechukuliwa
na Amina
Mnyanzi kutoka ODM.
Naam. Unajua kinachofanyika, nadhani kuna maeneo bunge 7 Kilifi. Na katika maeneo haya maeneo bunge 7, takwimu za chama chenyewe cha ODM zinaonyesha kwamba maeneo 5 tayari yanadhibitiwa na ODM. Maeneo mawili ambayo hayakuwa yametangazwa ama ambapo maeneo mawili ambayo yamesalia ni kwamba matangazo rasmi hayakuwa yametolewa. Hivyo ina maana, alafu ukiangalia governor ni Mung'aro. Alafu
kwa mujibu wa idadi ambayo bado haijathibitishwa.
Naam, anaongoza. Alafu Mazayo pia anaongoza.
Ndiyo.
Hivyo basi inatoa mwelekeo kwamba chama cha ODM hasa katika ukanda wa Pwani Kilifi, tukizungumzia Kilifi kwa mahususi, ni kwamba chama cha ODM kimekita mizizi yake katika eneo hili, na alichofanya Aisha Jumwa ni kwamba aliona amefikia upeo fulani wa kutaka kuonesha kwamba anaweza kuvaa viatu. Unaona, mtoto nyumbani anaamua kuvaa viatu vya baba ama viatu vya mama, alafu anatoka navyo nje kutaka kuonesha kwamba ni vyake. Mwisho wa yote wa kuvaa viatu anapofika inabidi avivae ni vyake. Mtoto hawezi akaenda navyo katika shughuli mbalimbali. Kilichofanyika zaidi na Aisha Jumwa ni kwamba pia Aisha Jumwa alikabiliwa na kesi. Nadhani kesi hii pia kwa njia moja au nyingine iliweza kumtatiza, manake kwa njia nadhani sijui kwa kipindi fulani lazima angejikuta amejiwasilisha mahakamani kufuatilia na kusikiliza kesi yenyewe. Kwa hivyo hii pia huenda ulikuwa mzigo mzito ambao ulikuwa ukimtatiza sana, na kwa hivyo akakosa kupata nafasi kamili ya kufanya kampeni zake vizuri, na mwishowe basi waliokuwa kwenye ground wakavuka hivyo.
Lakini mbali na hivyo unafahamu kwamba kama utakumbuka ni kwamba UDA na mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza ulizuru eneo la Kilifi mara nyingi, mara si moja. Alafu pia tunakumbuka pia kulikuwa na mvutano kati yake na kati ya Amason Kingi katika kampeni, na alijitokeza katika moja ya kampeni zake akimlaumu gavana Amason Kingi akisema kwamba huyu atatatiza shughuli za Kenya Kwanza na UDA katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Je, hili ndio limekuja kutokea? Kwa sababu ukiangalia chama cha PA kimekuja na makali mengine, ni chama kipya. Chris,
unajua sawa. Nilitaka kueleza kitu fulani kabla ya Chris kudakia kwamba kwa sasa taarifa zinaonyesha kwamba ni kama PA imeweza kupata wabunge watatu. Taarifa ambazo zipo ambazo ni rasmi kwamba zimeweza kupokea wabunge watatu. Inaonyesha pia kwamba imekuja kwa makali yake. Hata hivyo, nini kinachofanyika? Unaona, kunapokuwa na sibling rivalry kwamba pale kuna Aisha Jumwa ambaye anawakilisha UDA, alafu hapa pana Amason Kingi ambaye anawakilisha PA. Unakumbuka Aisha Jumwa akisema kwamba mimi ndiye kiongozi wa eneo la Kilifi, hivyo basi simruhusu mtu mwingine. Na hivi basi ugomvi huu wao mwisho ukatawanya kura zenyewe kwenda kwa ODM. Manake ODM hakukuwa na chama kingine pale ambacho kilikuwa kinapingana nacho kwenye mwavuli wa Azimio.
Vita vya panzi.
Kwa hivyo vita vya panzi, furaha ikawa ya kunguru ambayo ni ODM.
Naam, ndio kama hivyo picha unazozitazama hivi sasa ni katika ukumbi wa Bomas. Kumbuka shughuli sasa hivi kidogo inaonekana ina ustaarabu baada ya Iebc kuja juu kusema kwamba jamaa msituchafulie shughuli. Unaona kwamba angalau ustaarabu sasa upo na hatua zinakwenda upesi kidogo ikilinganishwa na wakati ule, kwa sababu kipindi kile ilikuwa ni watu kujitokeza kuambia. Unamwona mwenyekiti pale Wafula Chebukati na baadhi ya makamishna wenzake wakipangapanga nyaraka zile za kujua ni kipi ambacho watawazungumzia Wakenya ambao wamesubiri kwa na jambo moja ambalo Chris nafikiri tunafaa tulizungumzia. Unajua Wakenya wamesubiri, wanasema mbona mambo yanachelewa? Hii kazi inaonekana ni kazi rahisi. Chris.
Naam, nadhani shughuli nzima jinsi ambavyo inaelekea sasa hivi naona ni kama kuna utulivu pale Bomas, na hiyo ndio jambo ambalo Wakenya wanatarajia ili shughuli hii iweze kukamilika kwa wakati ufaao na bila kuleta uchovu kwa wale wafuasi wa mirengo yote miwili. Na kufuatia pia jinsi ambavyo kuna jambo ambalo pia yafaa tuchangie. Tuliona pale hapo awali jinsi ambavyo watu walijitokeza kupiga kura pale maeneo ya Maita, Kisauni, kama inakuwa ni upungufu, sio ile sana ambayo ilikuwa inatarajiwa. Sasa pengine mambo kama haya huenda itakuwa na reflection katika ile kura ya urais pia, kwa sababu ni kama ile jinsi ambavyo uchaguzi wa ugavana iliahirishwa maeneo pale, huenda hii ilichangia hiyo, kwa sababu nilishtuka sana kuona ya kwamba kuna mbunge mtu anapokura kura 8,000, kura 6,000. Unajua hiyo inaonyesha kwamba watu hawakujitokeza katika ile asilimia ambayo inaofaa katika maeneo yale.
Na sasa labda Otieno, turudi hapa Bomas. Unajua na Wakenya, unajua subra kidogo inaonekana inawaponyoka, unaona lakini hii kazi
haivuti heri sasa.
Hii kazi kwani inaonekana, unajua watu wanafikiria mambo mengine kufanyika. Nataka niwape mfano ama nitoe mfano kwa sisi sote. Ukiwa wewe ni shabiki wa mpira kandanda ama mchezo mwingine wote tu, ukiwa nje ukitazama mpira unasema yule si angefanya hivi tu pale, angefunga yule, lakini sasa wewe angetoa pasi tu pale, inakuwaje ameanguka peke yake, hujui ni kitu gani. Sasa ule ugumu unajulikana na wale ambao ni watendaji, wavaji wa viatu. Lakini sasa kama mashabiki ndio kama sasa Wakenya wamekaa wanasubiri, wanasema kwani kitu gani kinawakwaza watu? Lakini mimi nafikiri, mtazamo wangu, sijui Kapche, Chris na Otieno mnaona vipi? Ukiwa nje unaona mambo ni rahisi, lakini wewe ukiwa mtendaji ndio utakuja kujua kweli, kwa sababu Waswahili wanasema anayevaa kiatu ndio anayejua
Mfinya. Wacha nikueleze kinachofanyika, na nafurahi kwamba umeleta jambo hilo na limeweza kuonekana kwenye vyombo vya habari. Vyombo vya habari vilipata uhuru kwa njia moja au nyingine vya kupiga hesabu za kupiga hesabu na kuhakikisha kwamba
Otieno umeamua tu uyaweke paruanja hapa.
Katika hali hiyo umeona hali imekuwa tatizo limekuwepo. Kuna watu wamesonga lakini hawasongi, wanasonga hawasongi, kiasi cha kwamba imebidi watu wengine wakasema hapana, wacha sasa tuachane na vyombo vya habari, tushughulikie IEBC kwenyewe. Kwa hivyo
na hii Kapche inanikumbusha kitu kingine. Unajua tulivyokuwa tunakulia, Chris, najua pia wewe nafikiri ulikuwa unapenda soka sana ulipokuwa mdogo, na Otieno pia kadhalika. Sasa kuna makocha ambao wanafundisha watu jinsi ya kufanya mambo.
Naam.
Sasa kuna kocha mmoja, kulikuwa na yale mazoezi ya kupiga kona, ule mpira wa kona. Sasa jamaa akipiga unaingia ndani hivi, akipiga labda mtu ambaye si wa timu ile anasema je, mnapiga vipi mpira? Hebu ngojeni niwaonyeshe, leteni mpira. Akapewa. Akaenda kwenye kile kipembe kile cha kupigia kona. Alipopiga hata mpira haukwenda, ulitoka nje kabisa upande huu. Alafu akasimama akacheka akasema sasa hivi ndivyo hamfai kupiga kona. Kutaka kujihifadhi tu na ule ugumu wa mambo. Kwa hiyo wakati mwingine tunaangalia jinsi gani ugumu
nikuonesha ugumu wenyewe ulivyojitokeza. Siku mbili nadhani leo ni Ijumaa. Siku ya Jumatano, Alhamisi, Jumatano. Kuna jamaa anaitwa David Ndi kwenye mtandao akaambia watu kwamba wafuasi wetu tunawaomba, fomu hizi ni nyingi sana ambazo hatuwezi tukazipiga zote kwa pamoja tukamaliza. Hivyo mkutane na mkubaliane katika makundi katika maeneo bunge yenu, watu 5 mhakikishe kwamba umepiga hesabu alafu mtutumie ili tuweze kujumlisha pamoja. Hii inaonyesha kwamba kwa njia moja au nyingine tumekuwa tu unajua, wakati ambapo we mwenyewe hujaathirika na jambo fulani, unaona kwamba wale wengine wanafanya upuzi, wanafanya utoto, hawajiwezi. Lakini wakati ambapo unaingia pale na kuona hali ilivyo, ndipo inabidi uthamini yale ambayo watu wale wanafanya.
Naam, Chris. Kabla Kapche azungumze kidogo, nataka kauli yake tu moja, alafu Kapche uzungumze, manake hii ilikuwa inaniwasha tangu tuanze mazungumzo haya, lakini nikaona mambo ibuka, tukasema tuwezungumzia. Alafu Chris, kama wakili, naona mawakili sasa wameanza kutabasamu.
Ni msimu wa kuvuna.
Yaani nimesubiri kulisema hili kwa sababu tayari baadhi ya wagombea wameanza kulalamika, wamesema wataenda kotini. Na jana juzi hakuwa na vitu kama hivi. Na pia kulikuwa na watu kuchokozana katika mitandao ya kijamii wakisema mawakili sasa hivi wamekasirika sana, hakutokuwepo na kazi. Lakini naona tayari mshaanza kufurahia. Ama inakuwa vipi hali halisi katika mambo kama haya?
Unajua sasa hii hata roho yetu sasa imekuanza kwa sababu kama watu wengi wanakubali ushindi, sasa hata sisi tunaona hapa pengine sasa kuna jinsi ambavyo kazi inapungua. Lakini sasa kurejelea mambo hiyo, mimi nasema Anyway, sisi
umegonga ndipo. Unaona vile anapocheka mpaka anashindwa kujieleza.
Ndio maana nimesema nilikuwa nasubiri kwa hamu.
Unajua watu hawawezi lalamika tu juu ya kulalamika. Kwa sababu hata hiyo shughuli ya mahakama tena inahitaji mtu achimbe zaidi kwa mfuko. So ni jambo ambalo pia hatuwezi kuyafurahia because sasa wakati mtu anapokataa matokeo, kwanza pia inakuwa ni kama mambo ambayo inatatiza usalama, kwa sababu hujui wafuasi watangojea ende mahakamani ama waanze kunyosheana vidole na wafuasi wa ile mrengo wengine. Lakini tukirejelea hii mambo swala nzima, mimi nataka kusema ya kwamba wacha wale ambao wanalalamika walalamike. Lakini haya tetezi zote, unajua lazima tetezi ama lawama yoyote iwe na ile ushahidi wa kutosha ambayo inaweza weka mahakama afadhali iweke muda hata mchache sana kuyasikiliza. So kwa mimi nadhani kwamba bado tutaenda kushuhudia watu wengi ambao watakataa, kwa sababu haya matokeo bado yanazidi kuingia moja baada ya nyingine. Lakini sasa sisi tutangojea tu tuhakikisha ya kwamba nchi iwe utulivu, wafuasi wasiwe na tumbo joto, wahakikisha kwamba wangojee wagombezi wao wapatie mwelekeo, wale wanaoelekea mahakamani waelekee. Lakini cha muhimu zaidi tuhakikisha kwamba tume ya Iebc iwe na fursa, na nimeona jinsi sahihi kile ambacho kinaendelea katika ukumbi wa Bomas. Mambo yametulia, mambo yametulia kama uji wa mtoto. Sasa hivi ndio jinsi ambavyo tunataka, lakini wasifurahie mandhari hiyo ya utulivu, ili walegeze ile mwendo wa kuhakikisha kwamba wanatoa yale matokeo jinsi ambavyo tunatarajia.
Arif, kinachonifurahisha ni kwamba amejaribu kulikwepa swali hilo.
Lakini amekubali.
Akarudi pale.
Hata wao walikuwa wana wasiwasi, lakini sasa kama ambaye kiroho kimeanza kutulia, wanasema wapo kumbe wawili watatu ambao wanalala.
Nakumbuka kuna kipindi mvua ilikuwa inanyesha sana jijini Nairobi na katika maeneo mengine. Kwa hiyo ikabuni kazi nyingi sana kwa vijana. Tukizungumzia vijana ni wa kike na wa kiume. Maeneo ya Gikomba pale, ukizunguka mjini, watu na vitambara ama sifongo zao, sponge zile na maji, wanafutia na kuwapangusia watu viatu. Kwa hiyo licha ya kero lililopo la tope, wale walikuwa wanavuna kupitia
kabisa.
Sasa ghafla mvua kazi ikakatika. Sasa ndio kama hivi, lakini yote kheri, kila mtu na kazi yake, na bila shaka yote haya yamepangwa kutokea. Kwa hiyo angalau pia
Arif, nikukatize tena.
No.
Kuna hili swala ambalo ningependa kulileta ndani kutokana na alikuwa anaitwa Amina Munyazi ambaye ameshinda kiti cha ubunge ODM. Na nataka kuleta nafasi ya mtoto wa kike kuhusiana na yote haya. Kwamba ukiangalia maeneo mengi sasa hivi, Kirinyaga walipokuwa kitangaza wagombea wote walikuwa 7. 5 walikuwa wanaume na wakafuatana hivyo 5. Walipokuwa kitangaza sasa taarifa rasmi, kina dada wanawake wakawa 2 wanaofuatilia, wa kwanza na wa pili. 3 hadi wa 7 wakawa ni wanaume. Ukirudi sehemu za Nakuru, kuna sasa hivi gavana nadhani ametangazwa rasmi wa kike, alafu seneta bado wa kike. Ukienda Homa Bay tunaye Gladys Wanga. Inaashiria nini katika uongozi wetu wa kitaifa? Kuna jambo ambalo linajitokeza kwamba nadhani namna ambavyo tumekuwa tukipalilia na kuhakikisha kwamba mtoto msichana amekuzwa na kapewa haki zake vizuri, matunda yake yameanza kuonekana vizuri. Na hivyo basi itabidi jamii yetu izidi kupalilia haya yote, ili tuzidi kuona wanawake wengi wakijitokeza kushinda katika ama kugombea nafasi hizi za uongozi. Manake awali ilikuwa kwamba wanawake hawapati nafasi hasa za uongozi. Kuna maeneo ambapo wanahusishwa sana, lakini ikifika katika uongozi wa kitaifa wanachukua nafasi ambazo ni za chini. Chukulia mfano sehemu ya Suna East, nadhani kwake Junet Mohamed. Katika eneo la Junet Mohamed mara hii hajaweza kupiga kampeni katika eneo lake rasmi, na yule ambaye ameweza kumfaa ni mke wake. Hivyo basi ikiwa tutazidi kuchochea ari za kinadada kuchukua nafasi za uongozi, basi mambo mengi mazuri yatazidi kuwa. Hata hivyo, tunapohakikisha kwamba tunamkuza mtoto msichana, tuhakikishe pia mtoto mvulana hajaachwa pale pale, ili mwishowe ajikute hajijui, hajitambui. Kwa hivyo nilitaka tu kuleta dhana kwamba kwa sababu kutokana na namna ambavyo taarifa zipo na takwimu zipo, tumeweza sana kushughulikia swala la kuinua na kutetea mtoto msichana katika jamii.
Naam, unataka kuchangia Charles? Harith kidogo Charles.
Nilikuwa nataka nichangie nishikilie tu hapo mahali ambapo mwenzangu amenena. Ni kwamba hii shughuli, unaona tulikuwa na tetezi kuwa bunge ilishindwa kupitisha ile sheria ya thuluthi tatu, ile 1/3 of gender rule ambayo katiba iliweka kwamba bunge lipitishe. Lakini katika hii masuala ya ulingo wa kisiasa, mimi kile ambacho ningesema imechangia ni kwamba tumeanza kuingia katika ile siasa ambayo kuna ukakamavu ya kwamba mtoto wa kike, mwanamke anaweza jitosha pale, sio kungojea eti kupewa ama sheria itungwe ndio ndiposa sheria ndio iwalinde. Sisi kama jamii yafaa hii kuwe ni ile hatua nzuri zaidi ya kuhakikisha kwamba kama ni kugombea, kila mtu ako na haki na kuna uwanja sawa ambaye haina viroboto ama na haina zile virutu.
Charles, kwanza samahani, naona nimekuwa nikikuita Chris kwa muda mrefu, lakini ndio kama hivyo. Unajua wakati mwingine mazungumzo yakiwa matamu au chakula kikiwa kitamu, wakati mwingine hata mfupa unaweza kuumeza, vile vifupa unavimeza bila kutambua. Lakini Charles, naomba uniwe radhi kwa hilo. Sasa umezungumza kuhusiana na wanawake wajishirikishe katika kutafuta nyadhifa za kuchaguliwa. Wasisubiri sana kupewa, kwa sababu ile thuluthi 2/3 wanasema thuluthi mbili ya kijinsia inaanza kujitokeza polepole. Sasa labda ni kufahamu vizuri, unaona kwamba ukizungumza hivyo, hii nyadhifa ambayo iliyotolewa kwa wanawake, woman rep, iondolewe kwa sababu ni kama wanawake wanapewa kiti bure. Unasemaje kuhusiana na hili? Na iwapo kama wana uwezo, kama tulivyoona wanawake wengi wanaingia katika nyadhifa saa hizi kwa kuchaguliwa, hii nyadhifa ama wadhifa wa woman rep vipi utolewe sasa? Manake umewasaidia sana.
Harith, kabla Charles hajazungumza, nataka nizungumze hili moja ambalo tulipokuwa kabla wakati wa uchaguzi kulikuwa tuna hizi kampeni na katika janja zetu zile za kutafuta habari tulikuwa tunaingia kwenye mikutano mingine ya wanawake ambao walikuwa wanasema wanafanya kila juhudi, japo wanawake wamepewa hiyo nafasi kama hii ya uwakilishi wa wanawake wa eneo bunge bungeni, hiyo ni ya wanawake peke yake, lakini walikuwa wanasema hatutaki kupewa hiyo, isiwe ni kama tu zawadi ama nguo umemnunulia mtu namwambia basi shika hii uvae, iwe ni ile yenye wao wenyewe wamejitafutia. Sasa kile kilikuwa kinaendelea kwenye ile mikutano ile ni kwamba walikuwa wanataka wafanye kila wawezalo wahakikishe wale wanawake ambao wataweza kuchaguliwa, wale ambao watu watakwenda debeni wawatumbukizie kura pale ndani, waseme mimi nimemchagua mwanamke huyu, ima ni awe ni wa MCA ama ni mbunge ama ni gavana ama ni seneta, awe amechaguliwa. Sasa wengi walisukuma hiyo, maanake wanasema hata kama ni women rep tumepewa, lakini kwa nini tungoje kupewa tu hivi? Ni kama ambaye sisi wenyewe hatuwezi kujipigania, na sheria iko huru, mwanamke mwanamume anaweza kujitosa kwenye kinyang'anyiro cha aina yoyote.
Ndio hapo ninapomuuliza Charles
na pia Charles, tumeona
wadhifa utolewe kwa sababu ni kama wabure, ni kama mtu unapewa zawadi. Sasa nyinyi wenyewe jipangeni mutupe, kwa sababu washapewa, yani kuseme ni kama timu moja, kwamba hapo awali wamekuwa kidogo hawa, lakini sasa hivi wameambiwa hii mtafuteni mnayemtaka mumpe kwenye timu yenu. Sasa itolewe kwa sababu wanawake wamekuwa wakipigania haki sawa, wamekuwa wakipigania usawa katika jamii, kisiasa, kijamii, kiuchumi na kimambo mengi tu. Kwa hiyo unaonaje Charles?
Kile ambacho ningesema kama ingekuwa ni uwezo wangu, kwa sababu unajua wakati hiyo nyadhifa ya uwakilishi wa kike bungeni, unajua bunge ni mahali ya kutunga sheria, na wawakilishi kike hawaendi bungeni kutunga sheria tu ambayo inahusu wanawake. Ndiposa huwa watu wanasema Kenya tuko overrepresented, kwa sababu tuko na nyadhifa mbalimbali ambayo bado kazi yao ni moja. So kwa maoni yangu, jinsi ambavyo tumeona wanawake wanaweza kujipigania na nyadhifa hizi, na hata wananchi wenyewe wako na uwezo na wanaweza kuchagua. Sasa wameanza kuangalia uongozi sio kwa jinsia, lakini ni kwa uwezo wa mtu kibinafsi kuhakikisha kwamba yale jukumu ambalo linahitajika pale mtu wao pia wana uwezo. So kwa maoni yangu, hata kwa wakati huu huenda tukapata wanawake wengi zaidi ambao wamechaguliwa kirasmi. Sasa hii ya kupewa ndio hawataki hata wanawake wao wenyewe, wanasema mtu weke kiwanja iwe sawa. Sasa mimi nafurahi sana na wale wa mama zetu, madada zetu, majishemeji wetu ambao walijitosha katika ile ulingo na wakahakikisha ya kwamba wameongea na wananchi, na wananchi wote iwe wanaume wa kike wameweza kuwachagua na kuwapatia nafasi ya kuongoza katika kiwango hiki.
Na tumeona ikifanya kazi, manake pia kuna zile sehemu nyote mwafahamu, kuna sehemu kadhaa humu nchini ambazo bado mwanamke hajaonekana kama anaweza kuchukua hatamu ya uongozi katika zile jamii, lakini kwenye huu uchaguzi huu kunayo maeneo bunge ambayo yameweza kuwachagua wanawake kuweza kuwawakilisha katika nyadhifa tofauti tofauti.
Nafikiri pia kusisitizia hilo ambalo Charles amesema ni kweli, baadhi ya wanawake hawataki hii nafasi. Wakitusikia najua wengine watakasirika, lakini tumeona kwamba katika kipindi kila wanawake waliochaguliwa kama mwakilishi mwanamke katika sehemu fulani na wakajitoa wakajiingiza katika kinyang'anyiro cha kuwania ubunge wa kuchaguliwa katika maeneo tofauti, na wengi wamepita. Wapo majina, yapo mengi tu ambao wamekuonyesha kwamba watu wanataka kujionyesha kwamba sisi pia tunaweza, na bila shaka. Lakini mbali na hayo, Charles, naomba unikosoe kama nitakuwa nimekosea pia. Otieno, hii nafasi unajua watu wamekuwa wakiitamka visivyo kwa mtazamo wangu, labda sijui ndo mimi ndio nakosea ama ni watu. Hii nafasi ni woman representative, yani mwakilishi mwanamke, na sio women representative, na sio mwakilishi wa wanawake, kwa sababu huyu hawakilishi wanawake pekee, ni mwakilishi mwanamke. Mwanamke amepewa fursa ya kuwa mwakilishi, kwa hiyo anakuwa mwakilishi mwanamke, sio mwakilishi wa wanawake, kwa sababu hawakilishi wanawake peke yake. Charles, sijui kama nitakuwa nimekosea nikisema hivyo. Na Otieno,
jinsi ambavyo umekieleza ni sawa, lakini hiyo ni kwa ile matamshi, lakini kwa ile jukumu ambalo huyu mwakilishi kike anafanya, sio shughuli ya kuwakilisha wanawake. Ndipo sasa nasema ya kwamba hiyo ni matamshi, lakini ukiangalia kwa undani, na tena ndiposa watu walikuwa nasema, na hiyo itabidi ni mambo ya sheria ili tupate ile interpretation vizuri, ya kwamba haimaanishi ya kwamba hata mimi nikiamua leo nataka kuwania kiti cha mwakilishi kike eti naweza zuiliwa. So ndiposa nilikuwa nasema hii dhana ya kwamba yule mwakilishi kike ni ile tu kujaza sanduku ili kuhakikisha ya kwamba wanawake wako na mtu wa kuwawakilishia, ama hii jukumu gani haswa ili ilifanya tukue na mwakilishi kike. Unajua sasa hapo ni masuala ya kisheria sasa, ili itafsiriwe, ili tupate ni jinsi ambavyo tunaikielewa, ama ni mambo mengine ambayo haswa kisheria bado ambayo hayakuwa yamejadiliwa kikamilifu.
Nadhani mara nyingi akifika mahali pa kujadiliana kuhusu jinsia huwa najaribu kukwepa kidogo kwa sababu una nafasi hii ya mwakilishi.
Otieno, niruhusu tu nikukate kauli kidogo. Naarifiwa kwamba viongozi wa makanisa mbalimbali ama viongozi wa dini wapo katika kongamano fulani eneo la Karen, na wanazungumzia kuhusu uchaguzi ambao kwa sasa unaendelea. Wacha tuwasikize.
One day or so or hours we hope to receive a reply. But firstly, as you know, there have been initiatives like now with Archbishop Olisapit, and I think as eminent persons represent also this group. The main thing to note here is that we are all on the trail. We want to pass messages, and if one or two have met, we are very happy indeed that that same message has been communicated. Okay. Well, okay. Just come in. 50%.
Nitaanza kusema kwa kifupi yale tumesema kwa Kiingereza. Ya kwanza, tumeshukuru wa Kenya ambao walijitokeza kwa wingi kupiga kura siku ya Jumanne na njia ya amani. Tunawapa pongezi kwa vile wameonyesha umahiri wao, pia kwa kugojea ili tume ya uchaguzi ya IEBC itangaze matokeo, na tunaendelea kuwahimiza kwamba waendelee kugojea. Tunajua kwamba IEBC inatangaza wakati wameweza kuona original form ya form 34A ambazo zimetapakaa kokote nchini, na tunagojea tuone kwamba wamefanya hiyo, kwa kimombo inaitwa verification, waone kwamba zile kura ambazo ziko kwa mtandao ama kwa ile poto ndizo zile ambazo zitaletwa na returning officers, na hiyo imechukua muda, na tunaomba Wakenya tukue na uvumilivu, tugojee matokeo. Ya pili ni kwamba tumeona kwamba kuna wale wafanyikazi kama presiding officers na returning officers ambao wameshikwa na polisi na wengine wakashikwa na public, kwa sababu wameshikwa wakifanya mambo ambayo sio ya hawaruhusiwi kufanya. Wengine wameshikwa na ballot papers, wengine wameshikwa wakifungua masanduku, na tunahimiza kwamba kila yeyote ambaye anafanya kazi na IEBC ajue kwamba yeye mwenyewe binafsi atashukuliwa hatua kali ijapo atapatikana akifanya mambo ambayo hailingani na sheria. Tunaendelea kuhimiza kwamba wale ambao walisimama cheo cha urais, tunawaomba kwa heshima waendelee kuonyesha uvumilivu ili tuweze kugojea IEBC itangaze matokeo, na tunawaomba kwamba yale watatamka maneno yao na yale watafanya yaye ni ya kutuunganisha sisi kama Wakenya, sio ya kutuweka upande. Kwa hivyo ni hayo tu tunaomba, na tunaendelea kuomba Wakenya wote tuwe na subra wakati huu tunangojea matokeo ya
la viongozi wa kidini. Anayezungumza hapo akiwa ni katibu mkuu wa bodi ya makanisa, bodi ya kitaifa ya makanisa humu nchini, Canon Chris Kinyanjui, na wito ni ule mmoja. Harith Otieno Charles, wito ni ule mmoja tunaosikia hapa kwa viongozi wa makanisa: utulivu, nao IEBC wajipange vilivyo waweze kutoa matokeo kwa muda unaofaa, angalau kupunguza wasiwasi ama mihemko yoyote miongoni mwa Wakenya.
Naam, iwapo mpiga kura angekuwa anafahamu hasa thamani na umuhimu wa utulivu, basi ingekuwa raha mustarehe. Katika mitandao ya kijamii kuna kanda fupi imeenea mitandaoni hii leo. Nafikiri ni moja kati ya vivumio ama trends ambazo zipo hivi. Juzi amekuwa akizungumza baada ya watu kupiga kura, watu wamekusanyika, wengine vikundi, akatoka akizungumzia watu kwa sauti tu, sijui ni sehemu gani, akamwambia uchaguzi umekwisha, ushapiga, nenda katafute, kaanze kazi yako, mkati wa leo tulete. Yani alikuwa anawaambia watu kwamba yaliyosalia si yako, yaliyosalia ni ya tume ya IEBC. Wewe kafanya shughuli yako, uliyempigia hata kuletea riziki ya siku hiyo. Kwa hiyo haina haja kujiweka katika vikundi, haina haja ya kufunga duka lako kwa hofu. Fanya kazi yako kama kawaida, rudi pale, jitafutie riziki yako ya siku. Iwapo Wakenya wote wangekuwa wanachukua mtazamo huu wa fikra, basi nafikiri tungekuwa sehemu nyingine ambayo bila shaka tungekuwa kama kielelezo.
Unajua kinachochangia haya yote ni ukosefu wa kuelewa vizuri kwamba mbona huwa tunapiga kura. Manake tunapopiga kura tunampa mtu kazi. Kwa hivyo hao wote ambao wawakilishi wote 290 ambao wale 349 ambao wote tutawachagua kuingia bungeni katika mabunge tofauti hapa national parliament, then inamaanisha kwamba watu hawa tunawapa kazi, waende wapate mshahara, na katika kupata mshahara wao waweze kututumikia sisi. Kwa hivyo sisi waajiri wao. Hata hivyo sisi wenyewe ambao ni waajiri ndio tunajikuta tukiwa mstari wa mbele kupigania haki za mwajiriwa. Mbona mwajiriwa hajaweza kupata nafasi hii? Kama hajaweza kupata nafasi hiyo ni kwa sababu waajiri waliona kwamba huenda hatoshi unga. Mbona basi tuendelee kuumizana ama kuleta mitafaruku, ila hali ni hali ya kumpa mtu kazi. Tutakapoelewa hivyo ndipo tutakapoanza kuelewa umuhimu wa uchaguzi. Ukiangalia katika mataifa yaliyostawi, baada ya kupiga kura kila mtu anaendelea na shughuli zake. Shughuli zinaendelea, manake umempa kazi yake. Kwa hivyo tuiangazie katika mtazamo wa kumpa mwanasiasa nafasi ya kazi, wala si mwanasiasa kukupa nafasi anakutumikia wewe. Kwa hivyo ikiwa anakutumikia, basi anafaa kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu ni amekuweka wewe mstari wa mbele. Lakini sisi tunamweka katika mstari wa mbele kuliko yeye kuwa ama kututumikia. Kati ya mambo ambayo tunafaa kuyazingatia ili mambo yawe mazuri katika usimamizi na katika uchaguzi nchini.
Naam, Kamche.
Aya, kwa sasa naambiwa sherehe zinaendelea kuonekana katika maeneo mbalimbali. Picha unazoziona hapo ni za kutoka eneo bunge la Westlands, kaunti hii ya Nairobi, ambapo mbunge mteule ama mbunge aliyekuwepo na bado amehifadhi kiti chake, Timothy Wanyonyi, ametangazwa kuwa ndiye mshindi wa eneo bunge hilo la Westlands. Timothy Wanyonyi amekuwa mbunge wa Westlands na vilevile hajataka kuondoka kwenye kiti hicho. Kwa hivyo awamu hii itakuwa ni yake tena, ambapo ameweza kutangazwa kama mshindi rasmi wa kiti hicho cha ubunge. Naona hapo wameshaanza kuzungumza, sijui kama tunaweza kusikiza tuone matokeo ni yapi, kama ameshinda kwa ngapi, na kama anayemfuata kwa karibu ni nani, na ameshinda kwa ngapi huyo anayemfuata kwa karibu. Kwa sababu kimekuwa ni kinyang'anyiro, kwa sababu imekuwa ni kinyang'anyiro ambacho kimekuwa cha karibu sana katika eneo bunge la Westlands. Hapa ni katika kituo cha KTTC. Haya, mtazamaji, tusikize, na naarifiwa kwamba sauti ipo sawa, tunaweza pata picha hizo na sauti pamoja. Haya, mtazamaji, hao ni wale walioweza kupata nafasi mbalimbali kwenye eneo bunge la Westlands. Kama unapomwona hapo chini ni Tim Wanyonyi akiwa anapokea cheti chake, na namuona msimamizi wa uchaguzi akiwa ameshika kipaza sauti. Natumai kwamba anataka kutuelezea mengi zaidi. Tim Wanyonyi hapo akiinua cheti alichokipata, ushindi ama furaha kwa ushindi aliyoupata. Kumbuka hiki ilikuwa ni kinyang'anyiro cha pata potea, maanake unapoingia kwenye mchezo wa siasa, unapoingia kwenye mashindano, basi inakuwa ni kama mchezo wa pata potea, kuna kupata na kuna kukosa. Sasa unapopata kama vile, inakuwa ni furaha sana kwako wewe uliyeweza kuteuliwa, na hususan kama unahifadhi kiti chako, basi inaonyesha kwamba wale wana eneo bunge lako ama wafuasi wako waliokupatia kura nyingi wana imani na wewe, wana imani na utendakazi wako. Kwa hivyo unapopata kiti tena, unapohifadhi imani kwa awamu ya pili, ya tatu, ya nne, lakini limradi tu umechaguliwa kwa mara ya pili, inaonyesha kwamba wale ulionao kwenye eneo bunge lako, basi wana imani na wewe, wana imani na utendakazi wako, na kwamba hawajali kukupatia nafasi ile kuweza kuwawakilisha tena na katika bunge la kitaifa kuweza kueleza shida zao. swala yao katika bunge la kitaifa. Kwa hivyo hapo Tim Wanyonyi ashakabiliwa cheti chake na anafurahia ushindi wa eneo bunge hilo la Westlands ambacho ni kiti alichoweza kukihifadhi baada ya kuingia kwenye kinyang'anyiro kikali na wagombea wengine waliokuwa wanakimezea mate sana kiti hicho cha ubunge wa Westlands, lakini kwa kuwa yeye ndiye ameshinda, basi bila shaka tutamalizia kwamba wale wengine hawakuweza kufanikiwa. Kwenye mashindano lazima kutakuwa mshindi na mshindwa. Sasa unapoibuka mshindi inakuwa ni furaha. Namwona Tim kama anataka kuzungumza na wanahabari. Bila shaka atakuwa anaeleza furaha yake kwa ushindi huu na atakuwa anaeleza furaha yake na shukrani yake kwa waliomchagua. Tumsikize.
Given the certificate after the win, but an overall feeling is good because I feel the confidence that the people of Westland have bestowed in me. It shows that for the last 2 terms that I've served them, I did something that they like, and today have been given a new mandate to serve them again, and I believe I'm going to serve them with the best of my ability, and I will not disappoint them. Yes.
Also, do you tell, given that 58,000 people have voted for you, and of course the voter turnout was over 160, even those people who didn't vote for you, Mheshimiwa, what do you tell?
I think what they say, the turnout was about 83,000, and I've managed to get 58,000, and these are the people who came out and expressed themselves and made a decision which I believe that maybe in the whole country, I may be the only elected leader who was elected in all polling stations, because I led in every polling station that was set aside in Westlands. Because when they announced the results, every polling station I won. And I believe that the people of Westlands have shown confidence that I am still their member of parliament, and I promise that I'm going to serve them to the best of my ability.
Where are you headed next? Are you going to Bomas of Kenya?
From here, we have to go and see the tallying of the presidential election results, so that we offer support where it's necessary, where it's needed. Yeah.
And finally, your message of peace, given that Kenyans are watching you.
I would like to tell Kenyans, my fellow Kenyans, today is a very important day for me and for all of us. As we await for the results for the presidential election, let us all remain calm. I'm sure Iebc is going to deliver the results within the time that is allowed. So for us, let us wait patiently and let us not excite anybody or make anyone to, to start rising emotions. So I believe that all of us, we have waited this long. We came out and voted. Let us wait for the results. I think nothing is going to go wrong. We wait for the results, and then we shall, all of us, make a decision either to celebrate or to support those who have won. Yeah.
Maybe finally, Mheshimiwa, tell us also, how do you find the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC's process this time around?
I think this election has been quite orderly. Iebc, let us give them credit where it is due. They have done an exemplary job. Of course, we cannot miss a few challenges here and there, but overall, I think they were above average. They have done very well. Let us support them. And the only thing that I believe we must do as a country is we must find a way to split this election, because 6 elections in one day is too much. And even the officers who are handling this, you can see they are overstretched. So if we allow ourselves to see if we can split this election into 2, maybe we have the presidential elections separate from the rest. Maybe it will save time and also reduce the tension that we normally have around this time. So that if we do parliamentary and maybe county election, and then the presidential election come along, I think it will be the best decision for us. Yeah. Asante. Thank you.
Katika eneo lile ama kituo kile ambacho mshindi wa eneo bunge ama kiti cha eneo bunge ameweza kutangazwa na yeye ndiye aliyehifadhi chake akiwa ameandamana na viongozi wengine.
Bila shaka alisema kwamba si mimi ni sisi, ndio ilikuwa kauli mbiu yake, na bila shaka kupata kwake kura kumethibitisha hilo. Labda nakumbuka Tim Wanyonyi ni mmoja kati ya walioonyesha nia yao kutaka kugombania ugavana wa Nairobi kabla ya mrengo waliokuwa nao kukaa chini na kuelewana, wakafanya hesabu zao, wakamwambia bingwa, bado kidogo, itabidi urudi pale alafu tufanye mambo baadaye, na akafuata kama mapendekezo ya chama chake. Na bila shaka katika eneo la bunge la Westlands inasemekana ni mtendaji sana.
Huyo ni mbunge wangu.
Na ni mtendaji sana, na labda unaweza kulithibitisha hili manake.
Mbunge wangu kwa sababu uzuri wake ni kwamba hii ni mara awamu yake ya 3 sasa. Amepata awamu ya 3, miaka basi anaenda kugonga miaka 15 akiwa sasa mwakilishi pale. Alichukua nafasi hii baada ya Fred Gumo kuacha. Na ukiangalia wakati ambapo Fred Gumo alipokuwa pale na wakati ambapo jamaa amekuja pale, kumekuwa na mabadiliko mengi sana. Ukiangalia katika sehemu hii kuna mitaa ya mabanda, kuna sehemu ya Kawangware, kuna sehemu fulani ambayo inapatikana sehemu za chini inaitwaje, Thogoro ama jina limepotea. Hata hivyo katika mitaa hii ya mabanda ameweza kurahisisha maisha ya watu pale, mwanzo kwa kuhakikisha kwamba elimu, watu wengi wanathamini swala la elimu, kama nilivyozungumzia kuhusu pia Mvita kule. Ameweza kushughulikia swala la elimu ipasavyo. Ameweza kujaribu kutetea haki za watu. Tim amekuwa miongoni mwa watu ambao kuingia ofisini pake huhitaji kutafuta mtu kukupeleka kwake. Ukiamua kwenda pale kumpata ni rahisi. Nambari yake ya simu hajawahi kubadilisha. Ukimpigia kama ameshikika sana, arafa zinajibiwa. Kwa hivyo Tim kwa kawaida amekuwa steward, ameleta steward leadership katika eneo la Westlands, na nadhani ndio sababu ambazo zinafanya akachaguliwa tena. Na hii ndio ilikuwa msukumo. Watu wa Westlands ndio mwanzo walikuwa wametoka na msukumo wa Tim kuenda katika ngazi ya county ili aweze kushindania na kupigania nafasi ya ugavana Nairobi. Na kweli kwamba ikiwa kwamba Azimio itapoteza nafasi hii ya ugavana wa Nairobi, basi kutakuwa na maswali, mbona Tim hakupata nafasi? Na ikiwa Azimio itapata, basi Tim pia huenda alifanya maamuzi mazuri ya kuhakikisha kwamba amerudi chini, akaenda katika kugombea nafasi yake ile ili aweze kuitetea tena. Lakini kwa muktasari ni kwamba amekuwa mchapakazi ambaye anatetea haki za watu wake.
Naam, ndio kama hivyo basi. Kama unatizama runinga yako na iwapo ndio mwanzo unajiunga nasi, bado tunazungumzia ama gumzo lililopo sasa hivi si hapa studio peke yake, bali katika vikao tofauti, ni kuhusiana na kutiririka kwa matokeo ya kura za urais ambazo zinasubiriwa na wengi kwa sababu tofauti. Ukiangalia upande mwingine wa runinga yako, pia sherehe, mbwembwe, vifijo na nderemo vinaendelea nje ya afisi za kituo cha ujumlishaji kura katika maeneo ya Westlands, ambapo Tim Wanyonyi amekabidhiwa cheti chake dakika chache zilizopita, na nje alikuwa anasubiriwa na umati wa watu ambao bila shaka wamekuwa wafuasi wake. Kama alivyodokeza pale ni kwamba katika takriban vituo vyote vya kupigia kura katika eneo bunge la Westlands. Ametangazwa mshindi katika vituo vyote. Kwa hiyo ni kitu ambacho ni nadra kutokea, hususan ikizingatiwa ikizingatiwa ushindani uliopo baina ya wanasiasa katika maeneo tofauti, lakini hili limekuwa na upekee bila shaka kutokana na mambo mengi tu.
Unajua alikuwa anashindana nani? Na Nelson Havi wa
UDA ambaye
ilikuwa ni mara ya kwanza kujitosa.
Na ukiangalia, nilikuwa nikiangalia ripoti ya Mizani Afrika mwaka 2021, wakatoa ripoti yao kwamba Tima ndiye alikuwa miongoni mwa wabunge ambao wamekuwa na utendakazi bora zaidi kote nchini, akiwa na 65.9. Akaamua kutaka kuendea ngazi ya juu ya ugavana. Jungle Patrick Wainaina ambaye sasa hivi pia anagombea nafasi ya ugavana nadhani Kiambu. Alikuwa nambari ya kwanza. Kwa hivyo utendakazi wa watu hawa ndio unawafanya kujikuta kwamba watu wanawapenda, watu wanawataka tena wazidi kuendelea kuwaongoza tena.
Na ukiangalia hata Harith, kura alizoshinda nazo, manake hapo amesema kwamba waliojitokeza kupiga kura hiyo ni 1083 zaidi, na yeye ameweza kushinda na zaidi ya kura 1058. Sasa tofauti pale ni kura kama 1024 na wale, kwa hivyo wale wagombea wote waliokuwa pale kando sasa na Tim Wanyonyi wameweza kujaribu tu kung'ang'ania zile kura 1024 tu zenye ambazo yeye alizisaza.
Kuna kauli nilitaka kuitoa lakini naona ingenipeleka lakini mbali na hivyo, Charles, sijui mtazamo wako ni upi? Unaona pale katika runinga yako pia IEBC bado inaendelea kujiandaa na shughuli zinaendelea kwa njia ya ustaarabu sasa hivi. Unaona kwamba labda watu wameona umuhimu, Charles, watu wameona umuhimu wa kuwapa fursa ya kuendelea na kazi yao ili kusiwe na sababu ya kwamba tulikuwa tunasumbuliwa ndio maana hatukuweza kufanya tulichotaka kukifanya kwa muda ufaao. Charles,
nadhani kuchangia hiyo swala ya Tim kwamba najua alirejelea kugombea kiti hicho baada ya mambo yake kwa ile azma yake kutaka kuwa gavana ya Nairobi kutoenda sawa sawa. Alafu akarejelea pale kama kuna uteuzi ambao ilikuwa imeendelea na ulikuwa umekamilika wa chama cha ODM. Lakini licha ya hayo yote tumeona ya kwamba watu bado wakampa fursa ya kuendeleza kazi hiyo mzuri, kwa sababu tukiangalia jinsi ambavyo amekuwa akifanya kazi, ni mtu ambaye amekuwa na tajriba ya miaka mingi, alafu tena ile utendakazi wake ulidhihirika wazi. So nadhani kwamba hiyo ni masuala ambayo yalichangia sana ili kurejea kwake katika bungeni, na tumeona jinsi ambavyo watu wamefurahi. Hata yeye ako na uso wa kutabasamu, watu nyuso zao zote zimejaa furaha. Niposa tu huwa tunasihi watu ya kwamba ili tukihakikisha tunapatia watu nyadhifa ya uongozi, tuhakikisha ya kwamba wale ambao tunapatia ni watu ambao mienendo na tabia na jinsi ambavyo wamehudumu katika zile nyadhifa mbalimbali, kwa sababu kuna wale pia wamehudumu katika nyadhifa sio za uongozi, lakini jinsi ambavyo walifanya kazi, utendakazi wao katika zile kiwango mbalimbali na nyadhifa mbalimbali ni kitu ambacho kinaweza fanya mtu akuwe na ile uaminifu. Yani ile katika lugha ya kimombo ina inspire confidence ya kwamba mtu anaweza kufanya kazi vizuri jinsi akipewa nafasi. So hiyo ni ishara tosha kuwa watu yafaa wakuwe wajaribu kufanya kazi. Hii tabia mienendo ni kwamba unaweza angalia jinsi hata mwenzako anajaribu kuchapa kazi hata kama una uwezo, lakini uanze kufanya ili
uibe angalau moja mbili tatu,
alafu uwe na ile ishara kwamba wewe waweza kufanya jambo hilo ukipewa nafasi na ukiendelea huenda kukawa na utofauti.
Naam, kuna jambo moja pia ambalo limejitokeza tukisikiza jumbe kutoka mashirika tofauti, swala la kanisa kutoa sauti yao kwa wakati kama huu. Tumeona kwamba wameita kongamano, wamejikusanya na wakatoa wito mmoja kwa Wakenya kushikilia amani, na vile wito kwa IEBC kuweza kuendeleza shughuli hii nzima kwa uwazi. Kanisa imekuwa ikitoa sauti kuanzia wakati wa kampeni hadi kufikia sasa. Umuhimu wa sauti ya kanisa katika wakati huu ambao tuko.
Nadhani hata kama wale ambao sio Wakristo, mimi ni Mkristo, la ili ukiona viongozi wa makanisa mbalimbali, dhehebu mbalimbali, kwa sababu ni madhehebu tofauti ambalo wamekuja pamoja na kuhakikisha ya kwamba wanatoa kauli yao katika wakati unaofaa. Unajua mara nyingi kama sio tu kauli ya wanasiasa, lakini kauli ya viongozi wa makanisa, viongozi wa kidini, wa dhehebu mbalimbali, sauti yao ni sauti iko na maana sana. Ndiposa tulisema ya kwamba jinsi ambavyo uchaguzi wa mwaka huu, jinsi ambavyo ulipangwa, ile mpangilio na taratibu yake imekuwa tofauti sana na hata uchaguzi ule ya miaka ya nyuma. Ndiposa jinsi ambavyo hata Mheshimiwa Tim amesema pale, give credit where it is due, wakati huu kwa sababu hii mpangilio ya viongozi wa makanisa, mashirika ya vyombo vya habari na media council, jinsi ambavyo walikuja pamoja ili wahakikisha ya kwamba mambo hii na shughuli nzima na hii mchakato iwe mchakato ambayo iko na mpangilio na taratibu, na ile ambayo inafanya ile jinsi ambayo nasema ina inspire confidence. Sasa jinsi ambavyo viongozi wa makanisa wazidi kufanya hiyo ili watu tusiwe tunasikiza tu wanasiasa na watu wa mirengo mbalimbali na wafuasi, lakini viongozi wa kanisa pia wachangie shughuli hii.
Shukran sana Charles Omanga. Nukta nzuri hiyo ya kutukamilishia hapa. Harith, naarifiwa kwamba hatuna muda, kwa hivyo nataka nimpe nafasi hii Otieno atupatie pengine kauli zake za mwisho, alafu kisha tufunge tuelekee katika ukumbi wa Bomas.
Kwangu ningependa kuwahimiza Wakenya wote kwa jumla kwamba zoezi hili litakuja na litatuacha tena, litatuaga. Kile kitakachobaki ni sisi wa Kenya, wewe na jirani yako. Hivyo basi tukidumisha amani na tuendeleze kutangamana kwema kwetu namna ambayo tumekuwa tukifanya, basi mambo yatakuwa mazuri. Jirani yako ni rafiki yako, ndio utakuwa naye. Yule kiongozi amepata kazi, umemwajiri, hivyo basi wewe baki pale kuangalia kama kweli atafanya yale ambayo alikuahidi kufanya. Sina la kuongezea, na watakia kila laheri, amani iweze kudumu.
Naam, asante sana. Sasa mimi kauli yangu ya mwisho nitaka tufanye hesabu za haraka. Mimi Charles na Kamche na Otieno. Wajua hesabu zinatatiza. Hesabu zinatatiza, ndio maana Iebc imesema tulieni, wacheni tufanye mambo yetu sisi kama wataalamu. Commissioner Nyang'aya jana alizungumza, sema mambo ya sisi
tuna siku 7. Alisema
hesabu zinatatiza. Sasa tufanyeni hesabu za haraka tukiwa hapa studio na nyumbani kama
unasikiliza pia. Wataka kuturudisha darasani
haraka tukuonyesha jinsi gani. Kuonyesha jinsi gani.
Hesabu zilikuwa zinapita na koda zote mbili.
Kuonyesha tu isibati. Kujaribu kuthibitisha jinsi gani kazi ya hesabu inakuwa ngumu. Kwa hiyo tusiharakishe pia jamaa. Mwezi una siku ngapi?
Inategemea Harith.
Kiujumla tu.
Siku takriban 30.
Sasa wiki ina siku ngapi?
7.
Ina siku 7 Na mwezi una wiki ngapi?
4.
Wiki 4. Sasa 7 mara 4 ni ngapi?
28.
Sasa mbona hazijatimia 30 na mwezi una siku 30?
Ndipo tukatumia neno takriban.
Kwa sababu Februari peke yake ndio tunapata na siku 28 ama 29. Februari peke yake. Kwa kiujumla wake tukitafuta ile average tunaipata ni siku 30. Sasa hesabu zinakuwa zinatatiza namna hii. Kama wewe si mtaalamu, waachie wataalamu wafanye. Vinginevyo utamana. Kamche Charles.
Kwa hivyo mwezi halali unataka kuniambia katika hizo hesabu zote tumezipiga, mwezi halali ni ule mwezi wa Januari ambao huwa una siku 28.
Siku 30. Februari ndio unakuwa
na halali. Maana yake hesabu yako imetupatia siku 28. Sasa huo ndio mwezi halali. Huo ndio mwezi wenyewe tunafaa kutambua.
28 ni Februari ndio. 28
mwezi wa Februari unakuwa na siku 28.
Sasa hii hesabu ya 28 ni iwapo tutakuwa tunajifanyia mambo kwa kupapia. Tunafanya hesabu zetu haraka tutafika 28 na ambapo hesabu kamili ni 30.
Sasa Otieno na Charles, nimegundua kitu kimoja. Hapa Harith kama anapeana mifano, anapenda sana kupeana mifano ya soka. Sijui anasema sijui mkiwa uwanjani, sijui uwanjani mpira umeenda, sijui kona ama sijui mtu amepewa red. Sasa mimi yani Harith wanipoteza, manake mimi na mpira.
Alafu sasa hii ya isibati alikuwa mtaalamu.
wake na
hii ya Iebc hadi tamtoa wapi sasa? Kwa hivyo sasa ya mpira ndio hiyo kucheza kabubu. Sasa hadi tena ameingia mambo ya masuala ya Iebc, amekuwa mtaalamu pale. Sasa tunashangaa ni hesabu gani haya?
Charles, ni hesabu rahisi tu, lakini jibu la unajua kuna watu hupenda kusema unajua maswali sio magumu. Majibu ndio yanakuwa magumu. Ndio kama kupiga kura sio kugumu.
Na ndiposa Waswahili wakasema ya Ngoswe mwachie Ngoswe.
Bila shaka, bila shaka.
Itabidi tuachie Ngoswe wamalize. Sisi itabidi tu tuangalie, lakini mwisho yote ikitimia tunasema haya alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah yote yakamilika.
Cha Kaisari apewe Kaisari, kwa hiyo wacha IEBC wafanye mambo yao. Sisi tusubiri, tutashatekeleza letu ambalo lilikuwa tunatarajiwa kutekeleza. Kwa hiyo mbali na hayo, tunaona pia katika runinga yako sherehe bado zinaendelea. Ngoma ya Esikoti kama sijakosea maeneo ya Westlands inaendelea kutokana na ushindi wake mkubwa tu Tim Wanyonyi ambaye amekuwa mbunge kwa kipindi cha 3 ama awamu ya 3 sasa. Na pale juu kidogo ukumbi wa Bomas ambayo ni makao makuu ya tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC, ambao tunaona mambo yanakwenda kistaarabu sasa kwa macho yetu ambayo tunatizama, hatujui kinachoendelea kule ndani kwa sababu wakati mwingine mambo mengine yanakuwa na uzuri wa mkakasi. Lakini mbali na hayo, tunatarajia kwamba kupitia wanahabari wetu ni kwamba mambo yanakwenda shwari sasa. Kulikuwa tuna tetesi na si utufahamu fulani pale katika ukumbi wa Bomas, lakini yote hayo yametatuliwa na sasa mambo ni shwari. Na sherehe mbali na Westlands kuna maeneo tofauti ambayo bila shaka sherehe kama hizi zinaendelea, na hii ndio hali au taswira ambayo inafaa kujirudia katika taifa zima, taswira ya raha, furaha. Ukiwa umeshinda unashukuru, umeshindwa pia unakubali, vuta subra na kuwahongera na kuwapongeza wale ambao wameibuka kidedea. Kumbuka ni kura tu ambayo bila shaka watu wanaipiga, na kama ulivyosema ni jambo la kuja na kuondoka, na mambo mengine yatakuja baadaye. Cha msingi ni kwamba taifa lisalie na amani, kwa sababu bila amani hakutokuwa na maendeleo. Kamche.
Naam, Harith, kuna swala moja hapa naona bado tuko na muda kidogo ambao tunaweza kulizungumzia. Tumetaja ama katika mazungumzo haya yetu tumeona tukitaja kwamba kuna vyama ambavyo vimeweza kuongoza katika maeneo tofauti, ima ni ODM, ima ni UDA, ima ni PA, na hivi vyama vimekuwa vingi. Sijui wachanganuzi wetu katika pekua zenu hizi za kuangalia huku ndiye ameshinda, huyu ndiye amepoteza, hii mirengo ama hivi vyama katika pekua zenu mumeona kama ni vyama vingi vipi ambavyo uwakilishi wake pengine unaweza kuwa wa juu kwa bunge lijalo? Tuanze na wewe Otieno.
Unajua kinachofanyika ni kwamba nitakusomea takwimu fulani ambazo zilifanyika katika uchaguzi huu. Chama cha UDA kiliweza kuwa na wagombea 261 kati ya maeneo bunge 290. Kati ya maeneo bunge 290, na ANC waliweza kuweka wagombea 71 kati ya 290. Ford Kenya walikuwa na 34, Maendeleo Chap 28, PA 17, ODM 181. Lakini kinachofanyika ni gani?
Jaribu 17.
Katika uchaguzi wa sasa hivi takwimu zimebadilika. Zimebadilika vipi? Kwamba Kenya Kwanza kwa jumla sasa hivi taarifa kabla ya kwenda hewani leo ni kwamba Kenya Kwanza ilikuwa imepata kwa viti 349 ambazo zipo waliweza kupata 120. Hapa Azimio ikiwa na 134. Sasa tunagawa hizi vipi? UDA ambayo ni chama chake naibu rais imepata wabunge 101. Na ANC imeweza kupata wabunge 6. Kumbuka ANC iliweza kuwa na wabunge 14 bungeni.
Bunge lililopita.
Mudavadi huyu. Sasa saizi ana wabunge 6. Na ujue wabunge hawa kwake kwenyewe katika eneo lake bunge, eneo bunge lake pale amekosa. Ameweza mbunge wa pale sasa hivi ni wa UDA. Ford Kenya ilikuwa imepata sasa hivi wabunge 6, waliweza kuwa na wabunge 13 bungeni bunge lililopita. PA ni chama kipya sawa na UDA. PA ina watatu, alafu Maendeleo Chapchap kwa sasa ina wabunge wawili. Kumbuka kwamba Maendeleo Chapchap ilikuwa na wabunge 4 hapo awali. Alafu DP na TSP ya Kiunjuri nadhani na mbunge mmoja kila chama. Alafu Azimio ODM kwa sasa ina wabunge 88. Hili ni nyongeza kwa ODM. Ifikia hapo sasa hivi ni nyongeza kwa sababu ODM hapo awali ilikuwa na wabunge 73. 76. Samahani. Sasa hivi wana 88. Kwa hivyo umeongeza 8 juu yake. Jubilee ina wabunge 23. Cha kushangaza zaidi. Kumbuka kwamba hapo awali Jubilee ilikuwa na wabunge 172. Kwa hivyo japo idadi yao inaonesha kwamba wamefanya vizuri kuliko vyama vingine, lakini ukilinganisha na rekodi ya wao wenyewe wamefanya vibaya. Na tunaelewa sababu zenyewe zinazojitokeza. Wiper ina wabunge 8 kwa sasa, ilikuwa na wabunge 23. DAP Kenya ina wabunge 5 kwa sasa. Hiki ni chama ambacho ni kipya kwa sasa, kwa hivyo hatuwezi tukateta sana kuhusu udhibiti wake. KANU chama cha baba na mama kina wabunge 3 kutoka wabunge 10 hapo awali. Alafu UDM ambayo imeweza kupata uungwaji mkono sana katika nadhani maeneo ya North Eastern ina wabunge 3 kwa sasa. Hivyo ndivyo takwimu zenyewe zinaonyesha kwamba tukiangazia kwa undani kuna wale ambao wamepoteza, kuna wale ambao wamepata. Na hasa ningependa, mbona nimeleta mjadala huu, ni kwamba ukiangalia agizo lilotolewa na makubaliano ya Kenya Kwanza kuhusiana na tunataka asilimia fulani kutoka kwa nyinyi ili muweze kupata nafasi fulani. Walikuwa wameahidiwa Moses Wetangula pamoja na Bwana Mudavadi kwamba wanafaa kufikia asilimia ngapi? 70. Hadi sasa hivi Vihiga ina wagombea wangapi? Sasa tunafaa kujua kwamba ODM, si ODM bali Azimio limeweza kudhibiti Vihiga kwa asilimia 63.7. UDA Kenya Kwanza ikifuata kwa asilimia 35.4. Sasa tayari 70 haijatokea pale Vihiga. Gavana wa Vihiga na seneta wa Vihiga wote ni kutoka katika chama cha ODM. Tunaelewana? Alafu ODM imeshinda viti 3 kwa viti 5. Ukienda Bungoma ambaye ni Moses Masika Wetangula, yeye pale Ford Kenya imefanya vizuri sana, manake imeweza kupata viti 4 kwa viti 9. Na Wetangula mwenyewe ameweza kuchaguliwa kama seneta.
Amehifadhi kiti.
Kwa hivyo amehifadhi kiti chake. Na gavana ni yule gavana aliyekuwa hapo awali ambaye anaitwa Ken Lusaka. Taarifa ni kwamba anarudi tena. Alafu Wambilianga ambaye alikuwa women rep nadhani baada amehifadhi tena kiti chake kwa chama cha Ford Kenya. Alafu chama cha Kenya ama muungano wa Kenya Kwanza umeweza kupata asilimia karibu 63.4. Kwa hivyo kule Bungoma Bwana Wetangula amejaribu. Amekosea kwa asilimia 6.3. Lakini huku kwingine maji yametufika koni. Sasa sijui kama makubaliano yatakuwepo tena, tutatimiza ama tutatimiza.
Iwapo kama Kenya Kwanza ndio.
Asante.
Ni hesabu nzito, ni kama zile Charles nilizozitoa.
Nadhani bado kwa jinsi ambavyo tunazidi kupata matokeo rasmi, mambo haya bado huenda yakabadilika. Kuna zile mirengo na vyama mbalimbali ambao huenda wakaongeza wabunge na mawakilishi pale. So ni swala ambalo kwa wakati huu wacha tu jinsi tulivyosema, wacha tuyaachilie tume huru ya mpaka na uchaguzi waendelee kufanya kuhakiki na kufanya ujumuishaji wa zile matokeo ambazo zinakuja. Lakini sasa unajua lafaa kila mtu au mrengo yote iombe Mungu ili mrengo itatoa ushindi, kuhakikisha kwamba wako na wajumbe tosha ili kuhakikisha kwamba wanaweza pitisha zile sera zao na miswada mbalimbali. Kwa kwa sababu unajua uongozi, ukiwa na uongozi alafu hauna wabunge, kwa sababu hata kama mradi mbalimbali ni sharti kuhakikisha kwamba kuna sheria ambayo inalainisha mpangilio huo. So kwa wakati huu sasa itabidi tu jinsi ambavyo watu mrengo ilijaribu kujipigia upatu, kuhakikisha kwamba mrengo itashinda, wawe na wabunge tosha ili kuhakikisha kwamba mswada ya kiserikali hazitatizwi aidha katika bunge ya seneti ama bunge la kitaifa.
Lakini pia swala linaloibuka hapa ni kwamba tunaona hivi vyama vipya pia vimeweza kujizolea idadi fulani ya bunge. Huenda ikawa pia hii ndio ambayo pia pengine imepunguza kutoka vyama vile vya zamani.
Kweli kabisa, maana na tena unajua hiyo pia ni ishara tosha kwamba demokrasia yetu inazidi kukua, ambapo hii siasa ya vyama vingi wakati huu ndio tunaanza sasa kuifurahia, kwa sababu tuko na uhuru, unaunda chama chako na kesho uko na wafuasi, na hii pia inalingana na sera sasa. Ndipo sasa nilisema kwamba kile ambacho kimetofautisha siasa ya wakati huu sasa haijakuwa katika ile siasa ya vigogo ama mrengo fulani ama swala ya ukabila, hata ingawa bado ipo, lakini wakati huu tumeona ya kwamba kwa kiwango fulani imeanza kuenda katika siasa ya kiideolojia na ile ruwaza na zile manifesto na zile ni nini haswa chama fulani kinasimamia. So hiyo ndio inafanya pengine hata vyama vipya ambavyo bado ni changa vimeweza kuzoa at least mwakilishi wadi pale 2, 3 ambayo hapo awali kuna vyama vingi ambavyo vilikuwepo lakini hawakuweza kupata hata mwakilishi wadi. So ndipo sasa nasema ya kwamba demokrasia yetu ndio yafaa tuikuze, jinsi ambavyo tukuze lugha ya Kiswahili kitukuzwe. Tujaribu kukuza hii ya demokrasia yetu ili tambae, isimame alafu itembee.
Lazima angeleta hilo. Mimi nataka kusema, sina la kusema. Ni kauli ambayo wanasiasa pia wakizungumza kwamba mimi sina la kusema, lakini akianza masaa 2 matatu bado kwenye microphone mpaka aje aambiwe mheshimiwa.
Namwambia kwanza ngoja kwanza wacha nimalize hii. Hari, unajua ile kitu ambacho umenikumbusha. Tukifuatilia yule mgombezi ambaye alienda akachukua ile water tank yake. Kuna jamaa pia ilikuwa katika mtandao alikuwa amepoteza, alikuwa anatafuta
and woman representative is concerned. Remember, this is a county that is the capital and then the epicenter of the entire country. As it looks right now, with the Makadara constituency, Langata constituency, Kasarani constituency, Embakasi North and Embakasi West having brought in their Form 37As here to the County Tallying Center. This is how it looks, particularly in the governor's race. You have Johnson Sakaja of UDA, the United Democratic Alliance, is leading in the governor's race with 218,391 votes, and he's followed by Jubilee's Polycarp Igave, who currently has 162,000 votes, 162,153 votes. For Polycarp Igave. Moving on to the Senate race. This is a race where you are keeping an eye on these two particular names. One of Edwin Sifuna of ODM, who's the Secretary General of the same.
NTV's Brian Mushiri coming to us from Kasarani. Again, we link up to him when that network stabilizes. You're watching Decision 2022. It's time for a quick break, but as always, we have so much lined up for you. We'll be live later on with NTV's James Smart at the Bomas of Kenya and his panel of guests to delve deep into where we are at this stage of the race. Don't go far.
Chimbitisha, uondoke Mitsubishi. Hit the highest odds daily. Ushinde Mitsubishi Expander. Pokea 50k daily. Na ukishindwa kwa mechi moja, pokea 25k cashback. Mozartbet.
New South Ultra Concentrate is my mom's choice. 1, it is 4 times more concentrated. 2, it's ready to use. No need to dilute. 3, it's packed with 4 times more fragrance. And it smells so good. 4, 1 bottle gives you 40 washes. That's 4 times more washes. New South Ultra Concentrate is 4 times more concentrated. For 4 times more washes and for 4 times more fragrance.
And I know that Riara University is going to make my dreams come true.
Registration is ongoing.
Kenya Revenue Authority would like to remind all VAT-registered taxpayers to upgrade their ETR in order to enjoy the following. 1. Faster processing of VAT refunds. 2. Simplified VAT return filing. 3. A fair business environment. 4. Ability to verify the validity of the invoice. And 5. Automated activation of the ETR. What's more, the upgraded ETRs are available in 4 categories suitable for all businesses. Visit www.kra.go.ke for the approved list of ETR suppliers. Kenya Revenue Authority. Tulipe ushuru tujitegemee.
Chimbitisha, uondoke Mitsubishi. Hit the highest odds daily. Ushinde Mitsubishi Expander. Pokea 50k daily. Na ukishindwa kwa mechi moja, pokea 25k cashback. Mozartbet.
Almost 250,000 people die on the road in Africa each year. Follow these safe steps and help save lives. Drivers and passengers must always wear a seatbelt. Ensure children are safely fastened and keep small children out of the front seat. So when you're on the roads, follow these safe steps and help save lives. We all have a role to play in road safety. Together, let's make Africa's road safer.
Success Gardens, Katanga Road. This gated community is the most ideal place to set up your dream home. The project already has a beautiful gate, Maram compacted roads, and it's already beaconed. Call us on 0790 300 300.
Mivida Garden City, the latest residential development within Garden City, offering stunning 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments and never before seen amenities. The development is part of the already established 47-acre Garden City mixed-use development on Thika Road, providing urban, green, convenient living. Call us today on 0722 123 000 to book a viewing or visit mividahomes.com. Mivida, my home, my life.
Chachimbitisha, uondoke Mitsubishi. Hit the highest odds daily. Ushinde Mitsubishi Expander. Pokea 50k daily. Na ukishindwa kwa mechi moja, pokea 25k cashback. Mozartbet.
Mkubwa, yes sir. Nimekama hapa biashara.
Umetoboa na hiyo Lexus yako.
Hai, agwesi mek. Mkubwa.
In the Cooperative Bank pre-owned car finance scheme, anyone with an income can walk into a second-hand dealership and drive out with a car that best suits them. With financing options from Coop Bank, it's that simple. Talk to us to find out more.
Join our September 2022 intake, download an application form from our website and enroll today. Or visit any of our campuses in Limuru, Nairobi, Machakos or Nakuru. This is St. Paul's University, your university of choice.
Thanks very much for staying with us on NTV's Decision 2022. From the Nation Centre, we now take you to the Bomas of Kenya, where NTV's James Smart is. And James, I believe you're about to pop up on our screens. There you are. Great to see you on the other side tonight. We had a live link with Leila Mohammed from the Tallying Centre, and she explained what was going on inside there. Tell us who you're speaking to tonight and what about.
Thank you very much, Smriti. So a lot is happening inside, and we are following on that. Leila Mohammed is reporting on that, and we'll be getting back to there, and we're coming back outside here for more panel discussions. And what we'll be talking about the whole day, just really what's happening, the returning officers verifying the results, and making sure that the numbers that they have from Form 34As translate to Form 34Bs. That's happening, and it's a process that is painstakingly slow, but must happen as is required by law. Out here, I also right now do have the Kenya Initiative, Kenya Daima Initiative, and I'm joined by the chairman and his committee. You've been following the process, as all Kenyans have been following the process. What's happening and what's your message out there?
I think, frankly, we've actually come here to see exactly what's happening. And we've seen that the processes are going on. All the parties are actually checking everything very thoroughly. So I think the audit that they're doing is pretty thorough. And I think, as was said earlier, they want to make sure that nothing goes wrong. So I think that's happening. At the same time, I think they're doing their job. The question is wajibu wetu. So what we say is, mimi ni Mkenya daima, nitatenda wajibu wangu. What is my wajibu right now? I think that's the key question for us as we go forward. The key question for all of us sitting at home, watching TV, staying stuck and saying, I'm tense, I'm worried. I think the thing is, let's get back to work, let's back to life and get back to life and really start doing what we have to do. Ultimately, we're going to see this result. In fact, they have time till Monday, 15th, which is 7 days from the Tuesday last week when we voted. So that time is still there. I think the key issue is that let them do a thorough job. Let them do their work. Let's go and do our work. So our message from the whole Kenya Daima team to everyone is, let's get back to work. Let's go with normal lives. And really, the results will be inevitable. They'll come. What we've agreed also is that they've all signed peace and leadership pledges. So the worry about, there's going to be something that goes wrong is not there, number one. Number two, I think win or lose, right? If whoever loses is already ready to say, if we have to, and if they have issues around it, they will go to court. So why do we worry out there and try and talk about, there'll be problems, this or that or whatever? I think there may be smaller skirmishes, people trying getting upset, but there were 16,000 candidates standing. Only 1882 will be winners. And I think winners have a 10 times more responsibility. Wajibu wangu for a leader is to say, let me unite the country, let me unite my county, let me unite my people, wherever I am, whether an MCA ward or whatever. And that's going to be the important thing. For the rest, better luck next time.
Right. The Mkenya Daima Initiative obviously includes businesses among others, and just give me a sense of what's happening, from members of, the business community and what's happening in there. Is business happening? What would you say to, Kenyans who are watching this evening and say, well, should I open my business? Should I continue? Should I stay?
Thank you very much, James. And yes, it is true. Business is happening. I've been open. I just took the public holiday, which is the Tuesday, did my civic duty and went back to work on Wednesday. Drove around the industrial area today, drive around town. Yes, it's a little deserted, but business is going on. I mean, consumption is still going on. Production is still going on. We still need to fill the stores. And I mean, we still need to bank. Thank God the banks are open. So our message is really, let's go back to work. We've done our civic duty and let's trust the process. Like Vimal has said, and the rest of the Kenya Daima team here, we've seen them. We've been in that auditorium. They literally are just verifying every single form. Like you said yourself, it is a very slow, painstaking process, but let's trust the process. I think Kenya has reached a stage where democratically we're very mature and it is continuing to deepen. And it can only deepen when we are responsible and also when we are patient. Thank you.
Absolutely. And just talk to me, slightly around the question of the civic responsibility of Kenyans right now, right, as we watch. And what is going on there? What is the civic responsibility of Kenyans?
I think as good Kenyans, good citizens, we should trust what's going on. Our chair of KEPSA said, let's trust the process. It has to be done. It needs to be done. And patience. But let's get on with the work. And those at home, let's enjoy the work, the thing at home. If you're watching telly, if you are teaching kids a few things because they are on holiday, do that. But let the life go on. It shouldn't stop.
Civic responsibility of Kenyans.
Yes, so I'll talk from a mental health point of view. I think it's very important that we also take care of our health, that the amount of information we consume eventually subconsciously affects us. So how do we sift misinformation, disinformation? And I think what you're emphasizing as Kenya Daima is, let's look at Iebc. They are our legal state agency that's mandated to do this work. Let us try and avoid unverified sources of information. Let's take our civic duty to basically maintain peace amongst everyone.
Thank you.
Kenyans should embrace what we call passions. And as per Article 138(10)(a of our Constitution, the 7 days will lapse on Tuesday. So we should embrace passions and learn to sieve out misinformation and disinformation. And that is all. But keep peace and maintain peace and preach peace as Kenya Daima does. Thank you.
Thank you. The word from Kenya Daima and the third stanza of the national anthem, na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. That is all we are asking everyone to do. As every institution does that takes over the responsibility, then we as the other citizens, let's continue building the nation, because at the end we only have one Kenya, and that is the Kenya we want to see to positively grow. Let's continue embracing the love, the peace and unity that we had before elections, and let's just continue with that same spirit of Kenya Daima. Yes.
Must get my microphone back, otherwise I can't be heard. I know I have a very, very few minutes remaining, and maybe just one final question just to put out there. Kenyans have finished their duty. We always have this sort of massive mobilization before elections, and everyone does it. Then elections end, and it almost appears like, well, that is done. Let's focus for something else for the next 5 years. What's next in the Kenya Daima initiative? What do you think should happen next?
I think when we look at it from an angle of Kenya, I think Kenya has got a lot of opportunities. I think what we've seen is we may be a divided Kenya because there were very strong politics. We've done all that. The colors were there. There was yellow, blue, green, and other colors. The colors will be off now. Whoever leads now is the president or the county governor, and they actually have a responsibility to every Kenyan. So they're not now in their party. So I think that whole party mood or whatever, whether Arsenal or Man United, will go away. I think our duty, wajibu wetu, is to say, let's go back and let's become one together, because we've got a lot going for us as Kenya. Let's not destroy it. The fear of violence, I think that's real, but the fear is fear, and it's not founded in a foundation of real reality. And I think this is where we want to commend the National Police, who've done a fantastic job. We want to commend the Kenyans for really voting out peacefully. I know I even stood in line for 7 hours, and people were very patient to say, let's stand it out, and we do this only once in 5 years. We've done our civic duty. Now it's to say, let's get on with life. And I think this is where the promises made by all our politicians, let's make sure that they live up to them. We create a scorecard and say, this is the promises made, this is what you're doing, and the actions taken. I think that's what our responsibility is. Otherwise, I think really we have a Kenya, we have no plan B, and we have no other place where we can go to. So let's not destroy what we've got. Democracy is deepened, like Flora said. Our democracy has deepened. In fact, let me tell you one more thing. A lot of the international press are saying, why is it so quiet? Why is it so calm? Why is there no real violence? And I think we're telling them Kenya has turned a big leaf. And the big leaf that Kenya has turned is we have a very deep democracy. In fact, a lot of the international observers from African Union are saying this is the way every other African country should be doing it. So why would we destroy that? And I think that's an important point. Results will be announced, whichever results come out. If there's a grievance, they'll go to court. If not, it'll be accepted. You can see already people conceding, right? If you see the county governors and the way the system has been processed, they're checking it out. They check it 2, 3, 4 times. And then they say, okay, I accept, right? I think that's important for us. So all I would say is to everyone out there, let's keep the peace, but at the same time, let's get on with life and let's go and say, let's build our nation.
All right. Thank you very much, Kenya Daima, for that message, that very important message. I've been talking to the Kenya Daima Initiative team, and you've heard from them that, yes, you have to go on with life. The work behind here that is happening will continue. The returning officers, they are doing their job, and they have until Tuesday to announce the results. So there's no panic. There's nowhere to go. We will be here. Continue doing your work wherever you are. Smriti, handing back to the studio. For the rest, we'll come back here much, much later for the panel, and also inside once we have more results that are being reported.
James Smart coming to us live from the Bomas of Kenya with the team there. Thanks very much. Some key messages there of peace, hope and positivity from the Kenya Daima team at the Bomas of Kenya. The main message, get on with life, just keep going, be patient, the results will come. We are about to take a breather now once again. Please stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
This is NTV.
Chimbitisha, uondoke Mitsubishi. Hit the highest odds daily. Ushinde Mitsubishi Expander. Pokea 50k daily. Na ukishindwa kwa mechi moja, pokea 25k cashback. Mozartbet.
Magic. New South Ultra Concentrate is my mom's choice. 1, it is 4 times more concentrated. 2, it's ready to use, no need to dilute. 3, it's packed with 4 times more fragrance. And it smells so good. 4, 1 bottle gives you 40 washes. That's 4 times more washes. New South Ultra Concentrate is 4 times more concentrated. For 4 times more washes and for 4 times more fragrance.
Chimbitisha, uondoke Mitsubishi. Hit the highest odds daily. Ushinde Mitsubishi Expander. Pokea 50k daily. Na ukishindwa kwa mechi moja, pokea 25k cashback. Mozartbet.
This is NTV.
Welcome back. It is an all-women affair in Nakuru County. Susan Kihika was elected the first woman governor. Keroche CEO Tabitha Karanja won the Senate seat, and Liza Chelule won her second term as the county woman representative. The county also has 4 women elected members of parliament, as NTV's Bridget Ngana now reports.
From the governor's seat to the woman representative, Nakuru County is now being led by a women trifecta. UDA's Susan Kihika capping her first attempt at the governor's seat with a landslide win. She garnered 440,707 votes against the outgoing governor Lee Kinyanjui's 225,623 votes. Kihika makes history as the first woman governor of the 4th city county.
I want to take this opportunity to thank you, people of Nakuru County, for being progressive and electing 3 women to the leadership of this county. This election has really been conducted in a very professional manner by the Iebc. I am a living testimony that even by going against a sitting governor, perhaps as much as I was elected on a Jubilee ticket, being considered opposition, I have been given a fair shake.
Keroche CEO Tabitha Karanja also cut her political teeth in the 2022 general election. She vied on a UDA party ticket and won with 442,864 votes against city lawyer and former trade CAS Lawrence Karanja, who garnered 163,625 votes, vying on a Jubilee party ticket.
We will not take this for granted. As we work, we'll always remember that what we wake up for is not just for ourselves, it is for the future women of this county and of the country.
Woman Representative Liza Chelule makes a comeback for the second term. She vied on a UDA party ticket, winning with 382,143 votes against Jubilee's Agnes Njambi, who got 194,610 votes.
Tutafanya kazi pamoja na kina mama wenzangu viongozi, and we shall do it in a style, na tutahakikisha kwamba tumewafanyia kazi.
Nakuru now becomes the county with the highest number of women in elective positions, with 4 other women being elected members of parliament in 4 out of the 11 constituencies. Bridget Garner, NTV, Nakuru.
Before I get to my panel here in studio to assess the outcomes of these races, let's just bring you some more stories. And former Nairobi Governor Evans Kidero says he will challenge Gladys Wanga's win in court. Kidero claims Wanga's win is not legitimate. Wanga becomes the first female governor in the Nyanza region after garnering 244,559 votes against Evans Kidero's 154,182 votes.
The win was illegitimate. We won. Violence was meted out on our people. From 37 A's were changed from the original ones to replaced ones. A lot of illegalities and a lot of election malpractices were practiced, and I do not recognize that win. Obviously, we will be looking at the next step because the will of the Homa Bay people have been subverted. Their will has not been respected because they voted for me overwhelmingly. The 10 years where Homa Bay was in ICU, it will continue for another 5 years. And the people of Homa Bay will not accept that. We're looking at, in the first place, we are grateful to God because He gave the Homa Bay people the opportunity to express their will. They were never allowed to do the nominations on the 14th of April. Somebody was appointed, and they're the ones who told me to stand. I stood, and they lived to their word. They voted for me, to the man and to the woman. They did what they could have done. What they're not going to accept is imposition of leaders as it was imposed on them during the nominations and in the past very many elections. So we will work. I will not abandon the Homa Bay people. I will work with them so that their rights are observed, so that their rights are respected, and the development they surely deserve, they get. So we'll do what it takes.
Well, if there are any issues or disagreements, that is the way to go, via the courts. Let's now link up with NTV's Nina Shaban. She's got an update of the outcome of the elections in Westlands here in the capital city. Let's listen in. Nina.
So it's almost a jubilation here on the Westlands Tallying sector in Nigeria, the KTTC round, where Tim Wanyonyi, who was the incumbent member of parliament at the Westlands constituency, has retained his seat with 58,408 votes, and the ODM ticket as Nelson Harvey, who considered defeat as soon as the votes run at the county started. Nelson Harvey garnered 19,550 votes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's extremely joyous, as you can see behind me. Tim Wanyonyi is just about to address his citizens. Everyone is excited. Remember, this is a huge constituency that had 242 polling stations. The numbers have come to an end. Westlands constituency that has more than 160,000 voters, registered voters. So as you can see, it's all jubilation. And well, we will be bringing you more information as everyone waits to hear who is going to be the next president of the Republic of Kenya.
Nina Shaban coming to us from a very noisy Westlands area earlier on, where clearly celebrations are in high gear. All right, so there has been a bit of talk about how Kenyans are waiting, some more anxious than others during this period for whatever reason it may be. So how to cope with anxiety during elections is a question that many Kenyans are currently grappling with. And as NTV's Oko Okusa found out, some residents of Kisumu town have devised certain ways of dealing with the apprehension. Take a look.
Now, according to a guide on how to cope with election anxiety,
Kenyans are advised to at least observe 4 things. One is how to spend your time during this period. In fact, people are advised that if you can get a good book, this is the time to read it, or if you can get a movie, watch it. And those who can ride a bike, this is the time to practice, or take a walk in the park. 2, Kenyans are also advised to control their media consumption. And here we are talking about the social media platforms that you visit, and also be careful on what you consume, especially at this time when fake news is on the rise. 3, we are also advised to observe or consume what is giving you positive hope and avoid worst case scenarios. And finally, you are also asked to prepare yourself for a worst case scenario, so that in case the outcome of the election doesn't go your way, then you have your shock absorbers in place. But I also went out on the streets of Kisumu just to sample how section of the residents here are coping with the anxiety during this period. Let's hear from this gentleman here. Start by introducing yourself.
My name is John Riaga. I'm a resident of Kisumu City.
So how are you coping with the election anxiety at this period, in this period where there's a lot of uncertainty in the air?
There's a lot of apprehension. Myself, I think I've had a lot of butterflies because I know the Iebc has 7 days to give us the winner of the presidential contest. But those 7 days are apparently too long. And just like myself, I know there are a lot of other people who have found it difficult to cope. It is easier said than done when we are told to look for other ways of coping with the anxiety. But I think it is getting into levels that that can get anyone worried. So we are here, we are waiting, hoping for the best and preparing for the worst, as you say.
Yeah, I have the same anxiety. Actually, I've been watching the TV the whole of yesterday, but today I decided just to put it off. I don't want to watch anything because I've been waiting. I knew that today, because we are opening schools, I'm a teacher, because I know we are opening schools on Monday, I knew at least we'll get the results before we go back to class. Now that today is Friday, tomorrow will be a Saturday, everything is quiet. I don't know if it's going to be the same thing that happened the other time, but I hope that today Chebukati will announce the results.
Tuliona hakuna haja ya kustrain kwa TV na hakuna matokeo. Unaona? Sasa kama mwenye atashinda tu ashinde tu. Sisi tutafanya kazi chini ya mwenye Mungu ametupea.
Wakenya wasihubiri tu, matokeo itakuwa vizuri vile utatarajia. Sioni usaka.
So mwombi yetu tulikuwa tunaomba atangaze hii kitu haraka ikiwezekana, hata kama ni leo. At least watu wakuwe na furaha, biashara iendelee vile ilikuwa inaendelea. Sasa hivi biashara ime stand still. Kila kona hakuna hata mtu anatembea. Juu watu watakuwa na wasiwasi, wajui ni nini itatokea baadaye.
Wasiwasi nayo iko. Sasa yeye angalie venye anaweza tusaidia sisi wa Kenya. Tujue ukweli na biashara iendelee. Si unaona kila kitu, hata hapa Kisumu vitu zimesimama, hata makazi, maduka watu wamefunga, watu wanatembea tu, lakini hatuna ukweli ama amani.
Nilisema TV jana saa 4 asubuhi. Kwa vile naona saa hizi natetemeka sana, kwa maana tunaomba kama IBC wanaweza tangaza hii kitu. Tuko na shida mtu wangu, kila mtu ako na shida. Kwa maana ukiona TV tu unaona 49%, 47% tunasanga hii 49%. Hii kura inaenda wapi?
Sisi tunaongea tu, lakini kiongozi ya Kenya Mungu ndiye anajua. Tumwachilie Mungu chochote. Kila kitu Mungu amejipanga. Tunaweza jipanga kama mwanadamu, lakini Mungu ndiye amepanga kila kitu. Hatuwezi jilazimisha, si ndio?
Those are some of the coping mechanisms of the residents here in Kisumu. Ouko Kusa is my name. Back to you in the studio.
Oko Okusa coming to us from Kisumu there with some really interesting points. I hope you made note of what he said. There are a number of people who are pretty tense and suffering mental anxiety. It is a real thing during this point, and we'll also delve deeper into that point later on with my guests who are already with me here in studio. But before I shift focus to them, let's bring in NTV's Dan Mwangi. Dan, good to see you on the other side of the studio. What have you got for us tonight?
Well, Smriti, we have a couple of things to look at. First of all, we have our website, ntvkenya.co.ke, which
we can get a quick look at what updates are there. We have how the race control, the National Assembly is shaping up, and I'll get into that in just a bit. Another quick highlight is John Lonyangapuo concedes defeat in West Pokot governor race. The incumbent has lost to his predecessor. Then we have Keroche Brody CEO wins the Nakuru Senate seat. That's Tabitha Karanja, who is on a UDA ticket, and she actually changed her name to Tabitha Karanja Keroche. Then we have Ruto's UDA has most MCAs in Nairobi, and Sakaja said to be governor based on the preliminary results. We have Evans Kidero says he will challenge Gladys Wanga's win in court in terms of the Homa Bay gubernatorial race, and this is what we have had a story on just now. Kiambas Kawanjiko, whose full name is John Jogona Wanjiko, has successfully defended his MP seat, and so that's another win for UDA. How the Senate is shaping up for Ruto and Raila coalitions. So we are going to look at the balance on the same in terms of which political formation has how many seats so far, as each of them seeks to have a significant control of the Senate. Then we also have a map of how the control of county governments is shaping up again for the two political formations, that is Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. So I'll now move quickly to how the control of the county governments is shaping up for Ruto and Raila. And now the Iebc has begun releasing results of the governor races around the country. So here's how the battle for control is shaping up. Now, when you go on our website, ntvkenya.co.ke, you will get these maps and these presentations of different sets of data. And it's really easy for you to use, and it helps you get insight into a lot. So for instance, again, just to avoid assumption, the blue shows the Azimio, where Azimio has won in regards to governor's race. The yellow is the Kenya Kwanza. The green represents others, be it independent or other parties which have not formally aligned with any of the two main coalition or coalition parties. Now, when you touch, it actually shows you the name of the person who has won. So let me just zoom in a bit more so that we could see. So we have Turkana County. The person who's won is Jeremiah Lomorukai, who is aligned to the Azimio One Kenya Alliance. Then we have Marsabit Mohammed I should say, Ali. Then just sample again, the odd man out, or odd woman out, I should say, is the county of Meru so far, where we have Kawira Mwangaza, who has ousted the sitting governor, that is Kiraito Morongi, and also she's also defeated the UDA candidate, that is Mithika Linturi, especially in light of there being, a UDA success rate that is pretty high in the mountain region. So you could see that is how it's shaping up in regards to the gubernatorial races. Now we take a look at the Senate. Now the Senate seats won, and this is based on the results that have been declared and now uploaded on our platform. Again, I repeat, ntvkenya.co.ke. Now again, the color coding remains the same. So in terms of the Senate seats, Kenya Kwanza has 15 so far, 15 Senate seats. Then we have the Azimio having 11 Senate seats. Then other is one seat so far. So of the 27 so far, that is what it looks like. That's what the Senate looks like. For a better visual representation, we again have the map that shows you, for those that have been submitted, the blues, the yellows, and we have the green here. And this green is Busia, which is Okia Omtata, who is a senator-elect for the county of Busia, the man who has been known for his, frequent visits to court. He sometimes is the refuge for many Kenyans, if you would say so. So once again, if you touch the screen, it will show you the name of the county and the person who has won the seat. And on this page is the Senate seat. Let's go to the National Assembly. And now, National Assembly, this is how the current distribution looks like for those that have been declared in terms of single-member constituencies and 47 women representatives. So this is first for the parties, not for the coalitions, not for the umbrella bodies. These are the parties. Now, when we go to, so far, UDA, United Democratic Alliance, that's William Ruto's party, has 101 seats already locked in the National Assembly. Raila Odinga's Orange Democratic Movement, or ODM, has 88 confirmed seats. Then we have Uhuru Kenyatta's Jubilee Party has 24 seats that are locked. Then we have Kalonzo Musyoka's Wiper Party has 13 seats in the National Assembly so far. Ford Kenya, that is Weta, or Wetangula, who's won his Senate seat in Bungoma. His party has six locked seats in the National Assembly. Then we have his compatriot, that is Amani National Congress, Musalia Mudavadi of ANC has 6 seats so far. Then we have Democratic Action Party, that is the party patroned by the CS Defense, that is Eugene Wamalwa. It has 5 seats so far. Then the independents, so far we have 4 independent candidates who have made it to Parliament, to the National Assembly, I should say. Then we have one seat for Chama Shinani, that's CCM. We have the Service Party 1 seat, and that is the party leader, who is Mwangi Kinjuri, having won a seat in the county of Laikipia. Then we have the National Ordinary People Empowerment Union, or NOPEU, which has 1 seat so far. We have Democratic Party of Kenya, DP, has 1 seat. Grand Dream Development Party has 1 seat. Movement for Democracy and Growth, MDG, has 1 seat. Maendeleo Chapchap, that is Alfred Mutua's party, has 2 seats. So that gives you an idea of what it looks like. So in terms of individual parties, so far UDA has the most confirmed seats in the National Assembly. So now let's look at the alliances in terms of the broader parties. Again, the color coding remains the same. Azimio La Umoja so far has 134 of the results that we have already uploaded onto our site. That's 134 seats in the National Assembly. Then we have Kenya Kwanza having 120 so far, and others being 10. That is either parties that are not aligned to any of these umbrella outfits or independent contestants. So those are 10. So we see so far we have Azimio having the larger number of seats so far, but in terms of individual parties, UDA is in the lead, ahead of ODM, then Jubilee, and then Wiper onwards. So those are some quick some quick overview of how how it's shaping up in the different parts of the different elective seats. That is from the National Assembly to the Senate, both of which form Parliament. And aside from that, the gubernatorial race, which we have already shown you. So we keep updating this and populating it as the IEBC releases the results. So then we'll have a clear picture of how it looks, and something that we have been, having conversations about across the day, which probably Smriti and your panel will discuss, is what happens if the president, the person who wins the presidency, has fewer numbers in the National Assembly, for instance, or in Parliament at large. How to navigate that situation, because this has been known to be, one of the things that the incumbent or the sitting president or the executive will use when they want to push the agenda they have. But if the numbers are not in their favor and are against those who are openly opposed to their school of thought of their direction, becomes a challenge. So in the event that, for instance, we have candidate number 1 winning the presidency, but candidate number 2 has more numbers in Bunge, what does that mean in terms of how to go about it all together? So we will continue to give you more details, more data, and to have some analysis later on. I'll be coming on here with Tom Wolf, who is also in Smriti's panel, to just have some more discussions to help you understand those numbers. Some people see numbers and get headaches, but we are going to be your paracetamol. Back to you, Smriti.
All right, Dan, thanks so much for that breakdown. It's certainly interesting to see how things are shaping up. And yes, I will be asking that question about what a majority win for either party means in the National Assembly for the president-elect. All right, let me now introduce my panelists. And with me here in studio, once again, I've got Dr. Tom Wolf, research analyst with TIFA, and also I've got Professor Collins Odote. He is an associate lecturer at the University of Nairobi. and the very fine Isabella Obara, human rights lawyer with IMLU. Thanks so much for joining us.
Associate professor. I was only a lecturer.
All right, associate professor. Beg your pardon, Professor Collins. All right.
Someone's wondering which position is this?
It's been a long few days,
Yes.
as you can imagine. Yeah. But having said that, it's actually only been 3 days since voting day, but it feels like much longer. As we heard from one of the gentlemen in Kisumu, even though the IEBC has until next week to announce the results, 7 days, he said that's 7 days. It appears to be too long. That's the feeling, but of course we are waiting and watching. Professor Collins, let me begin with you. It's 3 days since voting, as I said. We've seen a lot in these 3 days. We've seen a lot of tallying at the polling stations. We've seen activity at the IEBC. We've seen big wins, big losses. And now it is a matter of waiting and watching. What is your assessment so far of this process on day 3?
I think several things, Smithy. Number one, let me just first speak about the gentleman who was saying, 7 days is too long. Please spare thoughts for the returning officers and presiding officers who started this work, at least the work of not sleeping, a day before elections. And I know quite a number of them across the country. They have gone through the entire process of the entire voting time. They have counted. They have gone to the constituency tallying center. They have gone to the county tallying center, and now they are at the national tallying center doing verification. Spare thought for those individuals. So as we say, it's too long.
Have they slept?
They can't.
No, they can't. Yeah, of course not.
So I think we need to be sympathetic with those innocent citizens who are doing a thankless job across the entire country. The second is, I think this is the one election where everybody is now getting to recognize the magnitude of an election and the importance of preparation. It's been interesting to see some of the things flying around and to ask yourself, if people just fully understood the electoral process and knew what was going on, they would then be able to know the amount of preparation that's required. So my last 2 points in terms of what it's meant. The first one is, I think that for political parties, I think they recognize that, we must take our work of agents and preparations much more seriously. They're now recognizing that, when we talk about tallying, you need statisticians, not politicians. The second thing that I think for me is nice is, unlike 2017, while citizens are stressed, while citizens are apprehensive, they are calm and peaceful. And I think Kenyans need to be commended for the kind of restraints. This has tested everybody's patience. But if you watch across the entire country, you can't even imagine there's been an election. You don't hear, you hear very little signs of violence. And you don't see citizens going out on the streets. You don't see citizens over-celebrating. And I think we need to commend Kenyans for the kind of restraints that they've exercised over the last few days. And hopefully that when this comes to an end, we can have the same kind of spirit. So that's the overall thing that for me I have seen.
Yeah, that's critical. Although interestingly, last night you did say that the process wouldn't have to be this way or this long if it wasn't for trust issues, right?
Actually, when I was here last night, remember I was saying that I think we will be about finishing the tallying by today, and we should be having the results by tomorrow. You can now see that I was very wrong. If you look at the numbers, we left here last night, I think when they tallied, was it 6? Or thereabouts. And now what number are we at?
21.
So they've done 15. So if they go at that period, they will not meet the timelines.
Right.
And if you watch essentially what is going on at the bulk of the places, what's at the heart of the delay? Trust.
Yeah.
That's at the heart of the delay. So because we don't have trust, we even think that it could take, I heard the chairman saying, for example, we'll take no more than 15 minutes. I can bet we will not take 15 minutes. And it's because of trust issues. Everybody thinks the other person has messed up. Somebody is trying to trick me. How can I trick them?
But Dr. Ari, maybe you should just clarify a brief point. I think you're saying it's the general trust between the opposing sides and their followers. It's not mistrust within IBC of each other.
No, it is the mistrust of each other.
Yeah.
Actually, if you had me even from yesterday, for me, I think if we recognize that the trust is a trust amongst ourselves, and we bring it into the process, so that we don't trust that anybody, we think that somebody is trying to trick us.
Yeah, but you don't blame Kenyans to feel that way, do you?
No, I don't blame Kenyans, but at least as Kenyans, we need to recognize that we are also the cause of that problem.
Right.
We are the cause, and also we are the ones who are suffering out of it. So if we want to, in fact, I was making an argument, there's an article I was writing today, that after these elections are over, I think the greatest reform should not be a reform of how to change the laws on elections. The greatest reform should be how can we bring back trust in our electoral process.
Okay, and I'd love to know the answer to that, so I'll come to you later on in this discussion. Isabella, Prof alluded to the fact that we are generally seeing a peaceful situation countrywide. Would you agree with that? Because you've got your agents on the ground who have been reporting various cases with regard to a bit of violence and assaults as well. What's it like on day 3 of this process?
Thank you for having me again, Smriti. And the general feel is that there's calm. There's quite some calm that is commendable. However, we have noticed a situation where now the human rights defenders on the grounds have started to get threats. So far, as I speak here, we have had to take care of 3 persons who had been in danger. And so my sense is that from the lack of trust or what it is that is delaying this particular process. And when I say delay, I'm looking at it from the layman's terms, right? Because we feel like 3 days are just possibly, they feel like 10. Yeah. There's tension, fine, we have kept the calm, but now the people on the ground who are accessing tallying centers, who are making formal complaints are now receiving threats. And I think that's something we want to speak about. However, let me weigh in on the anxiety bit, especially because for us, this is where the rubber meets the road, the waiting. Because the ballot, we go cast our votes was not an issue whatsoever, and commendably so, both from, Iebc, the National Police Service, and of course the civilians. However, my sense is that Iebc's track record is coming to haunt us, because if you feel like 3 days are way too many, what is informing that? You're thinking, your own analysis, something happened in 2013, that didn't seem right. Something happened in 2017, or the court said this and that. So that particular track record has made it feel like the longer you take, the more, or rather the less the integrity the election results will have. And those are some of the things that are now possibly prolonging the process. And in the prolonging of the process, then we are seeing some human rights not being enjoyed as they should. So overall, deployment has sort of stabilized, because we had started seeing some military officers in given parts of the country, such as Meru, Homa Bay, and Migori. However, nothing in terms of violations, or deaths have happened. The only case of death we received yesterday was when we went to document, we found that it was just a natural death, really. It wasn't anything occasioned by either an officer or a civilian. So it's a commendable way of doing things, and we're hoping that we can hang on tight. However, I want to remind every single person who feels like this is a bit too heavy, that Kenya has been revered as a beacon of peace for the most part. I know it doesn't seem practical right now, but it really is. And I'll give you an example. President Kenyatta has been mediating some talks, I think, between the DRC and Rwanda. And my sense is they had a meeting somewhere, I think, between May and June here in Nairobi, though some people didn't show up. You've seen the efforts we made towards supporting Ethiopia, supporting Eritrea, and I think even Somalia. So fine, our model may not be the very best, but we have something to work with. And if we can go back at least and rely on that, or any other thing that would keep us sane and stable for now, I would urge all of us to do that.
All right, thank you so much. Before we go to Brian Mushiru, who's in Westlands, Tom, I'll bring you in at this point. The big question is, which way are we headed? Are you able to tell us? What do the numbers look like, and what are they telling you?
Well, because as was explained, you people in the media decided to stop giving us results after adding up most of them. I really can't say. I think the last figures we saw, the deputy president was slightly ahead. And I guess one question still is, as we were discussing last night, whether the combined 2/3 of 1% from the other 2 candidates could possibly force a runoff. And I increased my projected possibility of that from 1 chance out of 50 to 1 chance out of 30. but I don't know where that stands right now. I'd just like to comment very briefly about the trust issue and something about violence. Maybe I'll deal with the violence first. In the last survey we did at TIFA, talk about 3 days ago, seeming like a long time. This was done on the 2nd of August. We released it on the 3rd. 66% of all Kenyans said they were not concerned with any violence after the announcement of the results. Right. In a previous survey, we had asked people with regard to the different segments of the electoral calendar, campaign period, election day, and post-election tallying, and then post-tallying announcement. And overwhelming proportion were in agreement that it's the announcement of results which most worries Kenyans. And of course, that's based on 2007 and some other things also. Not necessarily only the national presidential total, but even with our 47 little countries that we have now as counties. Yeah. But as I said, 2/3 were, what is today, the 11th or 10th? 12th. No, 10 days ago, right. 2/3, even in terms of the announcement of the results. Whether that means that's because there's more trust. I did see another figure from this same survey where only 40% of Kenyans were absolutely convinced that no losers would be declared as winners. That is, no one who got fewer votes than at least one other candidate would be. Now, that's not very good. If you got nearly half the country saying there's going to be some winners, people declared as winners who haven't won. So that goes back to the issue about trust that Daktari was talking about. So although historically and even in the data, there's some connection between perceptions of violence risks with the issue of trust, it's not entirely overlapping. And I think one reason of that, although that's an argument, I can't prove it with the data, although I could give you some more, and that's because of the nullification last time, not just of the presidential race, but some others. I think there's a pretty high level of trust in the Supreme Court's ability to deal with very serious disputes, starting with the presidential level. From other data, we have a pretty widespread agreement that if any president, especially either presidential candidate, is aggrieved, they will go to court rather than mobilizing their people on the streets, mainly because of that incredibly unprecedented judgment last time.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, we'll delve deeper into the possible scenarios. But first, let's go to NTV's Brian Mushiri. He is in Kasarani here in Nairobi. Brian, what have you got for us now?
Good evening, Smith. Great to hear from you once again. Of course, earlier on we had some trouble with the network, but now we are back. And some of the updates that have been coming to us here at the Kasarani Indoor Gymnasium, which is where we are at in Kasarani constituency. This is the county returning center. This is where all the Form 37A, Form 38A, and Form 39A that represent and have the numbers for the governor, senator, and women representative come in that order respectively. The team here looking at it vigorously, led by Albert Gogo, who's the county returning officer, and then every so often they give us updates. So as it stands right now, they have given us updates of Makadara constituency, Langata constituency, Kasarani constituency, Embakasi North, and Embakasi West constituency. Remember, Nairobi County has 17 constituencies, so we are still waiting for about 12 constituencies or so. We have been mentioned too that the Ruaraka constituency, Form 37A, 38A, and 39A are here, and they're just being looked at. But as of now, this is what we know. In the last update that had Embakasi West come in, indicates that in the governor race, we have Johnson Sakaja of UDA, that's a United Democratic Alliance, currently leading that particular race with 218,391. And then he's followed by Jubilee's Polycarp Igathe, 162,153 votes. That's the governor's race. Looking at the senator's race, you have these two big names that we have been keeping a close eye on. You have ODM Secretary General and Senator candidate Edwin Sifuna, as well as Bishop Margaret Wanjiru of the United Democratic Alliance. And this is how it looks like. Edwin Sifuna of ODM is currently leading that Senate race with 200,727 votes. He's followed by Bishop Margaret Wanjiru at 169,480. Let's move on to the women representative seat. This again has two major names battling it out. You have incumbent of the Orange Democratic Movement, Esther Passaris, and Millicent Omanga of the United Democratic Alliance. Esther Passaris is currently leading this particular race. She has so far garnered 195,396 votes, followed by Millicent Omanga at 186,615 votes. That's what we know as of now, as far as these key county races are concerned. It is here, and Albert Gogo, the county returning officer, indicates that they're leaving nothing to chance. This is a very crucial point of this election period, and they're following it bit by bit by bit. And earlier on, he actually indicated that even if it states that we have to be here for 2 days, we will be here for 2 days until Nairobi has a governor, a senator, and a woman representative to the National Assembly. So for now, that's what we have as far as this great constituency is concerned. But we are here all night just waiting for any of these new announcements to come, and we'll be giving it to you back in studio. Smith?
Brian, thank you. NTV's Brian Mushiri coming to us from Kasarani. He's keeping a keen eye on the key Nairobi races, and we'll bring you everything you need to know. Back now in studio with my guests. Professor, of course, the anticipation is that once Wafula Chebukati makes that announcement, we will know who the next president is. That may well be the case. However, there are a number of scenarios that could arise. Maybe based on the numbers, they will not, because this is different to the previous election, which was nullified. But can you take us through some of these scenarios? For example, if there is a win and it's unchallenged, or if there is a win, but it is challenged and then upheld, or if it's not upheld, what could we potentially expect?
I think it's nice that you've asked that question, because the one thing that all of us as Kenyans need to know is that the constitution we passed in 2010 is extremely elaborate, and that is to avoid the challenges we had in 2007 when people were still having disputes at Bomas. As you can see, some people were sworn in and sworn in at night, and I think that brought the tension. So people need to appreciate that there's a very elaborate process. Today, you saw the assumption of office committee meeting, meaning that there is a law that governs the whole process of transition. So once the results are announced, the president, the chair of Iebc, has a responsibility to not just declare those results, but to submit a copy of the certificate to the Chief Justice, and that kicks off the process of transition. The Supreme Court issued guidelines on the process of petitions, because the act then says you have 7 days to then file a petition. Thereafter, the Supreme Court has 14 days to listen to that petition and make a decision. Once that decision is made, if the Supreme Court does not nullify, then we will then have swearing in taking place a few days later.
Right.
If it is then nullified, we then have 60 days to go to an election. And once we go to an election, we will then go through the same process again. So I think it's important for citizens to realize that we still have several weeks before we can have a president, not a president-elect.
Right.
And keeping that in mind is important. It stresses people's patience, but it assures people's stability in the country. And I think that's the thing to keep in mind, that while our patience is being stressed, the reality is that the law is there. As I'm watching the people in Bomas, they can stretch this. As I saw somebody saying on some wall that at the rate at which they are proceeding, they can stretch this for the next several weeks. They cannot, because constitutionally, the chair of IEBC must announce the winner within 7 days from the date we voted. We don't know how he will do it, but he must.
Okay.
That's the critical thing. Thereafter, anybody who wants to petition, 7 days. When those 7 days, and if you remember to 2017, I think until a day to the deadline, we didn't think that there was going to be a petition.
Right.
The petition went at the last minute because by the time it strikes midnight, either you filed or you have not filed because the processes move on. That's the thing that's important to keep in mind.
Tom,
there's
go
one
ahead.
thing that I forgot,
Sure.
that as the results are announced, if we do not have a clear winner, that is if we don't have anybody who gets 50% plus one, and the reason why it is one is because if you have a tie, then everybody will have 50%.
Yeah.
The only thing that then differentiates them is one vote.
Yeah.
So depending on what the others have taken, if the difference between the two of them is too close that nobody has more than one to go beyond 50%, you'll then go to, if none of them has beyond one to go beyond 50%, you'll then go to a runoff.
Yeah.
And that runoff will then take place.
And we hope in a runoff, they don't end up 50-50.
Yeah, but at least in a runoff, then it is amongst the first two candidates.
Yeah.
So you see.
Yeah, but they could split them exactly in half, but I'm sure the chances of that.
That's more than 1 out of 50.
Several million.
Definitely. Yeah. So, Tom, based on these scenarios, what are we likely to see? I know you said that it's a bit tricky to predict an outcome at this point, but based on the numbers that you've been seeing over the last few days, I mean, is it likely we may go to a runoff? Are you able to kind of give a bit of insight, or is it too tricky?
It's tricky. Again, I would just say, as I said yesterday, I was increasing my chances of, or decreasing my chances of a runoff from 1 out of 50 to 1 out of 30, meaning a bit more likely. But I still think, just in terms of the mathematics of voting and seeing the results that we've seen, somebody's going to get 51 or 52%, I think.
Okay. All right.
I would like very much to have known, again, from you media people,
yes,
those remaining 5,000-6,000 polling stations, and I didn't see this on any media house, a map showing exactly where they were and what was the total number of registered voters behind those polling stations, even if we know turnout is not anywhere close to 100%, and that it varies from one area to the next.
Okay.
So next time I'll make my request to the media early enough.
Right. Okay, we'll make note of that, Tom.
Thank you.
Before we take a quick breather, Isabella, let me come to you because we've also got to hand over to Bomas of Kenya for a little bit. We saw NTV's Oko Kusa's piece about what needs to be done at this point to address issues of mental anxiety. And all right, I'm afraid, Isabella, I'm told we really urgently have to go to a break.
That's fine.
So
She'll start when we come back.
We'll come back at some point to pick up on that question.
Fine, yeah, sure.
All right, let's take you to a quick break. You're watching Decision 2022. We'll be back shortly.
This is NTV.
Now this is a celebration. The finals, when 60-foot prayer can get answered at the buzzer.
It's more like 61 feet.
I mean, you gotta be great from game 1 to game 7. Because when the champagne stops popping, does anybody know what's left?
Legendary status, my man.
Yes, Dirk. Exactly. Oh my greatness.
Dave, this line is not going down, and you're burning up. But I'll sort you out, my friend. See that barrier? Go for it. Yeah.
Bing bang bing. Bam bam.
Chachimbitisha, uondoke Mitsubishi. Hit the highest odds daily. Ushinde Mitsubishi Xpander. Pokea 50k daily. Na ukishindwa kwa mechi moja, pokea 25k cashback. Mozartbet.
This is NTV.
Thank you for staying with us. We're coming to you live from the Nation Center. It is 10:30. This is Decision 2022. Soon we'll cross over live to the Bomas of Kenya to get a sense of what's happening there and also to delve deeper into the issues that have been transpiring over the last few days with NTV's James Smart and his panel. But let me pick up here with my guests. Isabella, before we were about to take a break, I was coming to the point of mental health and the need for stability. Now, earlier on in our broadcast, we had the Kenya Daima team at the Bomas of Kenya talking about the importance of peace and working together at this point and getting on with life. You know, we have to wait. Yes, it's part of the process, but just get on with it. Trust the process. Vimal Shah had said the fear that some people may be feeling is just that. It's fear, but it's not founded. Do you agree with that? And do you have any tips on what Kenyans who are feeling a little bit stressed? All right, I've got to interject because we need to hand over to the IEBC at the moment at the Bomas of Kenya. We'll come back to this question in a moment. Let's listen in to what's happening.
328. Wahiga David, 46. Wajakoya George, 113. Siaya County Game Constituency. Total registered votes 93,568. Total valid votes 64,314. Rejected ballots 335. Odinga Raila 63,428. Ruto William 702. Wahiga David 41. Wajakoya George 143. Kitutu Masaba constituency, Nyamira County. Total registered votes 106,269. Total valid votes 69,527. Rejected ballots 738. Raila Odinga 45,266. Ruto William 23,849. Wahiga David 127. Wajakoya George 285. Nyando constituency, Kisumu County. Total registered voters 80,757. Total valid votes 60,525. Rejected ballots 408. Odinga Raila 60,040. Ruto William, 394. Wahiga David, 24. Wajakoya George, 67. Kasipul constituency, Homa Bay County. Total registered voters, 67,513. Total valid votes, 48,699. Rejected ballots, 172. Odinga Raila, 48,177. Ruto William, 404. Wahiga David, 26. Wajakoya George, 92. Amboni constituency, Makueni. Registered voters, 96,029. Total valid votes, 60,846. Rejected ballots, 449. Odinga Raila, 50,634. Ruto William, 9,724. Wahiga David, 125. Wajakoya George, 363. Ndewa constituency, Homa Bay County. Total registered voters, 96,784. Total valid votes, 70,923. Rejected ballots, 680. Odinga Raila, 70,311. Ruto William, 460. Wahiga David, 29. Wajakoya George, 123. Kajiado Central constituency, Kajiado County. Total registered voters, 65,866. Total valid votes, 51,231. Rejected ballots, 189. Odinga Raila, 28,468. Ruto William, 22,605. Wahiga David, 50. Wajakoya George, 108. Vihiga constituency, Vihiga County. Registered voters 52,309. Total valid votes 29,888. Rejected ballots 400. Odinga Raila 17,140. Ruto William 12,432. Wahiga David 84. Wajakoya George 233. Thank you very much. Stand by for the next announcement of the results. In the meantime, I'd like to invite the chairman of the commission, Wafula Chebukati, to make an announcement.
Good evening. The Commission wishes to make the following announcement. We wish to inform the country that our returning officer for Embakasi East constituency, Mr. Daniel Mushoka, has been reported missing while on duty at the East African School of Aviation Center. That is East African School of Aviation Tallying Center. Reports received by the Commission indicate that at around 9 a.m. on 11th of August yesterday, he was escorted to the from his house to the office, that's the Tallying Center, by his bodyguard at around 9:45 a.m. He excused himself to make a telephone call, but did not return to the office. Mr. Mushoka's family and the Commission have been trying to reach him without success, and his duties are now being handled by the Deputy Returning Officer. A report of a missing person has been made at Embakasi Police Station under occurrence book number 24/11/8/2022. The Commission is deeply concerned about this unfortunate incident and calls upon the relevant security agencies to speedily investigate this matter. Thank you.
You've been watching a briefing there by the IEBC, and we have just heard from the chairman, Wafula Chebukati, who has said that the returning officer from Embakasi East has been reported missing while on duty at the African School of Aviation Tallying Center. He said that at around 9:45 a.m. on the 11th of August, or rather at around 9 a.m. on the 11th of August, he was escorted from his home to the tallying center by his bodyguard, and then at around 9:45 a.m. he excused himself to make a phone call, but then did not return to the center. The Commission and his family have tried to reach him, but have been unsuccessful. A report of a missing person has been made to the Embakasi police station. The the chair says that the commission is deeply concerned and calls upon the security agencies to investigate this matter. We'll certainly be following this story and the developments that come with it and bring you the very latest as and when we get more details. Let me just come back to our guests now in studio, and let me get a comment from you, Prof. I'll start with you on this statement by Wafula Chebukati about a returning officer who has now been reported missing.
Smithy, over the last 1 year, I've had the privilege of training Iebc and several other stakeholders on election security and discussing issues of election security. So when I hear this kind of story, it's actually a personal issue about the real threats that the individuals who are working on this face. You heard me at the start saying, let's spare thought for them. I didn't even know that this has happened. This is somebody's child, this is somebody's parent. To hear the statement that is missing since yesterday, it's a very, very sad situation. I think we all need to call on the security agencies to do all that it takes to ensure that that returning officer is back. Because it's not just about that returning officer. Imagine what it means for the rest of the other officers that we see announcing results in all parts of the country. My plea to all of us, the individuals who are doing this work are doing work on behalf of all of us. Let's do everything that is possible to provide them with an environment to enable them do what is required. All the other things that the country requires to deal with, we need to deal with them outside the Iebc process. Let's give Iebc the opportunity of delivering results and ensuring that we can know the will of the people and we can know who are elected leaders and we can move on with life. So my thoughts and prayers are with this individual and with all the staff, the commissioners, and the support people who are working with them to ensure that we have a credible 2022 election.
We certainly hope for the best. Isabella, let's have you chime into this issue. What are your thoughts? And before we crossed over to the Iebc, I was bringing up the issue about mental health and how people need to try stay calm at this point.
Smriti, just from the briefing we had, you see how we are oscillating between a very, stable place and unstable place. The returning officer's case can't happen, shouldn't happen. We still have time. It's very unfortunate that we're receiving this particular report right now. But could you imagine what then that causes? I'll take you back to the Constitution. Article 21 requires that the state promotes and upholds the enjoyment of human rights. The simple fact that we have a formal complaint now made with respect to a disappearance of an elections officer, that's grave. We can't have that, because then that trickles down to the ordinary mwananchi, right? And we all remember what happened in 2017. We lost one senior person, and up until today, we do not know what exactly happened to them. Yeah. And in the strongest terms possible, I demand, in fact, that the state takes this up seriously. We have seen them investigating matters. They are able to. They must. It is the right of this particular commissioner, specifically in their official capacity, that he be brought back. He has to be brought back. There are several legal frameworks that cover this particular scenario, and I'm happy that it has already also been announced. Good or bad, the state has the muscle to get to the bottom of this, and even in 24 hours or whatever. And so I'm saying that, of course, with a bit of concern, because when we started, I told you about some of the human rights monitors who have been threatened, right? And so we are not saying that it is by the state, but the simple fact that someone cannot enjoy their security and then there are threats directly made to their life, that can tell some form of enjoyment of. So we have an issue here, but it's fine. Let me take you back to the question that you asked. In terms of mental health, certainly I'm not a medical practitioner, but I would tell you some of the things that I have done on a personal level. For instance, I just minimized my consumption
of social media
and news,
right.
Specifically today, right? It gets a bit tough when you are oscillating between KTN, Citizen TV, NTV, and all that. So on a personal level, possibly this would be useful. Kenyans would say, let's drink. I don't know about that, but if it helps, so be it. But I'd also urge that we speak to each other, possibly just as we share. And funny thing is, even at this panel, we get to chat, and I speak to you and I speak to Professor Daktari. That sort of helps. I feel like certainly there's a collective electoral anxiety or stress. I'm not sure what medics would say we do with that, but possibly move your body, because that also helps me, and things like that. But I also want to weigh in on the discussion we had with Prof. and Daktari on the scenarios. We like to forget, for the most part, that when we went to the ballot boxes, we were already scenario building for ourselves, specifically based on the people we brought, or rather we are thinking of bringing. And so then if things go the way they should, we expect 4 scenarios, right? We have Azimio. They promised us, they gave us in our Zekana 10-point plan, 6,000 per month. How beautiful. And then we have issues of, one market, one product, things like that. We have the Roots Party. Yeah, the manifesto told us we'll work 4 days a week. How beautiful would that be? They're telling us that we trade in dog meat, yeah, and marijuana will be legalized. We have Agano. They're promising us to reduce the income tax and strengthen public audits. We have then the Kenya Kwanza plan, the bottom up, more of digital expansion, more of agricultural bolstering, and things like that. So the scenario would look like that, and we are hoping that they can give us who it is that they have, given the numbers, so we know what exactly we are going to work with, given the manifestos.
All right, thank you so much. We need to cross over to Dan Mwangi, who is here in the capital city, somewhere, I believe, around Nation Center. Dan, what have you got for us, and where are you?
Well, Smriti, I am out in the cold along Parliament Road in Nairobi's Central Business District. And speaking of being out in the cold, the list of gentlemen I'm about to read out are people who have experienced some cold after warmth. The same way I've come from studio and come to the streets. This is what happened to these guys when the election happened in 2017, because between 2013 and 2017, they were governors. Then they were ousted, they lost their bid, but now they have made a comeback. So these are the comeback governors, not all of them, because we're still waiting for further results to be released across the country. But we have a list of 8 men who are comeback governors. They served the first term of devolution, were kicked out in the second, and now in the third term, they are set to get back out of the cold, the political cold, if you may. Though some of them got some warmth because the president gave them some appointments here and there. But nonetheless, let's begin by looking at these comeback governors. The first person on our list is Nathif Jama.
All right, welcome back to the last hour of Kivumbi 2022. You know, this is the 35th day on the countdown to the next general election. And in 5 weeks, exactly to the day today, this race will be over. I mean, all the rhetoric in the political podiums will end and it will be down to the wire. So it's 35 days to the 2022 general election. Welcome to this hour. And tonight, we want to examine one of the biggest topics in town, today because it's about the voters register. Two hardline positions taken by UDA, and that's Kenya Kwanza, and of course by Azimio la Umoja. Now, Azimio la Umoja says there must be a complementary system in this election, and they're saying there must be a manual register. While Kenya Kwanza says they don't mind going digital, everything is going digital. Why are we reverting to the manual register? Now, these two sentiments are confusing because either or both or whichever, voters at the end of the day must vote. That's why tonight I'm having the former LSK president, Nelson Harvey. Now, Harvey is also running for Westlands Member of Parliament in this election. He wants to unseat Tim Wanyonyi, who I think has gone for 2 terms in Westlands or since Fred Gumo, right? So, yeah, so he seeks to unseat Tim Wanyonyi. And of course, Herman Manyora joining us on the table, very presidential with the blue
Correct.
and red.
Very
You're not taking any colors.
I'm running in 2027.
For what?
For president.
For president?
If Raila would not have delivered.
You have concluded Raila will be president?
Of course. He's winning.
Okay. I see you're red and blue, and of course, Nelson having no colors tonight. No colors tonight.
No, I had pink cufflinks, so I was wondering how will I match them. Then I found a TM Lewin tie, then I just decided to match.
Oh yeah, pink. Why pink?
Well, they're the only cufflinks that were within the
available. What a lie. What a lie tonight. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming tonight. This is a big discussion, and I want to understand tonight. I had a discussion last week with Veronica Maina, and we also had a discussion with Setabao Lekanchori. But there's a lot of questions that are still pending. So tonight, I want to understand it. What is it that you two gentlemen would know about this voter register, and why they are pushing for manual, let's go digital, or otherwise? So let me begin with you, Hama. What is the real reason why the Azimio side saying we must have a complementary register, and this has to be a manual register? What is the real reason? Forget about what they're telling us in the political body.
I think there are two reasons, if you ask me. The first reason would be we live in a country with a trust deficit. We are suspicious of each other. And if Harvey says this and is on the other side, I'll behave like a pig. I must go in the opposite direction.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, because I'm suspicious.
Okay.
Why would he be supporting this manual register? Something sinister could be happening. The second reason would again be understandable. Raila has been beaten, not once, not twice, severally. And he has every reason to be apprehensive. Now, I think from between Raila and Uhuru, I think Raila is more apprehensive, and justifiably so. He's had his share of what you could call stolen elections. And therefore, if he fails, this could lead to some trouble. Then he could raise his voice.
Those two reasons are very apparent. I mean, I'm looking for a hidden reason. Those are very apparent.
There can be no hidden reason except for suspicion and fearing that maybe the other side has a wizard. Like a wizard like Chirichiri.
Who could do what?
Who could do one or two things. Yeah. So that's just an light.
Okay, this is open for discussion. Let me understand from Harvey. Before we do legal, because I know, before we do the legal, what could be the reason why your side especially says the world has changed, let's go digital. Let's have the voter register in the computers. We can do with that.
Well, for the purposes of this discourse, I, Nelson Harvey, can only do legal. But perhaps permit me to respond to what Prof has said. And I want to agree with him to some extent and disagree with him to a certain extent. Suspicion of human error or human connivance is the foundation upon which one may insist to have both a manual and digital register. It is for good reason. I have my set of election laws here. They are printed. They can also be found online on my phone. How reliable is the phone? Is it always accessible as compared to this? So to that extent is right on account of verifiability. Insofar as the suspicion is concerned on the part of Raila Amolo Odinga, Well, it speaks a lot. They claim to have the support of the deep state and the system, yet they are still afraid. Perhaps they are afraid for good reason. They haven't done sufficient work to ensure that they've garnered all the support needed to enable them win the presidency. So it is on those two fundamental foundations that we must undertake a discussion on this. At a later stage, I will take the audience through what is the requirement so far as an election is concerned, what is the principal register, what does it entail, and why do we need to have a principal register, both manually and digitally.
Perhaps that's a good place to begin the discussion also, not just to let it at the tail end, but what does the law say about the register? What does it say about how a voter will be identified before they cast their ballot?
Okay. Good question, Ken. And let's enlighten the public, because the confusion that has prevailed is not necessary. What is a register? A register is an official record, in this case, of persons entitled to vote. Now, we have the principal register of persons, which is made on the basis of the Elections Act. Every adult Kenyan must, if he or she has applied to vote, appear in that register. And the register is in various categories. It starts with the polling station, the ward, the constituency, the county, and the nation. You understand? When you go to a polling station for purposes of voting, you will be identified using your identification document, be it a passport or an ID. It will be checked against the register. Which register? The register compiled manually on the basis of the documents you submitted when you sought to be registered as a voter. Now, on the digital platform, you'll be required to identify yourself with your fingerprints.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the manual platform of the register, it will be crossed out. And that has been the case throughout the electoral cycle in Kenya. Then ask you a question. What if you cannot identify yourself using the fingerprints for one reason or another? Perhaps you don't have the fingers, or the fingerprints have faded because of the nature of your work, or maybe there is no adequate technology on account of accessibility to network where you are. But principally, the point is this. The register is designed as a manual register. The law recognizes the need for Iebc to use technology. That's why the Elections Act acknowledges the fact that there will be a principal register of persons, including an electronic register if one has been so compiled. So that at the tail end of the identification, you will be ticked off the manual register, okay? The digital register will log you out as having voted.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you understand it from that perspective, it becomes evident that there is no need for a protracted argument as to whether or not we should have a digital or a manual register. These are my electoral laws, manual. These are my electoral laws, digital.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it can go off. I may lack access to internet. Exactly what Prof said.
But what they're saying, Prof, based on that, because on this you agree, what they're saying based on that is, one, there is very high redundancy rate. It's not likely that the KIMS kit will fail. And even if it fails, in that zone, there'll be 4 extra that they can bring. But still, is it possible, Herman, that the side that is proposing the manual register believes that this election can be compromised on account of a digital register? Is it possible?
It's possible. It's possible. Only to help Harvey a bit. I doubt that Raila will be talking about complementary register on account of him not having prepared enough. I think Raila is more than prepared, and this election is his. So I think Harvey has taken us through. If the law so says, so what is the point of the argument? Why is Chapukati trying to cause an unnecessary noise where 9 should be? If the law says the principal register is there, perhaps even the physical one, and the other one can be electronic or whichever way, what is the problem? And if the logic demands that there is only one way of knowing who has voted, by crossing a line through the register,
or archiving their name after they have voted
that
in the
can only
system.
be from the physical register. So I see no need for big talk and big argument. I absolutely see none, actually. It's the simple thing.
But you understand that this is dividing two major candidates. There is
but I've already told you the suspicion aspect of
there's
this.
suspicion. So let me ask this. I asked him if there's fear that a digital register could be compromised. What will be the advantage that, for example, Azimio side will get if they incorporated and pushed to get the manual register? Before I ask you the distinction between two registers that IBC is speaking about, because the IBC has made it clear that at every polling station, we'll have printouts of the register for that polling station, and they will be pinned somewhere. So I can go in the morning and I'll see Kenneth Mijungu right there, and I'll know I'm supposed to vote here. So what is the distinction between what Azimio is asking and what IBC says, proposing that they will put on the wall? What are they, is it a register? Is it copies of what is in the register? What is this really?
Ken and the audience, perhaps Wafula Chebukati should just allow the law to take its own course. You understand? This is a matter that is so clear, it admits of no two interpretation. It is a requirement of the law that the register must be posted on the polling station.
Okay.
So that you can go and inspect it, even before the day of the election, so that you are able to ascertain which is the particular polling station you are to vote in. And having said that what comes first is the manual register, the list as we know it, from which a digital register is compiled, then why did he even cause to exist this discourse that is creating confusion?
Hold on.
To that extent, yes. I think he ought not to have done that.
Hold on. We'll come back to that. Which one came first, the manual or the digital?
Of course, it's the manual.
Then now they're printing the manual out of the digital,
yes,
the final one.
Yeah. Look, you have the register on the computer.
Yes. Start with registration.
Yes.
That's where it starts.
The registration is a manual process.
Yes.
I'm submitting my ID or passport, okay? And you'll submit it in hard copy. That's the reality of the matter.
Yes.
They will retain these documents. From that information which you've submitted, they mine data which is inputted into a table. And then they print that table, which is available for inspection. They're obliged to do that as a matter of law and common sense.
Okay.
You understand? But to reduce on paperwork, because the electoral laws are supposed to travel in tandem with technological development, there ought to be an electronic register. We're not saying that either of them must be excluded. You must have both. You must have the manual register and the electronic register. Just in case a doubting Thomas wants to verify, because how do I know what you're looking at from your computer? Yeah, perhaps I could say, can I have a physical examination?
Let's find my name on.
It's just common sense.
Yes.
Often the problem in Kenya is we always create debate out of issues that require no debate. And to this extent, I mean, permit me to say sorry to whoever is in my party and may want to take a divergent view. The legal position is as clear as we have enumerated it. You have a manual register, and then it's succeeded with a digital register. You are required to have both.
The polling station.
Yes, it's common sense. It is the law. It's the most practical thing to do.
Do you believe, my first question, do you believe that there's some mischief when they're pushing, or they're purely pushing on law? This is the law, just comply with it. Do you believe there's something? Because the argument that I have had several times is that voter top-up, it could be difficult to do digitally, but so long as there are names that have been captured on the manual register, assuming it's not a printout of the digital register, I could be allowed to vote. The other thing, the translocation of voters, for example, the voters that your party complained, the 1.1 million, that they have been taken somewhere. So the digital register operates in that polling station. Actually, two IBC officials sat here and said, if you go with a KIMS kit at a polling station, there is a code that will be attached in the box. And once you input that code in the KIMS kit, it locks out the rest of the names. The KIMS has everything, but it will lock out and only open for that polling station, right?
Personally, as a lawyer, I will never trust a digital system whose back end is outside my control. It's as simple as that.
It's offline, remember.
It's like asking me to deposit money in an ATM, which is okay. People deposit money through an envelope in an ATM. But my legal mind will not allow me to do something as stupid as that.
We do that all the time.
Yeah. I've never done it.
Really?
Yeah, because of my legal mind. It's as simple as that. I must see what I'm doing.
Yes.
You understand?
You have to walk to the counter.
I have to walk to the counter, give them money.
And give you
Systems are prone to manipulation. How will you manipulate a register that has been printed, that requires you to cross names? We will find you if you manipulate it. If you are in charge of a system there, even if it's online, I don't know what is in there.
What I could be
So
doing
speaking for
exactly.
myself,
Yes.
I'll want to have both a manual and electronic register from common sense, a legal point of view, and from my own practice.
That question is not yet answered. Perhaps a direct question. Do you believe it's possible? I mean, it's a direct question that I also answer, because when you hear this discourse, this debate, the truth, gentlemen, is this. The politicians are planted in Kenyans' minds, right? That if we have a digital register, it could be manipulated, right? People could be uko back end, adding names and subtracting names.
Yes.
And there's evidence that IBC can explain how voters were moved. They're still looking for it. I don't know where they're looking for it and how it happened. There's that evidence. Then this other one believes that if I have a manual backup register, then even if you find your name in the computer, but it's not in this register, you will not be able to vote. I mean, the seed that has been planted, Wakili, you have to admit, is that each team must play in a certain way. And that's what I'm seeking to understand. What is this game? What is this game?
I have a problem with people in this country. Why can't we allow small things to remain small?
How is this small? This is something that defines
See, if the law
future
says
of a
that,
country.
if the law says that you need both, that is as straightforward as it can ever get. Now, that doesn't stop you from being suspicious. Or let's say, Warabu wanasema, amini jirani wako, lakini funga ngamia wako. You can trust, but please don't close your eyes. If you must close the eyes, close one. What am I saying? If you ask me, what Raila and Ruto ought to do is to ensure they have a team of intelligent men and women who can look at this thing, look at the possibilities of abuse and manipulation. You get it? And then crystallize that into some document. And then cause there to be a meeting between IBC experts and their team, or teams from both camps, or four if you want to be generous. Why would ODM have 3 men, or men and women perhaps, UDA the same, and then ask Chebukati, we want to meet your experts. One afternoon, 4 or 5 hours, so that whatever fears you have are represented in an intelligent way. If it is technical, it is presented in a technical way to a technical audience and technical experts. And then you are told, no, this cannot work. Oh yeah, by the way, here you have a point. Now, why can't we mitigate this by having this in place? That's how I want intelligent people to work. But having suspicions is normal. I started by saying this country has a trust deficit.
Okay.
That's normal, but what is it we can do? The law now being clear that you need both. If we still have issues, let each side that has an issue work on what they have and present it to a technical team from IBC.
But let's follow the law. Let me ask Harvey. Harvey, is there mischief behind the law insisting that we have both? Was there a reason that the law was addressing in this when they said you have to digital, but this complementary system? There's an argument about complementary, by the way. that I had that I'd like you to help me understand. That a complementary system could mean if I am supposed to use my thumb and I can't get it, then I need to use any other means, especially the alphanumerics with the ID. So using the alphanumerics is complementing the use of my thumb on the machine. It doesn't, that the law doesn't state explicitly that that complementary system has to be a manual register. The complementary that is envisaged in the law is the alphanumeric. Explain this to me.
Then I can see your anxiety and disappointment, because often a topic of this kind, if you have good minds on the table like Prof and myself, will be settled in 5 minutes. And it has been settled. But nonetheless, we need to exhaust the time available to us. No. So we will exhaust. It's not again. I'm laying a foundation.
Yes.
The mischief is this. Systems are prone to fail. They are susceptible to manipulation. They are prone to error. You understand? That is why there must always be the primary evidence upon which you can evidence a register. And since the advent of writing, there's never been a better primary source of evidence of what is documented as an official record than paper. However much you run from it. Because even the digital books we read were condensed from material that was manually researched, compiled, and stored. You understand? Keep it as the primary evidence. Move with technology and reduce paperwork, reduce human input, increase efficiency, save on time. That is the mischief that we sought to cure by inputting technology in the electoral voter identification system. You understand? Have we suffered before? Yes. The contest before the Supreme Court in 2013 and 2017 was just about this thing. And that contest does not run away because the disputants have changed position. It will always remain. And that is why it is prudent that we have a well-informed discourse on this matter. The person on the wrong, in my view here, is the chairperson of the Iebc. And this is not the first time he's making this mistake. Look at the 2/3 gender rule insofar as the party list was concerned. He imposed a requirement which he knew did not have any foundation in law.
Yes.
Look at the party register again. He imposed a foundation that did not have any basis in law, prompting the need for the major disputants to go to him and seek a consensus in the manner in which Prof wants to be done for this. But my point is this. In a system that's supposed to work, we ought not to come together and agree how it should work. You understand? The law has determined the manner in which this system is to work. Have your manual, have your digital, okay? If your fingerprints cannot access the digital, we'll go here. You understand? Because we are moving technologically. It's not that we'll be shifting from one system to another system. Yes, it's supposed to be tamper-proof, as Iebc tells us, but a digital system can never be tamper-proof. It will never be tamper-proof.
Okay. The truth is, our election, even our ballot papers are one of the most secured papers I've ever seen. But there's another twist to this debate on securing the election, because our election is not purely digital. We still vote manually, we go and ballot. But again, there's another suspicion on the transmission. Explain this to us again. Why do we give precedence to the papers that will be signed at the polling station? They have to come, because to me, this is the same thing. We have a digital system that is supposed to work flawless and transmit, and on that basis alone, we can even call the results. But the Iebc will insist they have to come from the ground to Nairobi.
Valid question. When I argued William Kabogitao versus George Thuo and the Iebc in 2010, I emphasized the binding effect of that form. It's a deed. It must be signed, sealed, and delivered. Signed at the polling station and delivered at the tallying center. And it's for that reason that there must be a dualistic transmission system where we will have both the data inputted into the system so that the data can travel faster. And then you will have the image, okay, which is the deed. So that at the tail end of the confirmation of the results, you'll have both the data, the inputted figures, and the image. And for that reason, therefore, you must have that dualistic transmission mode. You transmit the data and you transmit the image, which will have the signatures of the polling officers, the candidates and or their agents, and if need be, the observers, for verification purposes. Because one is susceptible to manipulation. The figures you've inputted can be manipulated. You cannot manipulate
a paper once again.
The deed, the paper.
I can give you another example.
Yes.
You apply for a job and they say, include your testimonials and your certificates. Surely only a fool will send their original certificates. Honestly.
Exactly.
You only send copies of your certificates and other testimonials. Okay? But on the day of the interview, surely they must match your original against what you gave them. So the idea is, when you transmit the results to Nairobi for the presidential election, we will have to wait until we can match. And Ken, you are the lawyer. You are the lawyer. I'm not a lawyer here. You know, in 2017 and I think 2013, there was evidence of disparity between what was transmitted and what was on Form 34A.
Yes.
Simple. That there is a possibility that at the polling station, you could have a problem. It would be easy for you to transmit an image that's not correct. Okay? There are cases of people who, you know, when you send a WhatsApp message to somebody, and maybe you are not on net, you don't have data or something like that, you know, it doesn't go, okay? It leaves the box or whatever it is. But the moment you hit network, it goes. So there are instances of that nature where the transmission was done at the polling station, but because of connectivity, the images didn't go until somebody got to where there was network coverage and then it went up, something like that. So there is room therefore for somebody to manipulate those images. But when you will be required, as the late Kibuitu was saying, what are these people waiting for? They are cooking results. They will burn the country. You know, we need to see that. So it's important.
Now, I'll go back to that. For me, this is one of the areas that I don't see dispute between the candidates when it comes to transmission. They have more concern with if that system can handle the 46,000 as opposed to anything else, right?
Yes.
They agree it has to be transmitted and these forms have to come to Nairobi.
Yes.
How comes this is so clear and the other one is so clear? I mean, tonight I am not convinced.
Maybe let me tell you something.
Because that's one point they agree.
Every election
Yeah.
is open to manipulation. It's possible. However tight the process is, you can manipulate it across the world. We've seen America, you know, and it's possible. Something else about what we Kenyan call rigging. It is always a new approach. From the days when you are debe, you know, the candidates used to have their own debes, in which so you put for herb, you put for manure.
Dark ones.
When you would find some of the debes carrying his votes in some forest or in some river, they were thrown there as they were being transported to the DC's office where they were. And remember, those were huge districts. So it's Zakibaki village districts. Now, so we moved from there, and forms of manipulations have been changing. I think if we were to believe the Supreme Court, in the last election, it was in the transmission. I'm now answering your question. So only a fool would want to rig using the same system of transmission.
They have to come up.
There must be another new one. And I think there is a fear in different.
So you are afraid we'll rig through register.
For the register, for digital register.
So somebody could have
And
figured
explain
out.
to you why, yes.
Somebody could have figured out this election will be rigged through the register at the polling station. Possibly. Possibly. Remember what Kriegler said.
The fear that you're asking him about rigging. One, your candidate, before the KPMG audit, came out and spoke about translocation of voters. The question was, even the IBC itself, when two commissioners sat here, they said they didn't understand how he knew to the number that 1.1 million from the voters register, which is in their system, had been transferred illegally. That's one of the fears. How, for example, does a candidate in this election have those details to the number?
Look, when we were waiting at the lobby, Prof asked me, how is it going in Westlands? I told him we'll win with a minimum of 65 and a maximum of 80. I mean, you're going for an election, you must know how you'll win. It's like going for an exam. Those who have studied hard will know we'll either get a B, an A, or a D. And I don't think Dr. William Samoei Ruto is a student beneath A. So he knows what he's talking about, just as we know what we're talking about. And as he said, only a fool will go to this election without interrogating the numbers. And the register of the IEBC is not a secret. It should never be a secret. Nobody should ever claim monopoly over what is in the register. It's supposed to be a document available to us. And it's for that reason that a preliminary examination of the register disclosed all these discrepancies. And as day succeeds night, despite the contestation put forth by those two commissioners, an audit confirmed our fears. And even on my part, I have many of my voters in Westlands who, despite having transferred, have indicated that their names do not appear. Is there a remedial mechanism? Of course. You are able to go back to the constituency returning officer and ensure that what you submitted on account of your request, either for registration or for transfer, has been acted upon. And there is profound merit in what Dr. William Samoei Ruto said. And it will be foolhardy, let me repeat, for you to sit back and expect the system to work. It never works.
Ken, this 1 million that Ruto sprang from nowhere before the register was made public could be partly responsible for why Raila is insisting. I think the Raila camp could be having the feeling that the fact that these guys were able to know
what's in the register,
something was in the register, means they have access to that register in a manner that is not so appealing. So these guys have access to the register in a bad way.
And if they have access to the register?
And that is in its electronic form. So if we are not careful, somebody who knew with precision the number of votes that had been interfered with, or whatever you can call the language, moved here, what have you, almost to the last digit, that person has the inside information and it can be an evil person. Let's be a little more careful than we were going to be.
Actually, one of the commissioners admitted that they were reviewing their protocols and the issuance of their passwords because they don't understand how that happened.
Yes.
Although they commuted the number, they said it's much less than 1.1. But they agreed right here on the table that yes, we have issued passwords before, and we also don't understand how, So I don't think it's sitting back and waiting and saying the systems will work. I think that fear, He's laughing. That fear is real.
Is it like the password in Kusumu? Where this guy? Where is the password? Where is the password?
So that fear is real. That fear is real when we go fully digital. But let's conclude this discussion because there are two more things I want to talk about.
Yes.
Let's conclude this discussion legally, Wakili. We will have the two.
Yes, we'll have the two. And for me, have no anxiety about it. If I go to a polling station and they don't have the two, there will be no election in that polling station. I've been a lawyer for the last 19 years. Have done election petitions for the last 3 electoral cycles. Let's not beat around the bush. You must have the register there. And I'm well prepared because I'll be in charge not only of my own votes, but of the president. That one I've undertaken to do it in Westlands. Kama hakuna manual na digital register, hakuna uchaguzi unafanyika pale. We must follow the law.
Okay. As a well-established lawyer, have you advised your team on the same?
I'm in charge of my election in Westlands. it will be conducted as per the law.
And this is not the ones that will be pinned on the wall. It's the register, the big one that we usually see there.
Kitabu, kama mama hana vidole, tutaangalia kwa register to cross.
Okay.
Kama kijana anafanya kwa kware, hana fingerprints, lazima tupate register.
Kama kijana ameendesha wheelbarrow sana.
Vidole imepotea, hiyo tuangalia.
So
Lakini
let the returning officer and the polling officials in Westlands know this one must
be
there.
there.
So you can now see, Ken,
Yes.
I think that revelation of 1 million is the cause of this problem. And
It's
therefore, my
anxiety.
final word on this would be just to say what I said before. Let both teams have intelligent men and women working on their thing, so that even if it is, how about if it turns out that in some polling station, the manual register turned out to be the only register that was used.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Beyond the arguments about whether or not we should have both, and as Javi has put it, it's a matter of law and there's not a question for debate in the simple issue. So to me, that is the simpler issue. The bigger problem for the political parties is to ensure they know what possible avenues of manipulation of either of these can. I'm just giving you an example. If at the end of the voting on 9th, we find that there were many polling stations or some polling stations where actually voting was done by manual register almost exclusively, that should raise some red flag. Or if again you go to some places and the kit fails in a manner that is, sometimes I keep saying about intelligent men and women, because there was some, I don't know, requirement, whether it was law or regulations or just administrative, that the presiding officer was to periodically furnish Iebc at some point, whether Nairobi or county, with the number of people who would have voted. This is an issue both the parties will need to pursue. Because if we have 600 people in a polling station, and from morning when it opens at 6 or 5, up to 4 o'clock, only 120 have voted, how would 400 people vote in the next 30 minutes? That can only be manipulation. So these are the kind of things I'm saying. Let's go beyond the issue of whether we have both or not, because it will have both. Let both parties have men and women who are hawk-eyed.
I like what Wakili has said. It will be there. Because Chebukati said, yes, I will bring the register, but the papers they pin. That's what he said. So I like that fact. Anyway, gentlemen, let's move away from that. There are two developments tonight that I also want to touch on. And one of them, I'll begin with Herman. The spat between Deputy President and President Uhuru Kenyatta on the audio that was leaked. One, before we continue, do you believe that is the voice of the Deputy President, William Ruto?
He has even said himself.
No, he said he was pushing the president. He's not saying, no. He said he'll slap the president.
No, he has said he pushed him. So he's not denying that the existence of the audio. And that is him. Of course, people can manipulate voice. I can get your voice. I have seen it on TikTok. So, but this one is obvious and he has not disputed. The only thing I might advise Avi is to begin wondering who is this who took and that thing is not taken by a phone.
It doesn't
that
sound like
recording is not from a phone. It must be a very expensive phone. That recording is from a gadget. So hapo sasa watu waanze kujiuliza, are we really muangaliane? Amatiriki, when we are sending our boys in the forest, we begin to look, is there anybody here who is not one of us? You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So it is his voice. He has not disputed. On the contrary, he seems to own it and explains it. Any other question you want me to answer? Ken? You want me to say my take on it?
How does your candidate sit now that the audio? I know he's defended it and he said he was simply pushing the president. He could have not let go the presidency in 2017. Don't you think this could be his Waterloo, especially in central or Mount Kenya region?
Look, Ken, any public figure knows whatever you say in the midst of people is prone to be repeated elsewhere. And I've listened to that clip I cannot authenticate whether it is Dr. William Samoei Ruto speaking, but assuming it is him speaking, I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean, you can have a partner who is very slow, who is very indecisive, and may require some little boost to go ahead. And I think in this relationship, it's quite evident who the workhorse was. It was Dr. William Samoei Ruto. And we've seen the development subsequent to the release of that clip. And there is a unanimity of ideas from those who are close to the president that he was reluctant to go ahead and that they had to do much more to emphasize upon him the need for them to continue with the Jubilee administration. Nothing wrong. And to that extent, I think I agree with Manyora. Sioni shida. Kama mtu ameogopa kwenda, kama he tells you when we are going for circumcision, kama umeogopa paka utalazimishwa uende, kuna mchezo.
Who do you believe leaked this thing? From what side?
I don't know. I wouldn't even care. It's of no consequence. Reason being, it's being misused by people who think they can get mileage. What mileage will they get out of it? Ask this question. You understand? The contest was between Raila Amolo Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta. Who was supporting Uhuru Kenyatta? Dr. William Samoei Ruto. It was a ferocious contest. I mean, these people have turned to be those who are wailing more than the bereaved. Anything they pick, insignificant. And they make headlines out of it. What value is this clip? Nothing.
There's no coincidence in politics, even the timing of the release. I mean, this is 2017 after the election was, probably we don't know the period because he said he doesn't speak of that time, but he said during, after Maraga nullified. So the assumption could be very close to that nullification, right? But the timing is not a coincidence.
Ken, this gentleman and I come from the same village. We don't dwell on small things. Uhuru was stagnating. He was dilly-dallying. You understand? If you are the president, you cannot dilly-dally. And the people close to you must help you move ahead. And if the people close to Uhuru Kenyatta help him move ahead, they did the correct thing. Let's not debate over nothing.
The political score in this?
There's no political score.
Really?
Absolutely.
Look at the last 3 days, the deputy president has been in the Mount Kenya East. And every single day since the audio was released, there is no time is not spoken of the audio.
Of course. And this is where I agree with Dr. Meguna. A brilliant leader must traverse anything intended to be used against him. That's why you can see for me, there are people who will lament, you need not respond to everything. No, I'm a lawyer, I'm a leader. You must traverse, you must set the record straight. And to that extent, Dr. William Ruto, Kindiki Kithure, Kipchumba Murkomen, and many other people have set the record forth. They have said Uhuru Kenyatta was dilly-dallying. He was almost ceding. We couldn't allow that. I will do the same thing without any fear.
Political score, Manyora. Is there a way this is going to affect either of the campaigns? Look at Jeanette.
Harvey has spoken well, but I want to amend his bill, Kidogo. He's going to be an MP. Now, you see, if you look at it in terms of, there are two contexts. The time when that happened, which is I think on 1st of September, is the same day of the nullification, the day we saw Uhuru in Ibama.
Furious.
Yeah, and then also Ruto also said things that are not so kind about the judiciary the same day.
Which he apologized.
Yeah, both of them said things. Now, I take it from 1st of September. None of them would have issued a categorical statement. Uhuru didn't issue a categorical statement that he was not going to run. Uhuru is a human being. Having your elections nullified is not a small matter. And you are mortal. You are a human being. There are feelings. I keep another wachana with this thing. My governor in Viga once said, this job is thankless. I don't even know why I took it.
They continue to give up.
You remember, people blew it out of proportion. The governor is resigning. No, you see, the emotions of the moment must be understood. And there are many things you can say, but they are not categorical statements. There's no way Uhuru was saying, I don't want to go into this election. The things, emotions, I kidnapped that Wachana and I can go home.
So that
doesn't mean you wanted to go
there's
home.
a second context.
The second
There's a
thing
second
now,
context, yeah.
within the same context, when Ruto say, even if he said, I can slap you, Bwana, what are you, Mchezo, Bwana? What are you, Jingle? I can never go chapa coffee. He wouldn't mean I want to slap you.
It was in jest, isn't it?
In jest
Of
and
course.
just banter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's
And the
another small
emotions
talk
of the-
that we are having around the country
Now,
right now.
let's move from 2017 and come to last week, I think Friday.
Yes.
When Ruto tells the audience what he told them about we Ningemchapa coffee, is no longer what it would have been in 2017. He's perpetuating the narrative that first Uhuru is a useless leader, indecisive, not capable of leading, and that I, William Samoei Ruto, have made Uhuru Kenyatta president and have sustained him in power. That, if you listen to the clip, is perpetuating that narrative, which he has been on for a while, which really, if you ask me, is slighting Uhuru Kenyatta. So then I come back where you asked. Does it have political capital for one side? The answer is yes. Because every time you make those sort of utterances, every time you slight Uhuru Kenyatta, who is a son of some people, you lose some votes. Every time you say something so bad about Uhuru Kenyatta and you are William Ruto, you may think you are charging your side, which is true. They see you are a man, you are what? But you are equally subtracting from some side. So the question of addition and subtraction will be perhaps seen on the 9th of August.
Okay. Before I go to Harvey, who would you think would have leaked that?
Okay.
My thinking is...
How will he know?
Who do you think? Don't know. Just not knowing,
I
just
look at
thinking
the
from
quality.
one side.
I just look at the quality of the audio.
Yes.
Okay? And I look at, it is a meeting, which I think I saw on TV. And I'm sure where you are sitting can be so close to the deputy president for your phone to get that kind of quality recording. I therefore suspect this person who recorded had a gadget. So if somebody can go to a meeting like that, not with a phone, but with a gadget to record, this is somebody who has been sent there. And therefore that means it must be an insider who is a more.
Wow. Okay. I know Harvey doesn't want to engage in this anymore, unless you want to respond to the fact that it changes everything post 2017. But the last thing I wanted to talk about is what's happening in Mombasa. As a lawyer, once more, is it possible that Wiper could alter the candidates, how they're going to run? Now they say Mbogo, he's Mbogo, right? The Kisaoni member of Mbogo, the Kisaoni member of parliament, who will be the governor, and Mike Mbuvi Sonko will be the deputy to get through this. Is it even possible that that will happen? And if it's possible, does the requirement to be a deputy governor become less than a governor because you're potentially a governor? Or what's likely to happen in this now as a lawyer?
Kenyans must stop these games of musical chairs. Sonko was impeached. He's precluded from either running as a governor or running. It is as simple as that. For how long must they engage in this circumlocution? And I say this with an open heart because he's my client. But the legal truth must always be told. You understand? If Wiper has legal minds in their team, they ought to have foreseen this and submitted a candidate who will not be subject to these handicaps. So, I mean, it's not in the realm of conjecture. It's like asking yourself, will any of us die? We will die. It's only that we don't know when we will die. It's a stupid question. Yeah.
So it's not going to work for them still?
Sonko will not be anywhere. And if he goes anywhere, that will be the first ground for an election petition. You know, you may escape some of these nets through judicial craft, but it's just postpone agony. Problem. Yeah. Why can't you get somebody who's competent? Kwani hatuna watu wenye wanaweza wania kuwa magavana ama manaibu kule Mombasa? Una upuzi Ken. Upuzi mkubwa.
Wiper. Yeah. I think, it is Sonko who's driving the thing. It is beyond Kalonzo Musyoka, beyond the Wiper party. He's the engine. Even if you witness them going to Mombasa, the procession from Nairobi to Mombasa, it was Sonko who was in charge in every conceivable way. So that limits the capacity of the party wiper and the party leader Kalonzo Musyoka to give directions. Sonko being the kind of person he is, he's all over the place. He's Mr. Moneybags. He has serious grassroots support. You know, you are incapacitated, so to speak. But my last take on this issue, Javi, you know, I wish you were still the LSK chairman. I would have sent you. You know, the judiciary in this country will plunge us into a ditch. If you look at jurisdictions like America, the courts know where to stop. They know how far to venture into political issues. They know, because they know the kind of problems you can cause in a country. You know, 2002, Al Gore versus Bush. And the Supreme Court, the American Supreme Court, in fact, admonished the Florida Supreme Court. They told them, why did you have to order a recount? You did not have ordered a recount. And in failing to entertain the case further from Al Gore, they started the timelines. The American timelines are almost cast in, stone. So to say, look here, you may have an issue. You may be pursuing justice, but the greater good of the nation can be interfered with. This is what I want our judiciary to know. And I want also our judiciary to know, these people you see around here, including those living in those places we call slums, they are not fools. Nyinyi mmesema wajinga walisha, na I want to support you, wajinga walisha, na wakazikwa vile Raila anasema. So when the judiciary pronounces itself on certain matters, they should know that people have intelligence and they have even feeling. There's no point in making Kenyans annoyed at some of the pronouncements that are coming from courts. You know, they have to take things knowing.
Which is this pronouncement that
I wanted to ask
you
example.
I need to deal with it, because if it's a judge who has transgressed, then we need to deal
What
with
I'm saying, for example, look at the shenanigans surrounding all these things of degrees and certificates and who can be on the ballot paper and who cannot be. Look here, most of them are not even categorical. I heard there was a judgment today in Mombasa. What was it?
No, for who?
In the Sonko case.
Well, the one stopping the printing of ballot
Ballot,
papers,
yes, they just issued orders to
Don't
stop
print
to
ballots.
gazette.
So
Yeah,
what does that mean?
Until his case is decided.
What does that mean? With 35 days to an election, and you wanting another example, is that not enough for you to see really? There must be, you must bring something to some
But
end.
the courts
I
of law
think,
must
I
also
think,
apply
I think
the law.
what Professor is emphasizing is a common principle. No, there must be an end to litigation.
Yes.
I think the judges of the High Court must come to the realization that certain roadblocks were made when certain decisions were taken by the county assemblies and the Senate. You understand? For instance, we have two sets of litigation. One before the Iebc tribunal, which seeks to bar certain candidates from running. What does the tribunal do? It says, we don't have jurisdiction on this matter. You understand? And then they go to the High Court. At one point in time, the High Court says, we don't have jurisdiction. They dismiss the matter. Another point in time, they stop the printing of the ballot boxes, the ballot papers. That's what Prof is alluding to. Judges must provide certainty.
Yes.
That is their responsibility.
And finality on certain
and
issues.
finality. And to that extent, I agree. Well, I finished my 10 years LSK president. But when I was president, we didn't have the shenanigans, because we could call them out. I would call the Chief Justice and tell him, look, your judges are misbehaving. But the lawyers decided.
That,
No, the lawyers didn't sign. My term came to an end.
Yeah.
So let's enjoy the term of another president.
Yeah, of another president.
I know, Javi, this is a case that is in court. For example, that finality you're talking about, the IBC threw it back to the High Court again and said, we have done our work. We have gazetted Sakaja. I know there's this new revocation by Quer that looks
Q.
like final. But Q, CUE. But now we cannot do anything about it. Remember, it's the only institution that can determine qualification or otherwise of someone in this country. But now they say it has to go back to the High Court. And I know it's in court.
Yeah, I know the trap you're laying for me so that you have headlines tomorrow. Sakaja is the UDA candidate for the governor.
Not really.
I'm campaigning for him. I will continue campaigning for him. I verily believe he's woos are contrived by Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Amolo Odinga. We will fight them, we will defeat them, and Sakaja will be the governor
They are
of
not
Nairobi.
here, Ken.
Let that be the headline.
Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga are not here, but let me speak for them.
You know,
I'll send
he's
them
a lawyer, but look at where he's taking
I'll
me.
send them a fee note. What do you call it?
Yes.
A fee note.
A fee note.
You see, Harvey, a degree, you either have it or you don't have it. So I think that's period.
This is somewhere you're impeached or you're not
so the
impeached.
question is, how does Uhuru Kenyatta come in? If you have your degree, has Uhuru snatched your degree? Has Raila taken Sakaja's degree? A degree, you either have it.
I've finished campaigning for Sakaja on this platform. That must be headline.
Listen, a degree, you either have it or you don't have it. Don't talk about Uhuru Kenyatta. Don't talk about Raila Odinga. Just put your degree down. And if Q mandated by law to say any degree that is not Kenyan is authentic or not. If they say Sakaja's degree,
then let everybody give their degree.
No, we shall not go there.
From
We
your
can go there if you want.
candidate.
If we have time, we can go there.
I mean,
let me just finish what I'm saying. If the person with the responsibility, legal mandate to say yours is either a degree or not, has said Sakaja's degree is not a degree. Those are some of the things I'm talking about the courts.
But Prof, you must respect
if they
the
have
final
said,
decisions of the court. The courts have said, let him be on the ballot.
But then the courts, that's what I'm saying.
What are we debating
But I'm
about?
saying there are small issues like this. They may look very small, but you also remember, Harvey, as a lawyer, we have such absurd situations where the Supreme Court says, yes, Governor Harvey doesn't have a degree. At least now we are proved. But the people of Vihiga, they had already elected him. Those are awkward, even more than awkward. They're absurd. You get it? So if we know that if Sakaja goes on and proceeds to win the election, the Supreme Court may not help the people of Nairobi and the people of Kenya in this matter, because there's already what you call precedent, I think, that the Supreme Court has already said we can accept, and it has been proved that you don't have a degree. But to the extent that you are already a governor and endelea na kazi yako, why don't we stop before then?
He said, when we were giving the previous example, that would be the first ground for a petition. This could also be a ground for petition if you win the
Ken,
election.
I'm a clever man. Why are you continuing setting these traps for me?
Ken, you didn't hear.
No, just answer the question.
Ken.
It's not wrong. And I know he's running on UDA, and it could be your friend. Sakaja is my friend, but I just want to understand this. It's not trap. It's not trap.
No, I've jumped that trap.
It cannot be a subject of a petition because the Supreme Court has already pronounced
Exactly.
itself.
Prof,
What can happen is a Kenyan like Okiya Mtata can go to court. At that time of going to court, it would already have been proved that not proved, because we already know that he didn't have a degree from the University of Nairobi, I'm not even denying it. It would already have been proved that even that degree from TIM is not a degree at that point. So somebody can only go to court on the basis of integrity issues and say, look, this kind of guy cannot hold public office. But it cannot be a repetition because the Supreme Court has already
But in the meantime, Prof, we go to the ballot and vote or sign
We'll decide. The voters will decide. I think that's the fairest thing I've heard. Because at the end of the day, you might fight it so hard, but at the end of the day, the voters will decide.
Let the people burn their ass, as the American president said.
And that's why in many jurisdictions, and have you are the lawyer and you're a big man in law and in this world of yours, courts are very, very careful not to enter into matters of politics. Because politicians are people of bad manners. They don't behave well.
For me.
So courts,
I'm well mannered.
So courts
will say.
Courts rarely touch matters politics. I see even in America, they want to keep off as much as possible because look, even an impeachment, Harvey, why would an impeached governor, having been tried in Senate and found unfit to hold that office, why would the courts entertain those things? Because an impeachment is a political process. It's not legal. It does not matter what Trump did or didn't do. What matters is what are his numbers in Senate at the end of the day.
Okay, as we end the show, there's a cost list that has been shared with us from Uganda, and they say this has been listed. It was listed today. Today is 4th, right?
Yes.
Yeah, today is 4th. It was listed, and they're seeking interim order to issue restraining the respondents, his employees, subordinates, agents, any other person from investigating, inquiring into the qualification awarded to Sakaja John Arthur by Team University. Then a temporary injunction issued restraining the respondent from investigating, inquiring into, or any other way interfering with the qualification awarded to the applicant.
Who is the respondent?
Obviously, main party here is Team University. Yeah.
Team's University is the applicant, whatever they call
Team
it.
University. There's a guy here called, I saw the name. The name was just, I can't find the name. But I think he's a guy.
You know, if you start fishing in a shallow pool, you'll only get tadpoles.
Jamson Kerimani.
Yes,
Jamson Kerimani.
You're looking for tadpoles.
So effectively, I think even Uganda is not dealing with this matter. If already there are those orders that they're seeking and could be issued. So you don't want to talk about it, but I want to thank you very much. As we leave, this is not for you. What is the issue with Mudavadi? You were quoted by newspapers.
Which issue?
You said he's low. The translation was perhaps he was shortchanged by William Ruto.
No.
Yeah.
You see, these media houses, in particular, Nation, it's called what? Nation Media?
Yes.
I call them Nation Media Gossip. They are prone to looking for sensational headlines. What they are referring to is a statement that was made on the 12th of November, 2021, when I moved from ANC to UDA. You understand? But they want to sensationalize this thing. Mudavadi is not my competitor in Westlands. Everybody knows that. You understand? He's one of the principals in Kenya Kwanza. He's my uncle. Stop this bullshit of Nation Media Group. Let them look for real issues upon which to anchor a discussion. You know, Shens.
A good place to end the show tonight.
What he's saying, for the sake of the viewer, how he's saying, I could have said a thing or two, but that was before Mudavadi came to my side. Now that we are together, please, why are you going? Mwenda kuchokora mambo kwa nini? Let it rest well.
Why do you
after all, everybody has said one or two things about the other person.
Yeah.
So, there's nothing strange.
Kama hawana story wanakuja tunawatengenezea story. Hapana kwenda kutafuta stories zilizooza.
Kama yenye umekataa kutengeneza hapa. I have to thank you so much for coming tonight. I think the issue of the voter register is settled. From top minds, is settled. It's best we go to the election with something predictable. And I think if the law has to be applied, like you say, and you say, the manual register will be the complementary system to the digital register. Let's go to the election. Let Kenyans decide. Nelson Harvey, thank you so much for coming. Aman Manyora, Asante Sena Kwakuja, and I wish you all the best in Westwood.
Have you seen it on my YouTube?
Yes, I do.
And this days we go live.
I saw the other one when you hosted 2 days ago.
Yes.
I watched it.
Oh, good.
I watched it. I look for inspiration sometime.
Very soon.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll be glad. The
Yes.
people of Westlands,
Yes.
kupigia kura tafadhali. UDA Kenya Kwanza.
Wakupigia kura kwa nini?
I've set out my 4-point agenda. The most important duty of a member of National Assembly is to legislate, to make laws, to debate, to enact, to repeal and amend. 10 years, we've not had this kind of representation. Westlands is the richest constituency in Kenya. It must be impactful. We must bring change. But fundamentally, infrastructural development. We need to build hospitals, schools, roads, send pipe water, have sewage disposal and garbage collection. These things are missing in Westlands. It's impermissible.
John tells me on the other side, this is what we hear from candidates every election.
This is what you're hearing from Nelson. I've never been a candidate
A member of
MP,
parliament, yes.
What Harvey should also
I've
say.
been a president of the Law Society.
Okay.
I do things.
Because Tim is not here.
I bring change.
Because Tim is not here. and
Bring
he's
him
my
here. He
friend.
can't come here to
And
debate.
he's my friend.
Yeah. You want to defend him?
No, not defend him. I'm just saying what Harvey should be saying.
Call
What
him
Harvey
here
should
with
say.
debates.
What
Never
Harvey
come.
should say.
Remember,
What Harvey should say. Tim has done a wonderful job. with
but he wants to continue.
But I want to build on that and make it better.
It's a fantastic old man.
I wish you all the best, Nelson Harvey, Wakili,
Thank you.
and Haman. Thank you so much for coming for us. So tonight, this is the 35th day to the election. 35 days. That's 5 weeks to the election. We have a few more kivumbis, about 4 more. Looking forward to seeing you on the table again. And before you're elected, come back. We have another topic, especially when IBC speaks, because you need to speak much more when the IBC speaks. Because
Yeah,
a lot of things we
I would
don't.
want to
John
come,
will kill me.
I would want to come after the election. And
After the election, we will be at Bomas.
Any day you
after
need
UDA has lost.
an honest legal opinion, even if it impairs or annoys my side of the political, call me.
Okay.
I'll come here and give an honest legal opinion.
Facts are sacred.
Because before being an elected leader, I'm first a lawyer.
A lawyer, yeah.
I owe it to the people of Kenya to give them a breakdown in the most simplistic, capable of understanding way. And that duty I'll never depart from, irrespective of whatever position I will ascend to.
Well said. On behalf of the whole team, thank you so much for watching. Have a good night. We do this again next week, same place, same time. And on Wednesday, we might have a debate for the governor somewhere. Keep it KTN. You definitely know where, because we're going out of town once again. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you.
Half a century of independence, 11 elections, 3 presidents. And now, Kenya heads to the polls in the country's biggest election ever. From the shores of the Indian Ocean to the peaks of Mount Kenya, the valleys of the Great Rift to the rainforest of the West, the vast arid plains of northern Kenya to the grasslands of the south. Right across the country, over 14 million voters will decide. Tonight, Martha Karua, Peter Kenneth, Uhuru Kenyatta, James Ole Kiapi, Musalia Mudavadi, and Raila Odinga interview for the country's top job in Kenya's first ever presidential debate. Who will emerge the first president of the Second Republic? Welcome to the Kenya Presidential Debate 2013. Your hosts, Linus Kaikai and Julie Hishuru.
Good evening. Welcome to the first of 2 presidential debates intended to give you a comprehensive picture of the candidates, their outlook on the issues, their policies, and their commitments on the matters that are of greatest concern to this nation. This debate has been organized by the Kenyan media and is coming to you live on all participating television and radio stations across the country. It is also streaming live online for the global audience.
The next 2 hours are unprecedented in the history of Kenyan elections. For the first time ever, presidential candidates have together agreed to submit themselves to a debate on relevant issues and pertinent national issues. 8 of the presidential candidates are here tonight to debate each other before an audience. The audience will maintain silence throughout the debate except a few moments from now, when we'll put our hands together to welcome the 2013 presidential candidates one by one.
Well, earlier, the Kenya Presidential Debates Steering Committee conducted a balloting session with the candidates to determine their order of entrance tonight and the podium position for each candidate. It's time now to welcome the presidential candidates, and tonight we begin with Mohamed Abdubadida from the Alliance for Real Change Party. Let's give him a round of applause. We will ask you to take the front of the stage for the moment. Please do come forward.
Stand in front of the
Right
podium.
there. Thank you
Yes,
so
next
much.
to your podium. Thank you very much. And we welcome the second candidate tonight in order of balloting again, and that is Professor James Olekiapi of the Rebuild and Restore Kenya Party, RBK.
And next we have Uhuru Kenyatta from TNA, which is part of the Jubilee Alliance. Let's give him a round of applause.
And next on stage tonight, we do have the presidential candidate of the Kenya National Congress, and that is the Honorable Peter Kenneth.
Also with us tonight, we have Musalia Mudavadi from UDF, part of the Amani Alliance. Let's give him a round of applause as well.
And now let's welcome to the stage the only female presidential candidate in this race, Martha Karua of the NARC Kenya Party.
Also with us tonight, Raila Odinga of ODM, part of the CORD Alliance.
And finally, the last candidate coming in tonight, the Honorable Paul Mwite of the Safina Party. Welcome to you all, a list of 8 presidential candidates taking part in this debate tonight. And the debate will focus on broad thematic areas of governance, security, and social services. Each candidate will be expected to explain their position in 2 minutes and will be given additional time for rebuttals. The rules of engagement discussed and agreed by each candidate requires them to treat and address each other with respect.
Now, this debate has two main segments, part one, which is focused on governance, and part two, which includes questions from the audience. We thank you all for joining us, making time for this debate tonight. And at this point, ladies and gentlemen, let us all be upstanding for the national anthem. It is performed tonight by Carol Atemi.
Nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda na tujenge taifa letu. Ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Thank you. You may take your seats, and the presidential candidates, you may take your stands at the podiums. At this point, I hand over to Linus Kaikai to take us through part one of this crucial debate.
Thank you very much, and thank you once again, candidates, and welcome again to this debate. The first part is about self-introduction. We're not going into policies, we're just going into self-introduction. And this is your moment to do what you don't get to do in rallies. Tell us about yourself for 30 seconds. Who are you, and what is your strength? And in order of the ballot again, we will start with the candidate for the Alliance for Change, Mr. Abdul Badida.
Thank you so much. My name's Mohammed Abdul Badida, and I usually like using the title Mwalimu because I'm professionally trained, and it is a noble profession, so I'm proud of it. I'm vying for the presidency, as you very well know, and my political party that nominated me is Alliance for Real Change, abbreviated ARK. Most of the media and many people mistake it for ARC, but the K is as per it appears.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dida. That is, you have only 30 seconds to introduce yourself. Let's go to candidate on platform or podium number 2.
I'm James Olekiapi, and I've been a public official for 20 years. And I am very grateful to God today that I am here as one of the presidential candidates on this historic day in the Republic of Kenya. Good evening, viewers, and I'm glad to be with you.
Thank you, Professor Kiapi. Let's go to candidate on platform podium number 3.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Uhuru Kenyatta. I'm a proud Kenyan who has been in public service and as a politician for the last 15 years. I'm a husband, a father, and a person who is greatly committed to this country and who seeks to be given the opportunity to make my contribution to this country through the election that is due in the next few weeks.
Thank you, Honorable Kenyatta. Next candidate on podium number 4.
Thank you for having me here tonight. I am bothered by what I see as lack of basic facilities for our people. I'm here tonight because we must fix security, sort out infrastructure, fix water and sanitation, fix healthcare, and reform our education system. We must grow our economy. I believe I have something unique to offer our country in terms of leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is a moment of self-introduction. So you confirm that you are Peter Kenneth.
You had already said it.
That's right. Let's go to the next candidate, platform number 5.
I am Musalia Mudavadi. I'm the UDF presidential candidate in the Amani coalition. I wish to present myself to the Kenyan people so that I can serve them as the 4th president of the Republic of Kenya. I'm also pleased that I am part of this historic moment so that Kenyans can listen to us and evaluate us from a different perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mudavadi. Candidate on number 6.
I'm Martha Karua, a mother, recently a grandmother. I grew up and did my early schooling in my home county, Kirinyaga. And thanks to my parents and the community around me, I learned the values of honesty, hard work, and community that is caring for others, values that have stood me in good stead today. You can trust that the promises I make to you will be delivered. I'm a woman of her own word.
Thank you, Honorable Karua. Candidate number 7 tonight.
Good evening, viewers. My name is Raila Amolo Odinga. I'm an engineer by profession and the current Prime Minister. I am happy that this event is taking place today. History is being made. For the first time, presidential candidates are facing Kenyans to tell them what they want to do for them. I hope that this is now a step towards realizing the Kenyan dream as coined by the founding fathers of our nation, which is in our national anthem. I am going to spend time to tell Kenyans.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Odinga. We go to candidate number 8. You have 30 seconds to tell us about yourself, who you are, and indeed, what is your strength?
My name is Paul Muite, a lawyer by profession. In 1990, as chair of the Law Society, I was one of those who started on this journey towards a realization of the new constitution which we now have, not as an end in itself, but a means to an end. I'll be talking a little later about that end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you all candidates for introducing yourself. We're now going straight to the issues. And we had indicated to you the broad thematic areas, governance, national security, and social services. And I want us to begin with the single most serious problem in this country, the cancer that afflicts the politics, the elections, and governance in this country, the problem of tribalism or ethnicity. Let's hear from each candidate for 2 minutes what your appreciation of the problem is, and what you intend to do, and how different you'll be from the predecessors of the president we are seeking to elect. That is Jomo Kenyatta, Daniel Arap Moi, and Mwai Kibaki, all who made tribe the base of their governments. Let's start with Mr. Dida.
Thank you so much. I think governance is actually the most crucial issue that contributed to the failure of this nation. And the only way out is full implementation of the Constitution.
Mr. Dida, let me remind you, we're talking about tribalism. What is your appreciation of the problem, and what do you intend to do to be different from the previous presidents of this country?
Well, Kenyans, 90% of Kenyans are actually defeated by their own systems of life. And this issue of tribalism is a factor contributed by 5% of each community leaders who want to connect to the leading class. So if this issue of governance is sorted out and the constitution is fully implemented and everybody has his right, nobody will rush to the other because every Kenyan will have his or her own right. So it is a problem currently biting because of the current economic and social situation in the country. If governance is corrected, then that is a forgotten story. It will go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dida. 2 minutes for Professor Kiapi.
I just want to start at the outset by saying all Kenyans are born equal, irrespective of which part of the country. And I know that this country is enough for all of us. The reason why tribalism is a problem to us is because leaders have used it as a means of allocating resources and positions, and therefore marginalizing others, marginalizing other Kenyans. If our leaders, and if today we would promise and commit to ourselves that we will share national resources equitably, and that everybody is given a fair chance in life, then I don't have any reason to believe that Kenyans really hate each other that much, because we grew, we went to the same schools. I myself went to Alliance High School and I was the only Maasai boy in Form 1, but nobody looked at me as different. So I believe that it is the leadership that must address this issue.
And you haven't told us, you have a minute to go of your time. You haven't told us what you intend to do as president.
What I want to do as president is that I want a government of inclusion, a government where every Kenyan, irrespective of where they are, will look at those ministers, those permanent secretaries, those ambassadors. It will be done fairly and on merit. I want also a government that will share national resources fairly and equitably, and in a way that all Kenyans feel that this is their country, because it is their country.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Honorable Kenyatta. Your appreciation of the problem of tribalism and how different you intend to be from the past 3 presidents.
Thank you. Let me begin by saying that tribalism is a cancer that has afflicted this country for a very long time and has been a source of conflict, has been a source of death, and a source of destruction of property. And this we saw the worst of in the post-election violence of 2007. I personally believe that this problem is largely associated as a result of the battle for resources. And in the past, what we have seen is a position where positions of leadership go and people are made to assume that if your community is in leadership, therefore you will be entitled to a greater share of the cake. We have a new constitution now. That new constitution is very clear on what it requires of all of us as Kenyans. My job as president is to ensure that that constitution is implemented, but furthermore, to ensure that through devolution, something that I have tried practically when I was in the Ministry of Finance, we ensure that resources are distributed accordingly to every part of this country and ensure that the government that we form is an inclusive government that will ensure that every single Kenyan feels part and parcel of that government.
Just 45 seconds of your time are still on, and I would like to hear from you where the link is between a new constitution and the eradication of tribalism.
First and foremost, I think the constitution is now very clear, and there are very clear guidelines as to what politicians can say, especially during their campaigns. The use of ethnicity as a card in the campaign is something that the Constitution, for example, does not recognize anymore. So therefore, what has been happening in the past where you've had politicians saying or accusing communities, that isn't there. The hate speech that we have seen in the past. Now we have laws that clearly control and ensure that that kind of language isn't allowed on any political platform. We cannot incite one another. We have to offer what it is our policies are that ensure that we eradicate poverty and deal with the real issues that are of concern to Kenyans.
Thank you, Honorable Kenyatta. Honorable Peter Kenneth, your appreciation of tribalism?
Yes, I grew up in this city, on the Eastlands part of it, specifically in Bahati, where all communities were represented and there was no tribalism. I had the opportunity to go to the Starehe Boys Center where again was all communities represented. So I've not seen effect in my upgrowing of tribalism. tribalism is an excuse that poor leadership and weak leadership gives to Kenyans. We come in and practice tribalism because we feel that if it is practiced, then that community A, where I come from, will benefit. We were never taught tribalism in primary. We never learned it in any institution of learning. It is something to do with leadership, and I'll say poor leadership and weak leadership. Now, we have a new constitution. We've always had sets of laws. It is poor enforcement and implementation that continues to drive us to tribalism, because all forms of impunities, if they were dealt with at an efficient space and speed, we would not have all these levels of impunities. Now, I want to tell you this. In my plan, I have looked at equality, I have looked at equity, so that never again will Kenyans feel they are not equal. Never again will Kenyans feel that one side of the country is inferior to the other. And I have to make this absolutely clear, that the fight over resources in my plan comes to an end.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kenneth. We go to Honorable Mudavadi, and I want to remind all candidates, you're here to engage each other, and I hope you're listening to each other, because questions will then be coming up after this. Let's go to Honorable Mudavadi. Your appreciation of ethnicity, tribalism, and what you intend to do if elected president.
Tribalism is real. It is serious. We can try and parry around it, but the fact of the matter is that tribalism is real. And it comes out because there's a sense of insecurity. The way we have practiced our politics is that we have created a sense of insecurity amongst communities. We have reached a stage where we are telling a community, unless you're herded into one corner, then your interests are not properly taken care of. Now, we have an opportunity as a Kenyan people to be able to break away from this. And this is largely based on the issue of the new constitution. The new constitution makes it very clear that the way public resources are going to be distributed within the context of devolution, a formula is going to be put in place determined by Parliament. At the same time, the Constitution makes it very clear that communities that have hitherto been marginalized must not be marginalized. So the solution lies in implementing the Constitution to the letter. The other thing that really comes up is that as we move ahead, it will be very important that we take a public audit of the way our public service, and particularly even within the private sector, is constituting itself. Nobody should cheat ourselves. We should not cheat ourselves. It's so clear that if you did an audit, you will find that there are certain favoritisms that have been occurring in the appointment of public officers, and indeed, even within the private sector, where the shareholders, being based from one particular community, tend to favor people of their community. This must stop.
Thank you, Honorable Mudavadi. Let's go to Honorable Karua. Your appreciation of the problem of ethnicity and what you would intend to do if elected president.
Tribalism is a socio and economic issue, more about perceptions and also about how resources are distributed. In every ethnic community, we have a section of the poor. In some areas, more than in others. But there is no single ethnic community that does not have poor and desperate people. So it is the perception that because you're from community X, you have no problem, others are the ones having a problem. I think it's perpetuated more by leadership. We have to own up as leaders, take responsibility and lead people out of this. How I will deal with it as president, one is to ensure that we equalize all the areas in terms of development or bring them to as near as possible. And that is not just through the devolved funds, is by deliberately giving more funds to areas that have been hitherto marginalized. When our development across the country, across the 47 counties, is as nearly as equal as possible, nobody will listen to leadership talking about tribalism. But now the desperation leads people to believe that a person from your ethnic group will do better. Secondly, it will be through public education. Nobody gets their food every day from their tribe. It's from their sweat of their brow. And when a citizen is sleeping hungry, their tribe or the leader from their tribe is not with them, it's that person and their God. Therefore, we ought to unite together to develop our country, but as a leader, I'll lead from the front, and I'll ensure that in my government, there is inclusion, both in cabinet and in other jobs, as we fight this scourge.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Honorable Odinga.
Well, Linus, ethnicity is a disease of the elite. The elite who are in competition for the resources in the country resort to ethnicity as an ideology. When Kenyans were fighting for independence, they were so united. The movement for independence was very united. Ethnicity reared its ugly head immediately after independence when the nationalist movement split. The elites started to coerce leadership for allocation of resources. Down the road next door in Tanzania, Mwalimu Nyerere introduced a very unifying ideology that united the people of Tanzania. We now have a legal framework to deal with this animal that is called ethnicity by ensuring that there is equity in allocation of resources in our country. If we faithfully implement this new constitution, then we'll be able to realize the Kenyan dream of our founding fathers. That is Kenya for all, not for just a few elites, by ensuring that all parts of the country get equity in terms of allocation of resources, that we promote education for all our children, that every Kenyan has access to Medicare, that all the social amenities are available to everybody. But most importantly, that people are united at the national level. When somebody goes on a national screen and flaunts ethnic figures to say that because our candidates come from these communities, because of this election has already been won at the time of registration, it's a very dangerous proposition because it basically rubbishes the other communities. We in CORD know that we have a solution to this problem.
And your time is up. Let's go to Honorable Muite.
I would begin by saying we need to accept we are 42 different ethnic communities in Kenya, speaking different mother tongues. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with that, because all these 42 communities are human beings with the same aspirations, same needs, and what have you. It is negative ethnicity that is a problem. And that comes about because of the high levels of poverty in this country, because of corruption, because of impunity. So people feel insecure and wrongly believe that they can only advance economically and socially if one of their own is in power. How would Safina tackle this problem? It would tackle this problem by rearranging the economic social problem so as to target the majority poor, like harvesting rainwater from Pokot through to Turukana, everywhere, including Masaini, so as to give opportunity. We can grow everything. Let's start with the basics. Let us begin by feeding ourselves adequately, because it is a shame that every 3-4 years we have to go begging food, and yet we can feed ourselves. Let us invest in agriculture, research, so as to come up with high-yielding seed varieties from cotton to maize to everything, value adding to what we propose. I think if people felt economically secure, they will think less and less of their ethnic communities, because everybody needs the same things. Thank you.
Now, candidates, viewers watching you at home and even here in the audience, having listened to your opening statements on ethnicity, would then wonder why some things are done the way they're done. And I want to refer all of you, and some of you specifically, to campaigns, current campaigns. None of you have referred to the campaigns, and I want to refer you to that. Campaigns have taken the shape of a contest between tribes or blocks of tribes. I want to specifically put on the spot CORD, the Honorable Odinga, and Jubilee, the Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, to immediately, right now, respond to that perception that both of you are indeed leading tribes or blocks of tribes, and specifically against each other? Starting with Honorable Uhuru.
Thank you very much. Let me say this. Our Jubilee platform is a platform that has been built on issues. If you have followed and listened to the speeches that we have made with my running mate, the Honorable William Ruto, throughout the country, we have emphasized the need for us to be able to focus on the real issues that affect our people: unemployment, poverty, the social infrastructure, the need for us to be able to pull together as Kenyans, the need for us to be able to be united and understanding that the best way to deal with our problems is not for leaders to be pulling apart, but working together. Despite our own personal differences, we need to pull together. Now, it is indeed true that numbers are being bandied around. But those numbers, if you look, are largely also being bandied around by the political analysts who are out there. Just as there's language that is also...
But would you admit, Honorable Kenyatta, that your campaign revolves around the Kikuyu and Kalenjin communities?
I would completely disagree. If you would look at where we have had all our rallies so far, I have not had a single rally yet in Central Province since I was nominated. We have been campaigning in the Coast Province. We have been campaigning up in Meru. We were in Rift Valley the other day. We're moving on to Lower Eastern, where we intend to be. So we've been up to Kuria. So we are actually conducting a national campaign, a campaign that is aimed at bringing all Kenyans together with a purpose of forming a government that will be all-inclusive and that will deal with the real issues that face common Mwananchi in this
Bringing Kenyans together, Honorable Kenyatta, and when you were in Meru last month, when you asked a certain region not to divide their vote, what do you mean?
Well, what I am saying is, if we understand and we are moving on the same platform, we saw a situation where, for example, you have a number of candidates in a particular constituency, all saying they support the same presidential candidate, but yet they are on different platforms. And I say we really want to implement the agenda that we have, given our new constitution, given the strength and the powers that have been given to Parliament. If we don't have the necessary numbers in Parliament to implement our agenda, it is going to make it difficult. So I was saying, if you have 2 or 3 or 4 candidates claiming to support me, then I say, then we need to be in one party so that we can implement the agenda and the promises that we're making in Parliament.
We'll come back to you, the Honorable Kenyatta. Let me go to Honorable Odinga. And I want to take you back to 2002, 2005, 2007, and now. Your politics revolve around building or getting appointment from tribes. I'm talking about a summit, 2002. I'm talking about the Orange campaign against the new constitution in 2007. I'm also talking about the Pentagon in 2007. And now lately, you talk about triangle, all made up of appointment from regions. Isn't this tribalism, Mr. Odinga?
First, Kenyans must come from certain regions. They cannot be invented from the moon. So people come together for a particular purpose. Like now you have got CORD. It's a coalition of the willing. People who have come together because of certain values that they share together. In 2002, that was the 3rd time that the opposition was going for an election. Remember, we lost in 92. We lost also again in 97. So in 2002, we decided to come together and rally behind one person. That's why I said Kibaki Tosha. That was to unite the people of Kenya, to unite the people. Said the Luos could not vote for Kibaki because it was a Kikuyu, and no Luo can vote for a Kikuyu. I said Kikuyus are Kenyans, and there was never a war between Luos and Kikuyus. And I managed to campaign for Kibaki, that Kibaki got majority of votes. You need to know that James Orengo, a Luo, was also a presidential candidate in 1992.
That was 2002. That was 2002, Honorable Odinga. Yes. But isn't it true that in the 2005 and 2000 votes, your mathematics was a simple 42 minus 1? And you know what I mean?
That is nowhere did anybody talk about 41 versus 1. was actually a propaganda. We talked of uniting all the people of Kenya, and we were running against an incumbent who happened to come from one particular community. But ODM was basically a national movement which brought in the communities from all over the country. Like CORD today. CORD is a national movement which has brought Kenyans of all walks of life, different communities. And we have never talked about ethnicity. It is our opponents who are being ethnic figures to try to intimidate the other communities by saying that, oh, this election has already been won because the candidate and his running mate come from this community and so many are the votes which are registered in this community. We are saying that basically misses the point. The point is that every Kenyan matter, whether it's an El Molo, the smallest tribe, or a Kikuyu, the biggest tribe, let us work together to unite the people of this country. This is what CORD stands for. One Kenya, one nation, for all.
And I'm going to the rest of the candidates now, but before I go there, still to Uhuru and Raila, the question of the rivalry between the Kikuyu and the Luo communities, which is at the epicenter of the Kenya's ethnicity problem. There are people who view you, a lot of people view you as taking it on from where your fathers left it. Jomo Kenyatta and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, both of you picking it up from 69. Uhuru.
Kenya has come a long way since then. And I want to remind those Kenyans who maybe have that feeling that they just need to look back into recent history. You know, as late as 1997, we were together with the Honorable Raila in the Kanu government, and we campaigned together until the time of Kasarani. We parted ways, and he went to support Mwai Kibaki. Soon thereafter, the 2005 referendum, again, we campaigned on the same platform, and he led the No campaign for the Constitution at the time. And I supported him and campaigned throughout the country. So personally, I have no differences with the Honorable Raila. I see him as a colleague, I see him as a brother, but we may differ on how to handle some of the issues that face this country. And I think that is why we have elections, so that the people of Kenya are given an opportunity to choose between the candidates.
Honorable Odinga.
No, I basically agree totally with my brother, Uhuru Kenyatta. We have nothing personal between each one of us. In fact, we are best of friends. And you remember, if you go down the memory lane, my father spearheaded the struggle for release of Jomo Kenyatta from prison. He was a Luo, Kenyatta was a Kikuyu, but they were united. In 2002, I said Kibaki Tosha. Kibaki was a Kikuyu, but I said Kikuyus are Kenyans. So we managed to unite the people behind him. We disagreed on the issue of MOU and on the Constitution. And on that issue of the Constitution, me and my brother Uhuru Kenyatta were on the same side. We campaigned for a no, and that's where the orange was born against the banana. But now we want to see that Kenyans make an informed choice on basis of policies. Jubilee has got a policy document. CORD has got a policy document.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Odinga. And I want to bring in the rest of the candidates now on this issue of ethnicity, particularly what is emerging tonight, and generally that greater responsibilities lies with CORD and Jubilee on the question of ethnicity. And I want to bring in Martha Karua.
What I would like to say is that Kenyans can hear for themselves today, the leaders denying that there's no tribal overtones. Kenyans are the judges. And I would like to tell Kenyans that there's no difference between a poor Luo, a poor Kikuyu, a hungry member of any tribe, and we are better off uniting and fighting together to liberate ourselves from hunger, to liberate ourselves from lack of access to medical services, to get ourselves better education. We are better united and following the denial, because no politician will admit they are peddling tribalism. Following our denials here, my urging to Kenyans, please do not allow us to mislead you. No tribe puts food on your table. It is you, your God, and the opportunities that you have. Why don't we join hands to create opportunities for every Kenyan? I look forward to the day that our laws will be properly applied so that any leader who makes speeches that are inciting ethnicity, irrespective of their social standing, is actually made to account under our laws.
Thank you very much. And now for the remaining candidates, I'll give them 30 seconds each, starting with the Honorable Mudavadi. Your campaign also seemed to be focusing on Western Kenya only.
No, I think you've got it wrong. That is absolutely false because we are traversing the entire country. We are campaigning in the entire country. A few days ago, I was in the coastal region and I intend to go to other parts of the country, and in Nairobi. So that is not true. But I stand here in a very unique position. I'm one of the few people standing here today who has supported Uhuru for the presidential candidate in 2002 and supported Honorable Raila as a president in 2007 elections. So clearly, from that perspective, the tag of tribalism should be distanced from me.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kenneth.
Well, I'm very surprised tonight because we are being economical with truth. We need to look at the Kenyans right straight into the eye. We have wiped tribal emotions since we became a multi-party state. That's why we have hundreds of Kenyans in IDP camps. It is tribal emotions. And this is why we must now start discussing issues. We must start being realistic. We now must start thinking that we must elect what is right, not what is convenient. We must break away the historical bondage that we've been tied to in the last 50 years.
Thank you, Kenneth. And let's go to Professor Kiapi. Professor Kiapi, you come from a very small tribe and you're talking about big numbers, big ethnic numbers. Do you think you count?
I count because I believe that the many Kenyan people are also tired of what I'm tired of. And I want to say this. The formula in Kenya since 1960s has always been near election time, the leaders who want power, and there's nothing wrong getting power, must always sit down and look at the ethnic arithmetic, and then you know which block you can pull. And in between, the nation will be and has been divided right down the middle. And I think that was the reason that informed RBK, my party, Restore and Build Kenya, to resist the temptation to be part of blockings that will continue to divide Kenya. And it doesn't matter how long it will take, we will pursue that philosophy that we want a country that is one and united in every way, including in our own party.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We need to move to the next topic, but Dida, on the question of ethnicity that we're discussing here.
Yeah, this issue of fear, insincerity, and betrayal that these leaders may swallow us started in 1965 when KADU was formed. One stylistic device that is commonly used in the Kenyan administrative system is irony, where you talk exactly opposite of what you mean. And it has gone, now it is dramatic. Who were the leaders for all those times when we are discussing tribalism in the 21st century? Who were those who were in the box leading? The same leaders are trying to, if your football team fails scoring or winning and you change their uniform, it won't help. Dear Kenyans, listen well, and it is up to you to judge.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Muita, do you agree that the players are the same, the jerseys are different?
Well, first of all, let me say how pleased I am to hear the Right Honorable Prime Minister saying that the mantra of 41 versus 1 was a creation of the media, and the media does very many crimes. But it needs to be renounced more and more and more. But let us admit that ethnicity is a major challenge in our politics today. Poses a very major challenge. And really, the route to eradicating ethnicity is through empowerment, economic and social empowerment. Because every person, irrespective of their tribe, wants adequate clean water, decent housing, access to affordable healthcare, and so on and so forth. So let us move towards getting Kenyans to ask us as leaders, how are you going to improve my economic social situation, rather than vote for me because I come from your tribe.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we have to bring this to a conclusion and go to the next question. You may remember from the dailies yesterday, we had a look at them. There was a caricature of this debate. And right behind you was a huge elephant, a very, very big elephant towering over all the candidates. We now want to bring the elephant into the room, and that is the ICC question. And I want to begin with Uhuru Kenyatta. Your trial for crimes against humanity begins in April. For 2 minutes, Honorable Kenyatta, provide the public with a clear plan of how you intend to govern if elected president, and at the same time, attend trial as a crimes against humanity suspect.
Thank you. And I have said this severally. First and foremost, the issue of the crimes that we are accused of. We have not been found guilty in any way whatsoever. This is an ongoing case, and we and my deputy have made it very clear that it is indeed our intention to follow the process through and to ensure that we clear our names. At the same time, we are offering ourselves in a position of leadership in this country, a position that we believe and we want to pass on to Kenyans, an agenda that will first and foremost ensure that the kind of things that caused the problems of 2007 are put to an end, and to really be able to focus on the critical issues that face the people of Kenya. As I have said, the issue of poverty, the issue of unemployment, lack of basic services. And it is on that platform that we are campaigning. Now, like with everybody else, and I'm getting there, like with everything else.
We need some clarity, Honorable Kenyatta.
Yes.
The question is, how will you govern if elected president in the first round, for example, your trial is in April?
I was getting to that point, and what I was saying is that the way it currently is, many Kenyans are faced with personal challenges, and I take this as a personal challenge. I'm sure that my colleagues here also have other challenges, but those challenges do not prevent one from continuing with their day-to-day job. If the people of Kenya do decide to vote for me as their president, I will be able to handle the issue of clearing my name, while at the same time ensuring that the business of government continues, our manifesto and our agenda for Kenya is implemented, and furthermore, even if we look at the current situation, the ICC itself, in recognition of the fact that there may be this issue, are even saying we can move this case closer by. In 2 days' time, and we are in the middle of a campaign, we will be having a status conference. That status conference will be handled through video conferencing. The business of government will not end.
Honorable Kenyatta, just a moment. Mr. Dida, you want to interject on this?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
According to the culture of justice, if you are found suspected of a crime, the norms that we had is you step aside until you are cleared. If there is nothing with you and you are found not guilty, then you resume your office. Why is it different with Uhuru and his friends?
Okay, Honorable Kenyatta.
Let me state this. The position I am looking for is an elective position, not an appointive position. The position I seek is given by the people of Kenya through their democratic, which is their democratic right. And it is also my democratic right to present myself to Kenyans. They know full well the issues that I am confronted with. If they so choose to elect me, it means they have confidence in my ability to discharge my duties as president while still handling the case that is before me.
Thank you. And some of your opponents have raised the ICC issue as an integrity question in the campaign trail. And I want to bring in Martha Karua because you've been on record about the ICC question.
Yes, I consider it a matter of display of impunity. Like what the opponent, Mr. Ndida, has indicated. We have laws, the Public Officers Ethics Act. If you're just suspected of crime and you're a public officer, you're supposed to step aside to facilitate investigations. We have another law, the anti-corruption law. It demands if you're a public officer and you're charged with a criminal offense, you actually stand suspended. You have to be suspended pending the outcome. So since the charges were framed, my brother ought to have been suspended as a deputy prime minister. And if he gets elected president, the question is, are you going to be suspended before taking oath or after taking oath? Any Kenyan can go to court to challenge the position in office because as our law stands, there is that hurdle. Yeah.
And Kenyatta has a right of reply to your remarks.
I want to be very clear again. The job that I seek is going to be given by the people of Kenya. The people of Kenya who full well know the personal issues that I am confronted with. They so desire to still give me that job, and it is indeed my hope that they will. It means they have the confidence in my capacity to discharge my duties as president while still proceeding to clear my name. Secondly, I think we need to distinguish between an appointed position, of which that is not what I'm seeking, and an elective one. An elective one, not with anything hidden, but with Kenyans knowing full well the charges that are before me. So therefore, as far as I am concerned, and there is a case already in court, and I do believe that case will be heard, I think it's this week, and the issue of the integrity question will be, without a doubt, resolved.
And I'll give the rest of the candidates 30 seconds, starting with Peter Kenneth on the same issue.
Yes. First of all, I voted for the local tribunal, and we didn't succeed. Because I also feel we have put too much concentration on the 4 indicted persons. And we have many Kenyans out there who are still languishing in very poor situations arising from that event of the last election. For me, I would go with the presumption of innocence until proved guilty. I would like to defeat my brother in a proper electoral process rather than have him eliminated so that we can square the ball out squarely. But I also want to say this. Article 10 of our Constitution on national values and Chapter 6 are very key, and we need to address them even as we address the issue of ICC.
Thank you. Honorable Mudavadi.
Yes, I think this is a very delicate matter for the people of Kenya. One of the important things that we must figure out is that as we try to come to the next election, what is the destiny of the Kenyan nation? This is absolutely essential when we are conducting ourselves and conducting our politics. Nobody should actually be facing trial outside Kenyan soil. That is something I believe in, and that is something I also voted for.
But are you then
so that we wanted a local tribunal. But the point I'm trying to make here, and I want to make it very quickly, is that there are definitely implications on how the Kenyans will conduct their vote. This is something that we have to grapple with. They have a freedom to make the choice, but we are seeing dangerous signals that need to be thought through by the Kenyan people.
But 5 of you here were in that cabinet that failed to bring the trials to Kenya, make it a local process. Are you then admitting failure of leadership on your part?
We are not admitting failure of leadership on our part. I think we are dealing with a situation where people did not understand a situation at that particular moment in time. And I want to say that I, and indeed some of the people who are here, fought so forcefully to have this matter handled through a local mechanism. But there was also an equally potent member of our parliament, potent members of our parliament, who thought that they would rather have this thing handled outside. And they carried the day at that time. But on this one, I can tell you that quite a number of us stood for a local mechanism.
Right. Honorable Odinga.
Every Kenyan knows how I stood in this particular matter. Kofi Annan actually warned us about The Hague. And me and President Kibaki spent nearly 8 hours in Parliament trying to convince our colleagues to vote for a local tribunal. Unfortunately, 2 of my colleagues who are now in The Hague are the ones who led the campaign against a local tribunal. Unfortunately, I am the one who is now being accused of having taken people to The Hague, because nothing could be further from the truth. I do not want to eliminate any kind of competition That's why I would rather have my brother on the ballot. But I know that it will pose serious challenges to run a government by Skype from The Hague. I know that it's not practical.
Honorable Moite.
My plea is to spare a thought for the victims, the 1,300 people, Kenyan people, innocent, who were murdered, who were killed, leaving behind relatives, the many women and men who were raped. Let us spare a thought for the victims. Let us also agree that we cannot continue with a culture of impunity. But having said that, the way to tackle the issue of impunity is to go to the highest levels where it is to be found. And I must say that as a lawyer, having read the Rome Statute, I know because the ICC cannot handle the cases of everybody or accused persons, jurisdiction is limited to those holding the highest responsibility. A Safina government would revisit the issue of jurisdiction. The Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, and he has not asked me to hold his brief, was not a presidential candidate. If you are going to charge 6 people, you must begin with number 1, number 2 to number 6. You cannot begin with 3, 4, 5, and 6. And I wonder whether there was blinking on the part of the office of the prosecutor. The Safina government would like to revisit that so that those holding the highest responsibility perhaps go to the dock there, the others can be dealt with here in accordance with the law.
Are you talking about presidential candidates and therefore the colleague to your right, Raila Odinga, it should be in the list?
Wow. 2 people were presidential candidates. It is impossible. You cannot persuade my mind or the minds of many rational people that the 2 candidates did not know about it. It's only these other 4 Kenyans who are facing the charges there, and the 2 candidates did not have a clue about it. That is an issue I would want to see investigated. As a Safina government, we would revisit that issue.
Honorable Odinga, your response to that?
That is a most irresponsible statement that ever was ever made. Because my friend needs to know that investigation was carried out by a commission which was appointed through the Serena process, led by Justice Waki, which then produced the list of names which were handed over to Kofi Annan, who was the leader of the process. And then that list was handed over to Mr. Ocampo. Me, I don't fear, because I have nothing to hide. I know exactly what I did. And I know that I was not responsible. And I would be very willing to go to The Hague if one of the committee would want to take me there.
Yeah, Martha.
I just wanted to disprove that the 2 principals actually pushed for the local tribunal. I was Minister of Justice then. The entire cabinet passed the bill, but when I reached Parliament, they left me with the baby. The 2 principals, in spite of my pleas to them, failed to come and persuade members. They merely came to vote, and in their full view, there was rebellion, cabinet pushing people to vote, to refuse to vote for the local tribunal. So to put the record straight, the 2 principals did not stand in Parliament and persuade their troops to vote for the local tribunal.
And one of the principals is here, Raila
Right
Odinga.
here with us.
Yes.
Yes, I really just want to jog the memory of my just sister here. That first we had a joint PG meeting of PNU and ODM, co-chaired by President Kibaki and myself in the old chambers, pleading with the members to agree to vote for the local tribunal. This is on record, even the Hansard will bear us out, that we tried as much to persuade all the members to vote for a local tribunal. But the clarion call was, don't be vague, let us go to The Hague. Unfortunate.
But Prime Minister, why is it very difficult for a lot of people to believe your position on the ICC question? The common perception is you put a front that looks like you support a local process when indeed you wanted your opponents out of the country.
In fact, Lenas, we first set up a cabinet committee on ICC, chaired by the late Professor Saitoti. I think it was the former Attorney General. There was also Tula Kilonzo, James Orengo, Amazon Kingi, and so on. They went first to Geneva, then they went to The Hague, where Mr. Ocampo told him he was not interested in coming to Kenya. If Kenyans can agree to set up a local tribunal, the ICC would not get involved. So we tried everything possible. The second time we went to the cabinet, when Martha had already resigned from the government, it was shot down in the cabinet. And the two who are now in The Hague led the campaign in the cabinet to shoot down the proposal to set up a local tribunal.
Yeah, finally on this question. Okay, Honorable Kenyatta.
I think there's a discrepancy there because he just said cabinet passed it. It was rejected on the floor of parliament. So we couldn't have led an onslaught in cabinet because I think we were all together in cabinet, we approved it. And on the floor, I think Martha is quite correct that on the floor there was complete confusion, there was no guidance. And as many members of the ODM team, as many members of the PNU disagreed with the position. So it was not, as my brother Raila would put it, that he mobilized his troops to vote for a local process because his own troops rebelled on that particular position with regard to this document.
30 seconds.
No, the troops that rebelled from ODM are troops who were loyal to my friend William Ruto and whom he had told to vote against it. Yet the troops who were loyal to me voted for a local tribunal to be set up here. But then I was saying that there was a second attempt after Martha had resigned from the government by Mutula Kilonzo. He redrafted the bill, brought it to the cabinet. It was not approved. It was rejected in the cabinet through the intervention of my friends.
Are you satisfied with that?
I think the Hansard record and voting record will prove that it was actually not that way.
Thank you. Professor Kiapi?
I wanted to make 2 points. The first one is that it doesn't really matter now what we did or didn't do. The judicial process at The Hague is on. And for me, the question Kenyans must ask and the answers must be given is whether or not my brother here should run for president. And that can be given by our courts. And if our courts fail to give the answer, he himself can give the answer by saying, I'll step aside in view of this until I clear myself, and I don't want to engage the country in this matter. And if he himself, of course, refuses to do that, then he has actually put the ball to the Kenyan people that he's running and let the Kenyan people decide. And I think it's very, very important as a country that we don't continue to always bury our head.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kiapi. Your time is up. Let me go back to Martha. Your hand was up.
I just wanted to remind my worthy colleague here, Honorable Raila, there was no vote on the local tribunal because for a constitutional debate, you need 148 members. Those who didn't want a local tribunal literally whipped people out of parliament. I was left there pleading for them to come back. So there was no vote.
Now, finally, in closing this matter, Dida, I'll come back to you, but on a different issue, totally on the same. Just in closing that particular issue of the ICC, all of you are presidential candidates, and each one of you stands a chance of being next president. And just looking at what the ICC question has done to the country, the exchange with diplomats, and the perception that local systems don't work, that is why some of the Kenyans ended up in The Hague. What do you feel about this? Because there are Kenyans who are embarrassed about this, starting with Leader. 30 seconds, please, and please keep to your time.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you are taken for justice, whether to Tanzania or Europe or here in Kibera. Justice is justice unless you have intentions to compromise. But I just wanted to advise Kenyans and the leaders. Personally, my personal view about ICC will need some time. But what I'm saying is if anybody is not comfortable with the idea, then you need to give up and just give room. Listen, Kenya is not an island. The outside world is speaking, Kenyans are speaking, unless a leader is saying, I have numbers in my community, I will look for another community. If I add the two, whatever the world says, I will make it. Unless you're thinking like that, it is comfortable. I don't know why a junior clerk should be forced to step aside and a minister should, I don't know that disparity. Why are we given the metallic stand. Is it the
Thank
same
you.
thing that we are discussing?
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Let's go to Professor
For
Kiep.
me, there are two key things in our country, and one of them is that we must build the capacity of our institutions. We must do that, whether it is the judiciary or parliament, we must build the capacity. But the second and most important is
The question, Professor, and we have 15 seconds left, is the image of the country as perceived after the ICC question.
Yeah, the image of the country is obviously everybody's looking at us because one, we failed to use our own local processes, and now the whole world is wondering how Kenya is going to pull out of this. And we need leadership for that.
Thank you very much. Uhuru.
There was a lot of misgiving. And I think it was that misgiving which was used in the 2007 election that our courts could not be trusted. That is why some of us here went to the street. The disrepute of our courts started there. And it caused us a lot of problem, but we now have a new constitution. We want to build on the institutions that we have. We want to build and rebuild the judiciary to restore confidence in the people with our own judicial system. And that is something that I, as president, will continue to support as I continue, because that is the circumstance we find ourselves in, clearing our name through the international court where we are currently present.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kenyatta. Honorable Kenneth.
Kenya is greater than all of us. And national interest must prevail over individual interests. And we must ensure that Kenya's best interests are in place. I am saying that because if we do not place Kenya first, and we look at our own individualism and look at it and square it out, it will not help Kenya. Kenya will live beyond all of us.
Thank you, Honorable Davidi.
It definitely puts us in a very awkward situation as a nation. And I would say that I would want to appeal to the Kenyans out there that this is not a laughing matter at all. This is indeed a very serious matter. And a serious decision has got to be made, because once we get to the ballot, and we hope we all can get to the ballot, you must ask yourself, is your vote a vote that is being cast for the Kenyan people, for the nation, or is it simply a vote that you're casting for a particular individual? I think all of us will embody certain aspects of nationhood. And I think that is important, that it comes out clearly when the voting is done.
Thank you. The issue is the image of the country. Honorable Martha Karua.
Yes, the image of Kenya definitely suffers, but rightly so, because we have a judiciary that is reforming, but the entire criminal justice system has not been reformed. The judiciary alone cannot make it. We need a reformed prosecutor's office. We need a reformed investigations office and corrections services. I would move as president to make sure that the reforms of the criminal justice system are all encompassing so that Kenya never suffers any other time. And let us remember that the IDPs, the victims of the clashes, have not had justice, and justice is key to reconciliation.
Thank you very much. Honorable Odinga.
Kenya is a sovereign country, a sovereign nation. We discuss our issues not at the behest of the international community. We need to do what we think is right for this country. People of Kenya should make an informed choice in electing their leadership without interference. But I believe very strongly that our judiciary right now has the capacity to deal with this issue and give direction to the country.
Right. Finally, Honorable Mwita.
We need to be proud as Kenyans that we have a new progressive constitution, very good constitution, setting up independent institutions and commissions. The challenge is implementing fully and faithfully this new constitution. When we do that, the image of Kenya outside will change automatically. By and large, we got it right with the institution of the judiciary. But the institution of the police is being faced with the challenges, as we are all reading, some acrimony between the Police Service Commission, the Inspector General, the Office of the President, the Oversight Authority. Something appears not to have gone quite right with the recruitment of those who are serving in the Police Service Commission. So we need to get that right for the judiciary to be effective. But it is humiliating to see ourselves as a nation being talked down to by other nations. But it is because of corruption, impunity, failure of leadership, and the begging culture. If we can stand on our own, economically and socially, we shall be respected and we shall not be talked down to.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to close the issue of ICC and move to the final issue of this part one of the presidential debate. And the issue now is on party politics. If we don't get the construction or the foundation right, you can't expect to get right the rest of the structure. And I want to go to the issue of political parties right now. What are you, as party flag bearers, doing to make sure that the country departs from the culture of temporary political parties that are formed and disbanded? They are formed shortly before the election and then disbanded thereafter. Dida, we're hearing of the Alliance for Real Change for the first time. Most people will tell you that.
How many minutes do I have?
1 minute. Please.
Yeah, Alliance for Real Change is a product of the new constitution and is the voice of the hopeless. What we have in mind is working with the registrar political parties, the Iebc, to ensure that the code of conduct and peace prevails in this nation.
But are you concerned that it just came up the other day when you are presenting your papers that there is a party called
When a
Alliance?
teacher
Yes.
moves, I was teaching 40 students in a class, and whatever message I was giving the students, I realized the 40 million Kenyans are lacking in the same. So I just expanded my class. I just want to teach the 40 million Kenyans that, we cannot survive on hide and games. You cannot cry when people are crying. You go and you laugh when people are laughing. We need to be principled. And all what we are saying is just the contrary of what we do. So I tried, we registered this party to clean up the legislature and the executive. But when I saw all aspirants mad of money, I was just gesturing where money is. And I told them we have, because all candidates were arguing that why should I go for a certificate of good conduct, chapter 6 of the Constitution, when it has been scrapped by what Kenyans refer to as vultures. So when we realized that the legislator cannot be corrected at this particular time, and then I thought we should base on the executive, and then for the next 5 years work on how we can work on.
So how old is your party?
Yeah.
How old is your party?
My party, in terms of thoughts, we are very old because.
Okay,
thank you very much. In paper.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Let's give 2 minutes to Professor Kiapi to talk about parties. Yes.
RBK, Restore and Build Kenya, is a party, it's a grassroots party that many of us formed, professionals, people who just wanted to do politics differently. And we were not afraid not to be branded as, non-starters in terms of the political game. But we wanted to stick to the values of restoration, of the values of this country, hope to our young people, empowerment to everybody, a party of integrity where leadership can be trusted. And we build this, and I'm very glad because in terms of efficiency of organization, we are actually an example of how a grassroots organization can grow and be something with minimal resources. All of you knew that I was a public official, I was a civil servant.
You have 10 seconds, Professor. Let me just quickly ask you, if you are defeated, if you don't become president, will RBK remain in place?
But it is already remaining in place. It refused to join alliances to get lost. So it is a party beyond the election. It's a party of the future.
Thank you, Honorable Kenyatta. TNA, Jubilee.
As many of you know, I was the chairman of KANU for a good number of years. But after disagreements within the party that we were unable to resolve, I found it necessary to start my own political party in order to be able to group together with other individuals, other like-minded individuals, and to build on a platform where we would have issues drive our agenda. It is unfortunate, but the KANU party was not willing to open itself up to alliances at that time with other parties, which I thought was necessary. We needed to start reducing the number of parties that we had in order to be able to come up with parties that are able to focus on issues, fewer parties that we can build, strengthen, build structures around. And that is why when we formed our party, immediately we embarked to try and look for partners who we could at least enter into this election with and build on and hopefully merge to create a strong political foundation that would be issue-based and that would be able to survive personalities or individuals for that matter.
Thank you very much. Your 2 minutes up. Honorable Kenneth.
Kenya National Congress is one of the oldest parties. It was formed at the advent of multi-party politics in 1992. And I'm hoping that we can develop ideology so that the party can continue surviving as it has survived in the last 20 years and survive many more years thereafter. I was a little disappointed when Parliament passed the party hopping date from October to January 4th. Then again, nearer January 4th, Parliament again shifted the party hopping date to 18th of January. And beyond that, we are aware that the Registrar of Political Parties was still allowing party shift after the 18th of January. It is important that enforcement of rules are clear and that laws that are created are not torpedoed by Parliament. We need a serious Parliament that will stick to the laws that are enacted to protect the gains of political parties.
I'll give you an additional 30 seconds just to explain to viewers and people watching this debate why you would pick a party that is from the days as back as 1992. What ideological link between your thoughts and that of KNC did you follow? You just picked it as a vehicle of the election?
No, I actually picked KNC quite about 4 years ago. And we've been working with the German Foundation to try and create an ideology party-based. And therefore, we've been very, very clear. I do not hold any position. And KNC should survive as it has survived in the last 20 years and many more years beyond my stay as its party leader for this presidential election.
Honorable Mudavadi.
Yes, thank you.
Your philosophy on parties.
I think what we have now is that we will need to relook at the legislation around political parties. Because whether we go into the age of the party or not, I think there are some fundamental issues about the law regarding political parties that will need to be looked at. One of the problems that we had towards the end of the last parliament, the 10th parliament, was the crash program of trying to pass so many pieces of legislation, all revolving on matters to do with election. And believe you me, it is better for us to admit that certain pieces of that legislation were not well thought out. Therefore, in my view, if we want to build parties based on ideology, based on a long-term basis, we will need to revisit that legislation. We have seen shifts even during the nomination process. We have to properly democratize our parties, have serious internal democracy in our political parties so that there's sufficient confidence being built with the membership of those parties. So that is what I would say.
Thank you, Honorable Mudavadi. Honorable Karua, your philosophy on parties.
Yeah, parties form government and are supposed to be vehicles of democracy. I believe a government is as good as the political party that forms it. And this is what informed the political parties law 2007, which I tabled when I was minister. Parties are supposed to have an ideology to pull people together. In Kenya, we are social democrats. Right from our constitution, it is stated, the issues that matter to us is about social justice, equity, to see that the vulnerable in society are protected, issues of human dignity and inclusivity. And I would say that it's unfortunate, the political parties law has not been enforced properly. We need to strengthen the office of the registrar. We need to appoint new people as per the constitution, but the blame cannot just go to the registrar. It must go to political party leadership It is the duty of the leadership to nurture democracy, transparency, and accountability. We do that in NARC Kenya, and we have offices and networks throughout the 47 counties. This is a growing mass movement. Any party that does not practice democracy and accountability like was displayed openly during the nominations, the blame is on the leadership.
Thank you very much, Honorable Karua. Now we come to Honorable Odinga. And it's curious to note that for the first time since 1996, when you went to Parliament on an NDP ticket, having abandoned Ford Kenya, you have not changed parties before this election. It is curious and interesting, and we want to hear what your philosophies on parties, your philosophy on parties is.
Well, what happens in society emerging from single-party dictatorship? There's always a proliferation of political parties. What happened in Eastern Europe? You saw so many political parties emerge. In Poland, one time, a ballot paper was a booklet. Then after that, the parties begin to coalesce together and then form more coherent movements. This is what happened in this country, the early times of multi-party democracy. We left Ford Kenya, we formed NDP. Then we tried to reform CAN. We formed a union, new CAN we called it. We disagreed, we pulled out. We had LDP. We went and formed the NARC as a coalition, but LDP survived.
You have 10 seconds to go, Honorable Odinga. Why do you change parties so often? Do you believe in parties?
I have not changed parties. This is what I'm trying to say. LDP just changed the name into ODM. It is still the same party. We did not change the party as such. The ODM has remained up to now. What we've done, we have reemerged with the ODM Kenya, which had changed its name to Wiper. And then for Kenya, we have formed now a coalition that is called CORD. We have a very clear agenda for change and reform. And our ideology is social democracy. And we are saying that we want to transform this country. So we have a very clear ideology, and that is what I've stood for right through. It runs a
What is the ideology?
Social democracy. This is my political ideology. And that is right from the days of Ford, then Ford Kenya, then NDP. It has never changed. It is the name that has changed. But the principles and the ideologies that I stand for have remained very consistent. So I'm very firm to what I want for this country.
Thank you. Honorable Muite.
Well, the idea behind the Political Parties Act is to implement, operationalize Articles 91 and 92. The concept of the Constitution, 91 and 92, which anchors political parties in the Constitution, is to assist parties in Kenya to become internally democratic and parties that are founded on ideology. Actually, mobilization along ethnic lines is forbidden, is unconstitutional in terms of Articles 91. So that is what we subscribe for, and the challenge is in implementing Articles 91, 92, and the Political Parties Act. But that has not been done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And in preparing you for the next session, it's just about to begin. Quick 30 seconds. Yes, Dida.
Yeah. I read in the newspaper, when a society will go for, I don't know whether I can mention the names. I just caught. When a society goes for Waititu and not Jimna, then there is a problem. Now, when somebody started a team of 5, and today 4 are now opposing, and you are alone, is there social democracy in that system? You know, there are some things that are theoretical, but practically you can see this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and that is for party leaders to take that question. I want to come to the final question, which is a security question. Migingo, the island of Migingo, all of you have 30 seconds just to quickly say, is it Kenya, is it in Kenya or not? And if it is, what should you as president do to assure the people of Migingo that they are part of Kenya? Leader, 30 seconds.
Just repeat the question, please.
Migingo, do you know Migingo Island?
Yeah.
Is it Kenya? Is it part of Kenya?
Well, there's a problem we just read the newspaper and we see governments fighting over it. I think the experts can really give us the clear demarcations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Kiepe?
It's a tiny island on Lake Victoria, and really we must get proper facts because otherwise you can polarize regional politics for nothing.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kenyatta. Migingo.
Migingo is in Kenya. However, the truth of the matter is that there exist disputes as a result of not having clear maps that have been registered at the UN. So I think what needs to be done is for all our borders with our neighbors to embark on an exercise that ensures that we demarcate all our borders and get these fully registered. I don't think it's a subject to go to war at. I think, and I do believe, through negotiation and discussion with our neighbors, that issue can be resolved. But in the longer term, I think what needs to be done is to ensure that all our boundaries are properly marked out and registered so as to prevent future conflict over boundaries.
Thank you. Honorable Kenneth.
Any demarcated part of our country must be safeguarded. Not a single inch. Despite the fact that we must practice good neighborhoodness with our countries, not a single inch of Kenya should be inched out to any person. Not any person should take a piece of our part. And I'll be very clear on that. As long as it's demarcated, we must fight for it. We must keep it in our country.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mudavadi.
Migingo is in Kenya. And all we need to do is to make sure that the instruments that deal with our external boundaries are properly registered both within the United Nations system and equally within the African Union system, because that is where the element of confusion arises. But the fact of the matter is that Migingo is in Kenya, we must keep it in Kenya, and we must use diplomacy to convince our neighbors that there is no benefit whatsoever in trying to tamper with Migingo.
Thank you very much. Honorable Karua.
Migingo is in Kenya, and the joint survey that was conducted between Uganda and Kenya firmly found that Migingo was within our boundaries. What is not clear is why the current executive, of which we have 4 members here, has not moved to settle the issue. And settling the issue doesn't mean going to war. There are many diplomatic ways of settling the issue through international law, because we must respect the maps and the boundaries. So it is a letdown that the current has not claimed Migingo. As president, I would not let such a matter stay for such a long time. It needs to be resolved instant.
Thank you. And there's a charge that Honorable Odinga should address as Prime Minister. Why have you done nothing about the Migingo issue?
Well, Migingo, as the others have said, is in Kenya. We did actually discuss with the Ugandan government and set up a joint surveying team consisting of experts from Uganda and Kenya. That survey work has not been completed because of certain technical issues from the other side. Uganda is a friendly neighbor, and it's actually inconceivable that 2 countries could go to war over a piece of rock on the lake. We are trying to resolve this matter peacefully with Uganda, because we are now trying to move towards the East African Federation. So we don't want the little issue of Migingo to mar the relationship between Kenya and Uganda.
And finally, the final say on the Migingo issue tonight goes to Paul Mwite.
I think it is unacceptable that we should be forced as a country to be negotiating about Migingo when Uganda, a friendly country, is actually occupied. And they occupied recently. It was used to be occupied by Kenyans. And they are now being given orders by police officers, army officers from Uganda. I certainly would deploy the Navy. Uganda, fortunately, doesn't have a Navy. I'll take it there. Then we negotiate. After I've told the Ugandans who occupied wrongfully to go back, then the survey work can continue. And it is not just Migingo. We need also to resolve the issue of Elemi Triangle. We've got African Union, we've got the United Nations. Let us make our boundaries secure, and then have our army to secure. Let's make every Kenyan within our boundaries secure. It is unacceptable that people can come from outside, go to Turkana, kill people, not once, twice, or three times. We must respect the life of every Kenyan within our boundaries.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muita. And indeed, that will be the final comment of part one of this presidential debate, coming to you live from the Brookhouse School here in Nairobi. And my colleague is here. Julie will be taking you through part two of the debate.
I certainly will. 1.5 hours already gone, and another 1.5 hours or so to go. We will be coming back with your questions now. Thousands of questions came in. We collected them. We broke them down into thematic areas, and they will be presented to you. 3 questions presented to you tonight, and each of you will have an equal chance to address the public on the issues that are raised. What are your commitments to this country? How will you deliver? All that coming up on the way. Stay with the Kenya Presidential Debates 2013. Thank you. Welcome back to the Kenya Presidential Debates. And time now for part 2. This is going to move quite fast. I hope the candidates are all ready. We're taking questions from members of the public who are with us tonight. And we start this session with a question from a gentleman based in Tana Delta area. Let's have Bwana Godana. Thank you so much. Go ahead with your question.
Godana Dara.
Start again, please.
My name is Ismail Godana Dara. I'm from Tana Delta District. I'm asking this question on behalf of my fellow Kenyans. The problem of insecurity of late, we have observed a lot of women, a lot of children losing their lives because of insecurity. What are your future plans to curb this issue of insecurity in Kenya?
Thank you so much to each of the candidates. It's clear that both the domestic issues and external forces as well have contributed greatly to an increase in insecurity in Kenya, along our borders and within the country as well. What does your administration pledge to do for each and every Kenyan, irrespective of locality, social status, age? What is your commitment to this country? I'm going to start in the middle with Peter Kenneth.
Thank you, Julie. As your commander-in-chief, security will not be negotiable. It has to be absolute. Both internally and externally, if we have any threats. I've said in my plan, I will invest in security. I grew up in this Nairobi, when at that time, every police station around all cities had 20 police cars. 2 were reserved, 18 were on patrol, and they had to do 200 kilometers a night. Sadly today, with the population 15 times more, police stations have 2 police cars and have no fuel. I want first to take reforms within the police sector so that we can clear the few bad elements that are there and retrain the good elements. I realize that we have a housing shortage of our police officers to the tune of 27,000 houses. We have a shortage of 3,000 vehicles. Yet even the vehicles they have, they cannot undertake any patrols. It is a scandal, Julie, that our police officers can be killed in the manner they were killed in Baragoi by a better equipped cattle lastrers. It is not acceptable. I will be hard on it. I will invest on security. The events in Tana River should never happen in a modern country. And not just Tana River, not just Tana River. We need to equip our police. We need to empower them. At the moment, they are trying to do some job, but they can't do it without equipment. They can't do it without investment.
Fantastic. Peter, how will you finance this?
First of all, we have invested more in our armed forces than our police. Let me tell you, Julie, 10 years ago, our recurrent expenses were 160 billion. Today, our revenue is 800 billion. Our recurrent expenses are 850 billion. We can't survive that way as a country. We need to cut down. We need to reduce our expenses. We need to make a savings from our recurrent expenses.
Your time is up, but I'm going to give you 10, 20 seconds, actually. Tell us, where will you cut back?
I am going to cut our recurrent expenses with unnecessary expenses in our budget so that I can direct traveling, motor vehicle maintenance, and all the retreats and conferences that are taking up. I can assure you, having looked at our recurrent expenses duly, we can save between 150 to 180 billion of the current recurrent expenses.
Thank you. Let me come to Honorable Musalia Mudavadi now with the same question.
Yes, first I would like to address Mr. Godana because he raised a very specific issue about Tana River. I was in Tana River area, Delta, early last week, and I want to state that they have a unique problem. Part of the problem is the economic situation and the communities that live there. One will have to have a multifaceted approach to this. You must create an environment where the communities are talking to each other and being able to resolve some of the issues without seeking violence. The other is a resource-based dilemma. We need to work on Tana River and the unique areas like Tana River in this country by making sure we can provide the basic issues, water, and be able to give them some of the very, very critical issues that they need so that they can avoid the conflict that they're going through. There was a commission that was put in place, which is supposed to report on the causes of violence there. Up to this day, that report is not there.
Do you feel much of the crime in this country is due to the struggle over resources?
Yes, the Tana River area is a unique area. It's largely a resource-based conflict. Over and above that, then the politicians capitalize on it to inflame the situation. Now, the second aspect of it, because that is Tana River and some of the unique areas like Tana River. But in the long run, we must invest appropriately in our security agencies. It's not just about having numbers, but they must be better trained, better equipped. And this can be done by prioritizing issues of security, so that when we do allocate resources, we allocate them to the priority areas.
You have 20 seconds. Can you give Kenyan specifics when you say better training, better equipped? What are you pledging to the nation?
Communication equipment, it has to be there. The mobility of the police must be there. And then the training to be able to detect crime and get sensitivities of these issues before they occur. We must learn to create a situation where they can prevent. And to get the resources, I can tell you if we prioritize our programs and our projects, because there are some projects that we have in our budget, but they will take a long time to consummate. But we can rationalize our resources.
Your time is up. And let me come to Martha now on the same issue. Martha, security critical. What would you do?
I would invest not just in security, but in the root causes. One of the root causes is poverty and underdevelopment. We need good communication in the Tana Delta, both the roads and other means of communication, and this deters even pursuit of criminals when they strike, and the ability to detect. It's generally an area like no other, and it's very, very vast. I would invest in technology. There is technology that can help police or security agencies to police such areas without having to have a policeman at every corner. And I dare say that also investing in the welfare, that is the salaries and work environment of the police officers to raise their morale. Also investing in the community by way of campaigning so that they become partners with the police. It is not possible to have a secure environment if the citizens are not involved. But I've said about equipping hardware and software, that is technology.
Let's talk about that technology. What does it entail? What exactly is it?
I am imagining that they should be able to use satellite, because that's the only way you can manage very vast areas. Baragoi would not have happened if we were using satellite. The police would have been able to scan the area before going there. Tana River would be easy to police, and I would make sure that I make sufficient investment to secure not just Tana River, but every citizen, that man, woman, and child, as they go about their daily business, they deserve security.
How would you
Securing
finance
our borders.
this? How would you finance your security plans, Martha?
I would begin with the exact budget that there is for security, cut wasteful spending fast, make sure that the budget that is there is efficiently used. This is what I did with the water sector reforms. I didn't look for more money fast. I first made sure that we efficiently used that money. And within 3 years, I brought down the cost of boreholes from 6 million to 1.5 million. It is possible.
I have to
cut
stop you
waste.
there, but we'll come back to that issue of irresponsible or inefficient use of funds in our ministries. Honorable Raila Odinga.
Security has got two aspects, external and internal. First, we must make sure that we have secure borders, because we have got insecurity which comes as a result of small arms that come across the border because of the conflict in our borders. Here, our armed forces are equal to the task, and I want to congratulate our armed forces in front of Kenyans tonight for the splendid job that they have done in Somalia in trying to secure our border with Somalia. Internally, we need to continue with the police reforms. We must reform our police so that the policing is efficient. The reforms which have been started need to be continued and completed so that we have a police that is more disciplined, better remunerated, better equipped, that can then discharge their responsibilities effectively.
Let me ask this, Bwana PM, before you move on. As Prime Minister, what has happened in the Tana Delta, what we've seen in Baragoy, and many other parts of the country have happened under your watch. What's your comment on that?
You see, there are certain historical issues that we also need to address, like the issue of the border dispute between the two counties, that is the Tana Delta the Tana County and Garissa County. All these need to be resolved. But you need to know that pastoralism as a way of life has now become unsustainable in the light of climate change. So we need to find a way of diversifying the economy of our pastoralists so that they can actually be able to exist in this light of this climate change. We still have now the cowboy culture, which was existing in the United States of America in the pre-industrial era. And this is still happening in our society today. And we need to also improve community policing so that there is trust between the community and the police officers to be able to do proper policing. Finally, there's the issue of poverty. The insecurity which comes as a result of poverty can only be dealt with by dealing with poverty among our people.
I'm going to come back to you because I think it would be great to have you give a comment to Godana, who is here today and has suffered at the hands of the insecurity on the government response and why perhaps it has failed to quell the issue. But let me come to Paul Muite now. Paul, what's your stand on the issues of both domestic and regional security?
First, as a commander-in-chief, I will take personal charge. And a powerful message will go out. It is no longer acceptable, it's not going to be tolerated for communities to take things into their own hands. I will deploy the GSU. If need be, I will deploy the army because the message has to get across. Whatever disputes you have, let us resolve them as a nation, otherwise than through fighting each other's.
So you'd be using a tough,
I think a message needs to get across.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it doesn't, the communities next door would do it. Because that will give us time to invest in the police, the resources that my colleagues are talking about here, to retrain them, to vet them, and allow those who need to go home to go home. And finally, it will give us time to address the root causes of it all, which is poverty. You need to come up with economic policies that are going to open up the country and give opportunities to every Kenyan, wherever they are. That is long term. So immediate is a message that this is no longer acceptable.
Okay, a stern hand, a firm hand. Let me come to Mohammed first, and then I'll come through to Professor.
And the Tana River. Our political party, Alliance for Real Change, guiding principle is honest service to humanity. In Kenya, we have the best intelligence. And the Kenyan intelligence can tell you why 12 elephants were killed in 30 minutes. They can tell you, and in the papers you saw and everybody read, that anybody, those who caused a problem and commotion and still causing in Tana River were they were moved. They were moved to the place. So when security officers cannot do their work because of poor governance, then the only solution is they should be uprooted and you get the a clean team. The other thing is, I asked so many Kenyans, why is this problem recurring? And it is only in Kenya where 80% are Christians and 20% others. But you walk for 2 minutes and you see a board, Mganga.
Mohammed, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you there and ask you to address the question, which was, what would your government do?
They say the problem in Tana River will continue because some of these leaders are devil worshippers.
So
and
what would your government do to resolve this situation?
The only thing is we implement the constitution. Let every Kenyan actually officer, let every Kenyan employee, anybody employed in Kenya to serve, it should be given the mandate to fulfill the obligation. We are very innocent Kenyans. When we hear the alarm of an ambulance, we keep aside. Maybe it is not a sick person taken to the hospital, and it is rolls kilos of bunk.
Okay, I still
so what I will do is to put the right thing. We will call a spade and not a big spoon. Everything, the judiciary has its function, the executive has its function. The Kenyan constitution is very clear. There's nothing like this or this used to happen. No. We need to put everything in place.
Implementation, you're saying, will work. Professor, go ahead, please.
Julie, what happened in Tana River was totally unacceptable because it went on for almost 3 months and the government seemed almost unable to contain it. If I was president today and there is any problem anywhere in Kenya, I will ask the cabinet secretary in charge or myself to report to that place and stay there until the problem is solved. Because before you address the long-term issues like unemployment, economic disparities, conflicts over resources, you've got to contain the problem immediately. You've got to save lives. We have got also to involve people. Look at the case in Nairobi where there is a bomb blast. Everybody rushes there. Nobody tells Kenyans that that is already a cause of insecurity to them and their lives. We've got to involve people and create major awareness. So the ministry in charge of security must be much more active than it is now. We must overhaul immigration department because there's too much corruption there. And a lot of illegal people are getting into Kenya and getting out. They're even selling our passports. We've got to stop these things. And corruption is the single most important cause of insecurity in Kenya. If we stop it and become serious, we can stop it.
How will you stop it? You know, a lot of these cartels are entrenched, and if what we've heard from...
I think number one, I will require all the security agencies to be clearly coordinated and a line of command established with one person who will be able to call the shots, because right now they're going in different directions. Two, we will make sure that we give them the tools and capacity. Three, the people themselves are the first line of defense. Let's engage the people in security matters.
Okay, let me come now to Uhuru Kenyatta. And the Jubilee Manifesto goes into quite a bit of detail. It talks about, for instance, 15,000 new recruits a year. Tell us more about your plans. And are they too ambitious, perhaps?
I think first and foremost, let me address Ismail himself and say that indeed the happenings in Tana River are most unfortunate. And let me say this, in my government, a crime will be a crime. No longer will one be able to hide behind their community. If it is murder, you're a murderer. It is not a community. If you are a cattle rustler, you're a cattle rustler. And you will be treated by the law in exactly that manner. As I say that, we need to also recognize that the problem in Tana River also goes a little bit deeper. There are also social aspects that are involved. It is a fight over boundaries. It is a fight over resources. In my government, we will ensure that the pastoral communities in those regions are given adequate access to water for their livestock and adequate also veterinary services for their livestock. We will ensure for our farming communities also in the region that we will expand the irrigation programs that were initiated by this government while I was in the Ministry of Finance and my running mate William Ruto was in the Ministry of Agriculture. We will seek to expand irrigation in those areas so as to reduce the potential areas of conflict. That said and done, insecurity is not just a problem of Tana River. It's a national problem. We need to be able to address it. I don't think we need to change our pastoral communities per se. I think we can turn our livestock industry into a productive sector. We need to train, to re-educate our pastoral farmers. We need to be able to ensure that we give them improved range management, water supply, so that, in short, they don't have to travel all those great distances. We need to commercialize our livestock farming. That said and done, to also reduce incidences of cattle rustling. I think using modern technology, for example, chipping or implanting chips in our livestock, would go a long way in helping track those animals and track culprits.
Thank you. Your time is up. You've gone into detail on the
I think it's
pastoralist
important, yeah.
issue, but we will try and go into more on security in just a moment, because I'm going to put another question to each of you. We're speaking of security as we head into an election, and we all know what happened in 2007, 2008. And many questions have come in, this same question actually, put in different ways, with Kenyans asking, what will each of you pledge to do to ensure that Kenya is peaceful during and after the election? On this end and go all the way down. Paul, let's start with you.
I have already started, as a party, Safina has already started, because we have steered clear of whipping up ethnic emotions. We have not mobilized along ethnic lines. And the way we will continue to be issue-based, we will continue to preach the economic policies we are going to implement in order to give everybody a chance. For example, in Taita Taveta, that iron ore which is being mined there, we'll make it a condition that a smelting plant be built there instead of exporting it raw. So, and we will accept the results of free and fair elections. And if you are dissatisfied, now that the judiciary is working,
you'll go to court.
We will go to court. We will not ask young people to take up arms.
Absolutely. Let's go to Raila Odinga.
Well, Judy, you know that Kenyans have now had about four multi-party elections. And the past, the violence was actually before the elections. It was only this last time round in 2007 when we had the violence post-election. And we all know what actually happened. We are saying that we don't want a repeat of what happened in 2008 to be repeated again in this country. We have said as CORD that we will accept the results of the elections. If we are defeated, we will accept defeat. And if there are any complaints, we will also go to court.
Thank you. 10 seconds?
What we're saying is that we don't want to mobilize along ethnic lines. That's why we are campaigning on a national platform to unite the people. And we also said, telling the media to help us do this, so that the media also desist from going along the ethnic lines, which will actually polarize the country. Like what happened recently, and I mentioned it before, I don't fear to mention it again here. This idea of bundling ethnic figures polarizes the country along ethnic lines, and it is not helpful for a national campaign. You want to compete along ideological lines. You have a clear policy that we want to sell to the people of Kenya and to judge us on the basis of the program that we're putting before the people.
Thank you so much, Martha. You have 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Now Kenya has been spearheading peace for the last 5 years since the election period. And what we are telling Kenyans is that at the end of the day, after politicians incite, it is the poor who fight each other. We, the political class, never fight. They have seen us here laughing with each other, greeting each other. So they should not allow us to mislead them with talk of ethnicity.
What will you
must
do?
show
Yes.
us leadership now. We must be able to abide by the law, accept the results of election, and if one is unhappy, you go to court. Even 2007, I said anybody aggrieved should have gone to court. We've been using the same courts even before the reforms as politicians. So we should never, ever tell Kenyans to rise up against each other. We should use the institutions of the judiciary to resolve our disputes.
Come to you, Honorable Mudavadi.
Thank you. Our name, our coalition name speaks for itself, the Amani Coalition. We have been preaching peace. It may look like a simple thing in the church, but we have been making sure that at every forum, as we discuss issues, the issue of having to work together and conduct ourselves peacefully has been an underlying theme in all our movement. Secondly, we have all signed the code of conduct with the Iebc. I think we should live up to it so that whatever we are doing, whatever we are asking our supporters to do, whatever our party members are doing, they must live up to the letter of that code of conduct that they signed, because it's a requirement in law, it's a legal requirement, we must live up to it. Finally, we must be prepared to accept the results. We all want to win, but there shall be only one winner at the end of the day. So we must be prepared to say that we concede where somebody else has taken the day. And that is the principle that we should carry along in order to be able to foster peace and to be able to make sure that there is tranquility even after the election.
Thank you, Peter Kenneth.
Thank you, Julie. When I launched my campaign on the 4th of November, I said my campaign will be based on issues. And I've never campaigned without preaching the peace message. Because there will be Kenya after 4th of March. And we must never allow ourselves to go to the events of 2008. Kenya is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. We must never try to destroy it. We nearly brought it down to its knees because of the way we behaved in the year 2008. We must never again allow it to go that route. Let me also stress this. Kenya is greater than all of us, and I've said this before.
Peter,
our own individual interests must never compel the country to kneel down in anger, in violence.
So what will you actively do?
Come the 4th of March, and Kenyans' will is determined through the electoral process. I have no problem conceding if I lose in the unlikely event. But if I win, then I would also wish that all of us observe that Kenya is for all of us and we fit in. We need to coexist. We need to appreciate each other. We need to respect each other. That is the little we can actually ever do for our country.
Thank you. Uhuru Kenyatta.
Our coalition is based on peace, on unity and reconciliation of all communities in this country. If anybody has followed the speeches that I've made in every single rally, I start first and foremost on that note of peace, national reconciliation and unity in order for us to be able to achieve our objectives together as Kenyans. Secondly, the issue of violence often emanates from politicians themselves. I strongly believe that if politicians were to follow due processes, use existing institutions, people would not go to the streets. I have proved this myself in the past, in 2002, where I accepted and conceded defeat to the Honorable Mwai Kibaki. I will not shirk from doing the same again. Kenya is far greater than any single individual, and I do believe that a transparent democratic process will give Kenyans the leader that they want, and it is for all of us to accept the will of the people and to join hands and support that candidate, who I ideally hope will be me on the 4th of March.
Professor Olekiapi.
We are in this because we love our country. We are in this because we believe every Kenyan matters, and we want Kenyans to win, the Kenyan people to win, irrespective of how each one of us here performs. We are just really so insignificant compared to the millions of citizens, including children, who cannot vote. But we also want to commit that we cannot polarize the country in our own messaging, even in our own campaigns. And we have been very responsible as a party, and we will continue to the very end and beyond. But I would like to request the media that when you bring your political analyst, please desist and avoid analyzing how Kenyans are going to vote on the basis of their tribes. Respect the integrity of the citizens that individuals can vote for somebody irrespective of which region they come from. But when you start blocking the nation, that is what creates polarization.
And let me come to you, Dida, please.
Yeah, the code of conduct was a conditional document that we all signed. If we did not sign, we could not proceed with the requirements that were. I request, it is a document that has a lot of good things that will promote peace. For those who signed and did not read, let's read it again. And for Kenyans, it is also a document that not the leaders need to go through, it is for everybody. It promotes peace. Number two, we have the national anthem. We need to look at the contents of the national anthem. And in relation to the national anthem, which is a prayer that is recited, we have any piece of art originates from the author. This world, we are just acting, but it has the God who manages everything. If we get wrong leaders, is because we are not sincere. And for us,
Mwalimu, those are words of wisdom. You do have more time, but I want to ask, what will you actively do to ensure that we do have a peaceful nation?
I will
during
propagate
and after?
the code of conduct and its content, and it has self-discipline has to be inculcated. You have to be disciplined. And what this aspect, I don't know why people run away from God. God has designed, and he knows who will be the president of this country. God knows the present, the future. If you get it, then it is God who has realized that you are qualified. And if you did not get it, God has seen that you're not qualified, accept the defeat. And I also concur with President Barack Obama that we should not solve our difference in the streets. We need to solve it amicably, following the right procedures.
Accepting defeat and going through the legal processes, not to the streets. Thank you. We have another question from a teacher, and her name is Irene. Please go ahead with your question.
Good evening. My name is Irene Omangi. I am a high school teacher. My question is on education. I would like the presidential aspirants to let us know that what they will do to ensure that the children who leave primary school transit into high school. Because as we saw last week, quite a large number of those children will not get positions in secondary school, and that will mean that they will not get a basic education. What will your governments do to ensure that this problem is clearly solved?
Thank you so much for that. I think on the issue of education, if we look back over the past few years in terms of enrollment, we've achieved something as a nation. We have huge challenges when it comes to transition from primary to secondary, but also transition from secondary to higher education. And we're losing hundreds of thousands of students. And where do they go? Big issue, probably also becomes a security issue. You know, Professor Kiapi, I am looking at you. This was your docket before you resigned.
Julie, the saddest day for me when I was a PS of education was the day when a little boy in Kericho County committed suicide because he didn't make the marks or enough to go to secondary school. But the reason really is that we don't have enough classes in secondary. We have been working to reduce them. 2 years ago, 250,000 students dropped out of standard 8. This year, 110,000 students will not go to Form 1. What I will do if elected president, next year, I will take 3 billion Kenya shillings and go to 3,000 district day schools and build a classroom that will take in approximately 150,000 children, and you can mop them in. You can also take another 3 billion and you'll build a laboratory. It's very, very practical. We put a proposal to Treasury 2 years ago. We should have done this thing 2 years ago, but we never got the budget.
How do you do this and maintain education standards, Professor?
Because the way to maintain education standard is just to do two things. Number one, let us hire more teachers. Right now, there's a shortage in the country of 100,000 teachers. And I would like to hire 20,000 teachers every year at a bill of about 7 billion per year. And number two, we must invest in infrastructure, especially in day secondary schools and the so-called county schools. Because right now there's a big disparity between national schools, county schools, and day secondary schools. Some schools have everything, others have no classrooms, enough classrooms, or even laboratories. If we invest in the physical infrastructure and teachers, the quality will begin to go up. Let's thank President Kibaki for bringing kids into the education system in terms of access.
Thank you. Let me come to you, Uhuru Kenyatta, on this issue.
Our manifesto on this is very clear. And I do appreciate the problem that has been mentioned, because it is a problem that also contributes to a lot of the social ills that we see. And that's why in our manifesto, we have made it very clear that we want to move to a situation where no child under the age of 18 is out of either school or some training institution. And we have made it clear that we would want to continue adding classrooms, increasing the number of teachers, as well as ensuring that we have one technical school in at least every ward in our country, to ensure that those who do not make it into secondary school at least are able to be given some form of training that they could use to make a livelihood for themselves. So the basic fact is that this would not only help us ensure that kids remain in school, but it would also go a long way towards creating or removing the breeding ground that has been there for criminal gangs using these young men and women.
You also pledge things like school feeding programs, milk for children in primary school, talk about the tablet, the solar power tablet. How will you finance all this?
Like I stated severally, and I've done in the past, I do believe there is a lot of waste in government today. We moved, when I was Minister of Finance, for example, to ensure that all the fuel guzzlers that were there were removed. These are monies that we could save to put into more serious issues like feeding our children in school, like ensuring no child is out of school before the age of 18. For example, what we are moving towards right now is a Ministry of Foreign Affairs that is better staffed, better equipped with professionals. There is no reason for every single conference to be attended by a minister from another department. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, properly staffed, properly equipped, can handle that on behalf of government. There's major savings to be made there from all the unnecessary travel that is made out of this country severally, and turn this and put it into more useful uses that benefit the people of this country.
Peter, let me come to you on this. And you've already heard Professor Ole Kiapi and Uhuru Kenyatta. What are you going to do that's different and that is better than what they're offering the Kenyan citizens?
Well, Julie, first, we must look at quality of our education. It is one thing to give quantity education, is another to guarantee quality education. Because what you are looking from our kids is the outcome. What do they get out of school? That's why I'm saying we must carry out reforms, right from ECD, going all the way to primary, looking for a reform process that has a continuous education so that you don't just leave us standard 8 because you have nowhere to go. The statistics are quite odd. 75% of primary kids make it to secondary school. 32 only make it to campus. So at primary, you drop out 25. At secondary, you drop another 68. So you must invest in education. I do not entirely agree that we have a shortfall in teachers. We actually have poor distribution of teachers. You have areas that have more teachers, whereas you have other areas that have not teachers.
How would you distribute, Peter? Where would you be moving
You have to be
people
fair,
from
you
to?
have to have equality, you have to enforce transfers of teachers to schools that do not have teachers. Something that probably my brother professor should have implemented very well when he was there. But much more important than that, much more important than that.
You still have a minute, Peter. You still have a minute. I'm going to allow you 20 seconds because he's been in the ministry and feels he needs to respond to this.
The president himself ordered us, and we did all the rationalization that could be done. And there is now no rationalization you can do to bridge a gap of 100,000 teachers. It's a shortage which is known. It is known in government. It is known in treasury. And there is nothing my brother can do to bridge that. You must just hire teachers.
And from the words of a teacher.
The former permanent secretary, as I quote him, I look for 7 billion to pay teachers. How do you want to pay, as proposed by the Salaries Commission, 14.73 billion to 3,650 officers and you pay 7 billion to 500,000 teachers. Is that fair?
A very important question raised, and I think we'll come back to that with each and every person to speak about salaries and allowances and what we've been seeing, the trends we've been seeing in government. So Peter, Professor says we have a huge shortfall of 100,000.
He has not addressed the issue of distribution of teachers. I am making it absolutely clear that there are some areas in our country that have more teachers, whilst there are some areas that are lacking teachers. The distribution has never been effected efficiently. But what I'm saying in our reform plan, we must invest from ECD, continuation from 38. We have proposed a national polytechnic for each county because we'd like to see fourth formers who leave go into polytechnics, because we converted our polytechnics into university colleges and forgot that there is a high rate of dropouts. 2, we must agree to invest in our education system. In the last 5 years, the government has borrowed more than had been borrowed in the last 26 years in terms of total aggregate. Our debt was 700 billion in 2007, it's now 1.8 trillion. We have not invested in real education using the money that we have borrowed.
Let me come to you, Musalia, and you can see the debate happening here. Is there, in your opinion, a shortfall in the number of teachers? Is it about redistribution? And also the issue has been raised of the huge gap in pay, and how can you morally support what's been going on within our government?
Well, I must say that one of the things that is now a constitutional issue is the fact that basic education is up to the fourth form level. And really, if we have to implement the Constitution and live up to it, we must start as a nation preparing ourselves to provide support so that our young children can get to fourth form level through the public support. That is a must. We must do that.
That is a commitment your government
That is a
making,
commitment my
to take
government is
them right through till
Now,
Form 4.
one of the things that we must look at is that the whole idea of financing our social sector, and education is one of the pillars under our social sector. We must remember that it is comprehensive, it is holistic. We must manage the economy well in order to be able to provide the resources that are going to go here. For instance, there are issues that are pending about privatization in this country. We can raise a lot of resources by carrying through the whole process of privatization in this country and be able to assign those resources to areas like education.
Which institutions are you talking about?
For instance, we could still privatize the port of Mombasa. It can be done. We can still look at even privatization of the Airports Authority. All these are issues that can be done. They can be managed efficiently, they can be turned around, and they can generate a lot of revenue that can go into the institutions like the health and education. And to me, these are the areas that I would focus on in order to start raising resources that I can divert to be able to cater for the education of our children.
Let's be a bit more specific with education, and when you say investment, and there's only a few seconds left, but give us some specifics of what pledges you are making to this nation on
At this point in time, I'm saying that the Amani government is going to provide free and compulsory education up to fourth form level. That allows us to have our children in school longer. Otherwise, if we continue to guillotine them at standard 8, we are condemning them to child labor, which is again another breach of the law. So we must keep them there longer, and after that, be able to invest in our polytechnics to allow them to gain some skills for those who do not get to the university.
Martha, over
I'll
to you.
begin by saying that if it were not for education, I would not be here today seeking the trust of Kenyans. I value education, and I am glad that my colleague has now joined what NAC Kenya has been pledging: free primary and secondary education. And primary starts with early childhood, and accessible university education by providing loans in public universities for the 3 basics, that is tuition, accommodation, and meals, so as to equalize the children of the poor to get the same education as the children of the rich. I also believe that infrastructure in our schools must be built by the government. If we say compulsory education and we don't take over infrastructure, then the situation that has been there with the free primary education, with kids studying outside, will continue. And I have a practical example of turning every public primary school into a day secondary school. In my constituency, using CDF, we were able to increase the number of secondary schools from 16 to 37. Out of the 42 public primary schools, almost every primary school is a secondary. That way you are able to bring in more students. I can't say we have attained the level we would like, but with compulsory primary, including early childhood and secondary education, you will retain as many. I want to acknowledge that we would have to hire more teachers.
And where do the funds come from?
Where do we
for
get
this?
funds? I will not talk of privatization because that's a one-off. It's not sustainable. I am saying start with the same money you have, increase efficiency. Treasury's own admission is that we lose 1/3 of our budget through looting or theft of public funds and misuse. So if we start looking at where we are misapplying money and then widen the tax base, because there's still a lot of people who are not paying taxes, then we would be able to do that.
Honorable Raila Odinga, your government over the past 5 years, and certainly this did start in 2002, has achieved a lot since we first introduced free primary education and have moved on now to do more. So in terms of having more children in school, it's a success, but in terms of quality, there are huge issues. And of course, again, we talked about the transition issues as well. What would you do in this coming administration to change things?
First, we are talking about an inclusive government, Kenya for all. And we must start here by offering equal opportunity for each and every child born in our country. We are talking about manpower development, and this starts here at the nursery, then at the primary. The first thing we're saying is free education must be really free. Free must be truly free, meaning that there will be no thing like uniforms to be provided by parents, things like writing materials, textbooks, and so on. All that will be provided for by the government. And then we want to ensure that there's higher rate of transition. In 2007, the transition rate was 66%. It has moved gradually to 73% in 2011. This time around to 78%. It's still unacceptable. We want to see a higher rate of transition from primary to secondary. But there's also disparity between girl child and boys. More boys transit than girls. So we want to address the issue of girl child education in this country. For example, this issue of sanitary towels, which I talked about last time round. I've tried to push it this time, this government, but there's been a lot of resistance. We are going to ensure that there's sanitary towels in each and every primary school in our country, provided for by the government, to ensure that girls actually have equal opportunity to transit like boys.
We're talking about sanitary towels, but a provision was made to actually start to give sanitary towels to schools by government. But I also want to introduce the whole issue that has been raised by Dida of the pay and the huge discrepancies between the pay of teachers and, for instance, members of parliament.
Yes, there's a shortage, and I've actually myself mediated in these negotiations. There's a shortage of teachers, and I agree with Professor Iebc. We must hire more teachers. We must hire more teachers so that we reduce the ratio, the teacher-children ratio in primary schools.
How do you deal with the issues then of pay? And of course, of paying the additional number of
This is an issue we have looked at very carefully. First, by admission of treasury alone, they say about 30 billion shillings is actually wasted in government. And what I've said, we are going to transform the public sector within the first 100 days to ensure that we have that saving. We'll have then also, in terms of revenue, every year, the revenue increases by 100 billion shillings. So we will divert about 1/3 of that revenue to primary and secondary education to ensure that our children get quality education right through to secondary.
Thank you. Let me allow Martha to come in here.
My problem is that just looking at the campaign of CORD, of my learned colleague, and the lavish spending of that campaign and most of the campaigns of my colleagues here, except a few, I am just wondering if they continue with that lavish spending, where will the money come from? When I say that we will ensure that theft of public funds and abuse is curbed, I have practiced it in my campaign. So how is my honorable colleague Raila going to do that?
Honorable Raila, I'll allow you to respond to that.
Campaign time is campaign time. And that's why people actually do fundraising. Look at the amount of money they used in the US campaign recently, the Romney and the Obama campaign. You raise money from friends because you have to reach the rest of the country. So, but this is very different once we finish campaign and we sit down to serious business of governance.
Perhaps the question is, in a country of great need, can we afford these lavish campaigns? Peter Kenneth, please.
Prime Minister, he's just admitted here that government has owned up to losing 30 billion shillings per year, which I actually think is much higher than that. What is it did he do as a principal to ensure we do not lose that for 30 years? And what is it you do differently so that we can have these funds going to certain critical areas of socioeconomy in our country?
I was coming actually to Paul Mwite's education promise with that question, but I will allow the Prime Minister 30 seconds to respond to that and then come to Paul Mwite with that issue and also the education issue. But first, Honorable Raila, you've been asked a question by Peter Kenneth. 30 billion, you say? And what have you done about it?
Friend, actually, he knows, he's been an assistant minister. Because he was in the treasury, then he was now in planning this last time around. And he knows the challenges that come with running a coalition government, particularly a ground coalition government. I have been charged with the responsibility of supervising and coordinating. But there are certain other areas where there's impunity and there's very little that as a principal you can do. And that is known. The former Minister of Finance, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, has just admitted that is this kind of wastage in the finance ministry, but it does not tell us what it did.
Let me come straight to Uhuru. Go ahead. You have admitted there is wastage as well, and what have you been doing about it?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't run away from the problem. The truth is that indeed there is a lot of wastage in government. And like I said, my record on that is very clear. I tried various endeavors to curb that excessive spending, especially with regard to the vehicles that I mentioned, trying to reduce on trips. And let's put it on record, the trips that we're even trying to reduce. The biggest spender on foreign trips in the government of Kenya, this coalition government, is the office of the Honorable Prime Minister.
I'm going to come back to the Prime Minister before I do.
The most important aspect is that it was under my tenure that we introduced the integrated financial management systems, all aimed at ensuring we have better management and better financial accountability of our resources.
Okay,
so that's something practical that I can say I've done, moving in towards the direction of ensuring that we curb wastefulness in government.
Let me come back to you, Honorable Raila Odinga.
Yes.
The accusation is that your office, in fact, is a big spender.
The reason why whenever the Prime Minister goes out of the country, like even the President, he goes with a bigger entourage because he goes with several other ministers. And he always goes out there to try to negotiate funding for the country. So what my office has brought back into this country is far much larger than the little amount that was spent in taking delegations out of this country.
So indeed, you're saying you do spend more. I see your hand, Martha. I'm going to come first to Dida and then to yourself, Martha.
You know, one shocking thing, the lady asked about children who completed their 8 and how they can move ahead.
Mm-hmm.
You can talk about children when you have them. You can talk about children when you have them. That's one. 2, 90% of children in primary schools attend the public primary schools. How many of them have their children in the public schools, primary schools?
Let me ask that question. And I'm doubting that hands will go up. But how many of you have children in school? First of all, how many of you have children in primary or secondary school?
Mine have
My
finished.
daughter is in secondary.
Okay, thank you. So you're not so old. How many of you have them in public secondary schools? One hand, Professor Ole Kiapi and Mwalimu
the football
as
team are
well.
there.
Yes. I'll come back to you in just a moment for your plans for education. Martha, very quickly, and then I'm going to...
I just wanted to tell my colleagues, and especially the Prime Minister, Honorable Raila, it is possible to negotiate for the country the loans you do, which thank you very much. But be efficient, carry a lean, mean delegation. Let's not waste funds.
A quick 10-second response, please.
I always do that. The members of my delegation are people who add value to the trips. I don't just take people on the joyrides. They all come because they have something to contribute during the trips.
Thank you. Peter, 10 seconds.
Yes, I think, Julie, we are going around this question. When I left Treasury in 2008, January, the total borrowing was 700 billion. Right now, the borrowing is 1.8 trillion. Kenyans have to pay, our kids will pay, our grandchildren will pay. The fact remains we have not invested within the sectors that we ought to invest in to help the population at large.
And with that, it brings me back to education. I come to Honorable Paul Mwite, your commitments to this country on the issue of education, particularly ensuring that children stay in school and they have a quality education.
First, to raise the quality of education in public schools, because Safina is very concerned with the difference in terms of the quality of education between the public schools and private schools. And as a few people here have said, most people who can afford it, even those who cannot afford it, sacrifice to send their children to private schools. We need to invest more and uplift the quality of education in our public schools. Yes, we have free primary education. What is the quality? We need to invest more. We need to invest more, not just in primary school in terms of quality, ratio of students to the teachers, equipment in public schools, computers and what have you in public schools. We need to raise it so that even ministers of education and PSCs in Ministry of Education can take their children to these public schools. Where is the money going to come from? The elephant in the room, Julie, is corruption. The PS in the Ministry of Finance admitted that upwards of 40% of budget every year somehow disappears. If we were to close corruption, we would have adequate money to invest in education and the other deserving sectors. We need to carry out a forensic audit, Parliament ordered forensic audit.
Let me ask you this, Paul, because practically everybody here, most people here have been in government in one way or another, have served, and yet everybody accepts that, or have served as a member in the House. Everybody accepts that corruption is a massive issue.
Yes.
So who are these crocodiles and hyenas who are stealing the money of the Kenyan public? Where are they? Why can we not find them?
Julie, if we need to deal with corruption in this country, we have to have the courage to confront the past. Why is Crow report that lists all the billions stolen from here and stashed overseas? Why has it not been implemented? Why have we continued to pay for ghost projects? For example, we are still paying for loans we borrowed to come and build railway lines. We are repaying the loans. And everybody knows the only railway line we have is the one constructed in 1900 by the British.
Thank you, Paul. I come now to Mwalimu Mohammed for your thoughts on what your government would pledge to do for this nation in terms of education.
To improve the quality of education, one thing is very, very important. The current system of education is exam-oriented, and it encourages just rote learning. So the best thing that can improve education in our schools and in Kenya is to encourage a system that will actually motivate or come up with more thinking. Today, you can see somebody with a PhD in electricity, and if there's a problem with the electricity system in the house, he will spend in the darkness. And then somebody who was a standard 8 dropout non-formally got the system and will come and do it the following day. It is not helpful. Maybe God knows that parents, 119,000 standard 8 leavers were locked out of the secondary school. Maybe they will have wasted another 4 years. And it is better they start selling bananas in the street to earn a living.
It's painful.
So the other thing,
but
the other thing
what's the
is-
way forward?
The other thing is we restore the value and dignity of teachers. A teacher is just like lactating a cow. For you to get the best out of it, for you to get the maximum product, you need to consider so many factors.
What
when
factors?
the entertainment allowance of these so-called leaders, the entertainment allowance is $500,000. You ask a teacher about his life. The teacher is there physically because a tough head principal or head teacher is there marking the attendance. But if he had any option, he would have cheated to go and get something else that will give him more plus the 20,000 that he or she is getting. So the teachers are frustrating. Parent-teacher relationship. 20, 30 years ago, a teacher was a very respectable person in the society. But today, every child has a lawyer. You do the child will do the wrong thing, and you want to it is a moral obligation to correct the student, but you are summoned. Okay. And lawyers are very, very funny characters in this country. They don't care.
It's interesting, but I'd still love to know more about what you would actually do. Your time is up, however, and we're moving on from this issue to the next issue. And I think the fact that we've been talking about the inefficiencies and the corruption and the money that is being lost in the government through that, and everybody here admits clearly that it is happening, we come to the issue of health, where corruption means life or death. We know that communicable diseases have been a huge problem for this country. Now we see non-communicable diseases like cancer claiming so many lives. And we have a question from a lady tonight, Alice, who works in the health sector. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Please hold your mic up. Yes.
Hello. I'm glad to see you. So my name is Alice Shundu from health sector, and I'll not be complete without talking about a patient, health service provider, and the community who are partakers of the services. So my first question will be on the services. So what do we intend to improve? Because we have high mortality, high maternal mortality in Kenya. How do you intend to improve that if you are elected as a president? On healthcare providers, we have seen doctors, nurses, clinic officers on the street striking for remunerations, for motivations, and good working conditions. What do you intend to do on that? Because it's like it's compromising the healthcare services. Then the last one will be on the community who are the partakers of the services. We have poor Kenyans who have got chronic illnesses like cancer, like renal diseases, and they need a lot of money for the care. They end up dying because Kenyatta is overstretched and the other private hospitals are very expensive for them. What are you going to do in that area?
Thank you very much. And Alice has asked 3 questions, and I'll try to summarize them. She talks about high maternal mortality rates in Kenya. I think we all must be aware that this is a huge issue and it shouldn't be happening. How will you address this? She talks about health sector workers striking constantly, and we saw the toll this took on our country last year, and also chronic diseases. Let's try and capture this in one question about the health sector. There's the issue of access, perhaps, to healthcare. And there's the issue of access to quality healthcare and, of course, better pay conditions for those in the sector. Let me start this time with a lady. Martha Karua, please go ahead.
Martha Karua government will give free health services to all Kenyans, universal access. And it means that we'll be able then to cut down on the maternal and child mortality. We'll also be able to look after the cancer patients, after everybody. And I'm aware that it will be capital intensive at the beginning. But as we move on, we'll be emphasizing more on promotive and preventive healthcare. And we will also move to build infrastructure, because there are areas where the dispensaries and the health facilities are very far from the people. Starting with the county level, making sure that all the diagnostic equipment are available in every county. There's no reason why people should be trooping to Kenyatta for cancer treatment. The machine costs just under 200 million. It wouldn't take much to equip 47 counties with those machines and other diagnostic machines. When you see the striking health workers, the nurses, the doctors, it's not just about their pay. It's also about the equipment, the facilities they are working in. Facilities that have not been refurbished, equipment that is lacking in hospitals. I have traversed this country during my campaigns and have seen the sorry state of district hospitals in Lodwar,
Let
in
me
Lamu,
ask you this,
everywhere.
Martha.
Yeah.
You say it wouldn't take much. Where has the failure been? Why have we performed so dismally when it comes
It
to
is just a
healthcare?
question of priorities. I look at a country like Cuba. Cuba is not one of the rich countries. They have universal access to health and free education up to university. It's about priorities and the way you spend the money. And until we fight the two vices, corruption and impunity, that is theft of public funds and wastage, and we make people account, then we shall forever be saying we cannot afford essential services.
Thank you. Raila Odinga, it's about priorities. Has the government had misplaced priorities, and what would you do differently?
Julie, under chapter 4, that is the human rights chapter, Medicare is actually a fundamental human right. It says that every Kenyan, when sick, should have access to Medicare. So we are going to, as you said, to implement constitution. That's why we are a coalition for reforms and democracy. Now, Medicare is a fundamental right of our people. And we are going to do this first by introducing a comprehensive national health insurance scheme. This has been an issue which has exercised the mind of Kenyans for a long time. It has been debated for a long time. You remember, the bill was brought to Parliament, it was approved under the former Minister for Health, but then it did not get the assent of the President because of the lobbying that has stopped it. But Kenyans are actually more concerned with services. Kenyans will be willing to pay a little more for quality services. So what we are talking about here is we are going to deal with issue of accessibility and affordability. So we are talking here in terms of facilities being brought closer to the people, from the sublocations to locations, to the constituency, to the county, and then the national level, so that we can actually reduce pressures on the other national institutions.
Let me ask this. As Prime Minister for the past few years, why has this not already started to happen?
Because there have been a resistance from
other
the big boys, as you know. And
Who
there
are
have
the
been
big boys?
A lot of
Who
lobbying.
who are the big boys?
The big boys are known, the big insurance companies who have resisted
Private
it,
sector,
and
you were saying, and there are some private sector players
Yes.
seated in here today.
They're here, and we're saying that they will also have their own fair share in this market. This market is big enough for those who can afford to pay. But we're saying that it's not right that the few who have the money, who can afford to pay, can get quality services at the expense of the majority who cannot afford to pay. So he's saying that, one, we say that antenatal services will be free completely.
Thank you.
You want issues like HIV/AIDS, that people have access to medicine for free.
Thank
And
you. Your time is up. I have to stop you there. Honorable Paul Mwite, private sector is stopping government from being able to give the citizens of this country the healthcare they deserve. Do you agree with that? Do you disagree with that?
Well, Julie, I didn't want you tonight that there are boys bigger than the Prime Minister and the President of the Republic of...
In this country.
But Julie, a Safina government would invest more in preventive health care, not just curative health care. It's all an issue of money. But this is not academic, because the truth is that many Kenyans across our country are dying before their time because of diseases that can be cured because they cannot afford the drugs. They cannot afford to go to the hospital. So that constitutional right of access to affordable health care, the Safina government would actualize it. But there are some simple issues that can be implemented that will not cost a lot of money. Go to Nigeria, go to South Africa. They've got this specially designed motorcycle, which is actually almost an ambulance. And instead of waiting for those people in the reserve to travel across distances where there are no roads, the doctors ride a motorbike to where they are. They're able to assist women in the countryside to deliver in their homes, in clean, hygienic conditions. I would implement such measures.
This is a local solution, you feel, for the local
Yeah,
situation.
it works very well in Nigeria. It works very well in South Africa. They climb all the mountains. That's what we should do it immediately while we are working out for longer-term solutions. But I must also say that anybody who has observed Kenya will know that the Ministry of Education, not just during the current government, but traditionally, has been a den of corruption.
Mhm. And you leave it at that.
That needs to be cleaned up. And if you want to deal with corruption, you must address past corruption so as to send the message impunity will no longer be tolerated.
Thank you. And I come to this side, Dida, please go ahead. I see Peter Kenneth's hand
We
up.
can talk about
Professor in a moment, sorry.
we can talk about so many referral hospitals. In fact, one in each county. Can also talk about training so many personnel, medical. But the whole thing is how, to what degree, the magnitude of sincerity. In fact, Kenyans were very happy when the new constitution was in place. But the first step was to give 3,000 plus state officers 14 billion. And the president is not there. The ministers are not there. The cabinet is not there. Nurses are in the street. We have a problem. We are hungry. You don't look at them. You start preparing the stage for people who are not characters who are not there. What I will do, what I will do that is cost effective. My government will come up with what we call preventive medicine. A simple policy that every Kenyan should test, and this is in philosophy and religious studies. If you want to be healthy, eat when you're hungry. This timetable, I don't know who brought it, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then the dinner you come up with phase 1 where you take soup and mushroom, and then phase 2, phase 3.
What will you do?
If you want to be saved from corrupt leaders, if you want to be saved from corrupt leaders, you adopt preventive medicine. Principle number 1, eat when you feel the pangs of hunger. Number 2, when you feel the pangs of hunger, don't fill your belly with food. You eat every githeri and then there is no space for water. You need to give a third water, a third food, and then a third breathing space.
You're saying practical, you're saying practical living. You're saying
what my government will encourage is preventive medicine. You will not even be forced to go and stand before corrupt. You know, this is a century. Imagine, after so many years of leadership, we are treating jiggers and we are planning to wash hands. And then we still say, we want to do this and this. Where were you? And who is the government?
Thank you. It is a shame that we're dealing with jiggers in this great country of ours at this point in time. Professor, and particularly because you've been in that ministry, you've talked about corruption in the ministry, you've talked about cartels, and we've all accepted here the cost of corruption in this country. What would you then do?
First of all, we have a very serious problem, and the biggest challenge is that the health budget right now is only 6% of the national budget against the Abuja declaration of 15%. So we are not even halfway. Number 2, right now we have 22,500 doctors in public hospital against 7,500. 23,000 nurses against the WHO requirement of 60,000. So if you want to improve maternal, the health outcomes and reduce this maternal mortality and infant mortality, you got to increase the number of workers and improve remuneration. And I agree with him that we must adjust salaries from the top all the way down until they are right. But having said that, I will do 3 things to improve the health sector. Number 1 is to get doctors to go down to primary health facilities, because that's really the first line of attack. Right now, all our doctors are waiting at the tertiary or second level. So a lot of people, by the time they reach there, already complicated cases. Number two, we go into the issue of prevention, which must be linked to environment and what he's talking about, food quality, and that is community awareness. And number three, must involve management, because there's a lot of waste in the system, not only in terms of corruption, but also even managing the resources that we are sending in.
I'm going to stop you.
And finally,
yes.
we must stop high dependency on donors for HIV/AIDS. Right now, 95% of the treatment for HIV/AIDS is from donors.
It's from donors. Please go ahead, Dieter, your hand was up.
Yeah, there's a student from Lenana School. After going to the university, he had his degree in pharmacy and was posted to Garissa District Hospital as a pharmacist. But he received, he called me and was asking me, I was asked to sign that I have received certain number of cartons of medicine. And in the real sense, what was presented to him were 5. Then he was asking me, when he insisted that he won't, this was the medical provisional at that time told him, please, if you want to save your job, just sign.
Sign. And this is the corruption, because it is in provision
where do you take
of medical...
You train these staffs, where do you take them?
Let me come to you, Uhuru Kenyatta, on this very serious issue. Lives are being lost. It is a painful thing, especially in a country where we're seeing cancer, diabetes, asthma now on the rise. And even now, I think the cancer now as a killer has overtaken tuberculosis and HIV/AIDS combined. What would your government do?
I think first and foremost is the recognition that we need to ensure we have a healthy nation. And indeed, we are seeing a huge increase in especially cancer and tuberculosis and other lesser but preventable diseases rising. That said and done, I think our manifesto is very clear. We have indicated that we want to move in the shortest possible time to a regime of universal healthcare. But we're not saying that we're going to wait until then. We're saying that immediately we want to be able to ensure that all our health centers, our dispensaries, are free to our citizens. Furthermore, we have gone ahead.
No cost at all.
We have gone ahead and said that when it comes to maternal health care, and in order to reduce both child and maternal mortality, we are saying that no woman will be charged at a public institution for having to have her delivery. This, to me, is the beginning. And again, it may sound ambitious, but this is something that we have actually practically tried when we had the economic stimulus program, for example. And we managed to build a health center in every constituency in the country with a wing dedicated for maternal health care. This is a program that we want to continue and will continue.
Uhuru, with entrenched cartels, this is the reality we're dealing with. How do you deal with that? How do
you have to ensure that at the public level, you have the right facilities with the proper equipment. People will go to the facilities. We need to equip our facilities. We need to ensure that every area, a Kenyan can have access to a public health institution where he can receive treatment, which will then reduce also. And again, it'll be working in tandem. We're not saying that private institutions will not be there, but it is the primary responsibility of government to provide or make available healthcare for its citizens. And that is what I'm saying. We need to have those institutions better equipped, better staffed, and also with the necessary drugs so that people can have access, especially to those issues that are preventable.
Thank you. Peter, let's just address it also from the point of view that we assume resistance to change. Your administration comes in, they're entrenched cartels. What do you do?
I think first there were 3 questions that the lady asked, and one was on mortality rates.
Maternal mortality.
And I think as a country, we've done much better than we could have done, or we had done before, under the MDGs, because we supplied lots of nets as a country to young mothers and helped But as a professor said, we have not invested enough in the health sector. We are still investing at 6% instead of 15%. So that is one. Two, she also spoke about doctors, nurses, and clinical officers. It really pains me that they hold on their strikes. We don't treat them with urgency. And yet when other sectors like teaching profession go on strike, we deal and come up with deals that take them back to class. So we've not treated the medics in a very professional manner. Three, we do need a healthy population if we are going to grow our economy. We need strong people who are going to work for this economy. We are now dealing with lifestyle diseases. Diabetes is the biggest killer today in our country. Our women are dying of breast cancer, cervical cancer. Our men are dying of prostate cancers. Things that we can be able to deal with and diminish from our society if we invest in our medical healthcare system. My plan has been very clear. I want to put up another 45 referral hospitals in the 45 counties that do not have, so that we can decentralize into counties, so that they can take care of level 4, level 5 health centers and dispensaries. Julie, I grew up in a system that was working. It has worked before. I went to a city council dispensary, it worked. I went to a city council health center, it worked.
And then the cartels came.
The problem that arose is that we stopped investing in the health sector. It became overstretched. The population grew, but we did not invest.
Okay, I'm going to come to Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. Your responses to the issues at hand.
Yes, there are quite a number of issues. One, the constitutional provisions clearly say that the mandate of the county governments will be to deal with some aspects of health. And our colleagues have spoken here, but they have not realized that. So some of the things they are promising in the context of the national government, when you look at the constitutional provision, are now going to be the domain of the county governments. So we need to be very careful and make sure that we are placing responsibility where it lies. So one of the things that needs to be done, especially for the basic health care, we must then work very closely with the county governments that are going to be in place, because the responsibility of providing health will be there. Now, the other aspect that needs to come out very clearly is that issues of maternity health, maternal mortality rate, we need to invest in a few other things. I was in Kizingitini, right at the far-flung end of Pate Island in Lamu County, and I met a nurse, and she told me, we don't have water here. Water is shipped by the DAOs so that they can get it in hospital. Now, if you cannot provide basics like water, then how are you going to tackle this issue of mortality rates at that level? Because clean water is necessary for deliveries and so forth. Now, all these are issues that I think we can focus on and then provide and train and support those people who provide these services. The midwives, the ones who have played a major role, even in the villages, and we have tended to disregard them. We need to find a way of recognizing them and supporting. I would also want to go further and say that when it comes to the issue of health, yes, we are all committing in our manifestos that we shall provide universal health care and so forth. But this is a good intent, which can be achieved, but we cannot achieve it if we shun the private sector. We have to work with the private sector to be able to do this. And in the medium term, the reality is that we have to also appreciate that we shall develop these better facilities if we work with our development partners. I know we should not rely on them entirely, but the health sector is such that you cannot just abandon a process, that it has to be built up. And I want us to be pragmatic when we're moving ahead.
Thank you. I think the one question that still remains outstanding and perhaps could be answered in the next debate is, who are these shadowy figures in government who eat up all the funds that could go into areas like security, education, and health? Martha, 10 seconds. Dida, 10 seconds as well, and then we make final comments.
Remind my colleague, Honorable Mudavadi, that policy belongs to the national government. Therefore, the policy, my policy or our policy on universal health care, I take responsibility at the national government level Implementation, those are details about how to implement countrywide.
Thank you. Peter, please.
Think, who eats this? That was answered by Martin Shikuku before he died. He said, in the Kanu regime, people used to eat up, but it used to, the spillings
would trickle.
was felt, down. But in this regime, they are eating more than they used to eat in Kanu, but nothing comes,
trickles down.
yeah.
Okay. I'm going to wind up in the opposite end.
And
Our time is literally up, and we want you to make your closing statements and to have the I'm going to allow how many people want to chip in for 10 seconds. Raila Odinga, go ahead.
Well, what has happened is that you've got a national government and the county government. But these two must work in a complementary manner. The national government is responsible for policy and also supervision of the county government to ensure that the standard is uniform. Secondly, we must also work with the private sector. What we are talking about is not with the exclusion of the private sector. This agenda is so important. And you know, for example, how contentious it has been in the United States, the Obamacare. It's a very contentious issue. We think it is actually doable here, and it is what is going to actually make Medicare accessible and affordable to every Kenyan.
I think, we all remember Honorable Charity Ngilu trying to introduce the health insurance package and the huge lobbying around that. But we've come to the end, so we don't have time to go into that, in detail. I want to ask each of you to just reinvigorate yourselves for this final word that you will give to the country. And I start on this end, on the opposite end now, with Honorable Paul Mute. Please go ahead.
Close to 50 years after independence, Kenya is still part of the third world, poverty-stricken, disease, and what have you. As a FINA government, the objective will be to uplift Kenya from being part of the third world into being a second or first world. It can be done if we come up with the correct economic and social policies targeting the majority. In order to do that, we believe that Kenya needs a chief executive who has not been part of the executive. The executive is the president, the prime minister, the deputy prime minister, the ministers, the assistant ministers, PSs. You need an outsider with the courage and decisiveness. If that is so, Mr. Muite fits the bill.
Please, Raila Odinga, go ahead.
Well, Kenya is now 50 years down the road. These 50 years, there have been two forces pulling in two directly opposed directions. The forces for retention of status quo versus the forces for reform and change. And this is where we are here. What you're trying to say is that the forces for retention of status quo are responsible for what we have today. Our per capita income was higher than that of Korea in 1970, 110 against 79. Today, Korea's per capita income is $22,000 against $460 here in Kenya. The reason, because of the mediocrity with which this country has been led for the last 50 years. The time for change is now, and that change will come through the Coalition for Reforms and Democracy, which has got a comprehensive agenda to move Kenya from a third world status to a first world status.
Thank you. Martha.
The major problem we have in Kenya is theft of public funds and abuse of office. The way each one of us is conducting their campaign, running their political party, because we are all in the leadership of our political parties, is an example of how we run government. Kenya is in our hands collectively. It's up to you as a voter to decide whether you want a government full of wastage, full of corruption, like we have seen exhibited in the party elections. If you want a person you can trust to keep her word that I will fight corruption from the front, I will stop theft of public funds, and I'll make sure that the interests of each Kenyan comes first, then use your vote wisely. I believe in you, the next person, and all of us together in one accord, all moving forward to save Kenya from the vices that are currently going on.
Thank you very much, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi.
Yeah, this is not a time to gamble. I mean, we have been talking a lot, but we cannot gamble. There must be a clear position here that are we voting for stability? Are we voting for security? Are we voting for predictability in how we are going to manage the state of affairs in this country? I can tell you that if you're going to create jobs and you want to invite investment and you want to deal with the high unemployment levels, then clearly you must show that you are ready to provide security and stability in this country. You must be able to provide clear management and clear policies that will make sure that the Kenyan investor will feel comfortable to put their money on the table and generate jobs for Kenyan people. This, I can tell you, is what we offer in Namani Coalition. We offer that predictability, that security. We are the safe pair of hands for the Kenyan people. And I can tell you, if Kenya wants to move ahead very rapidly, after the Kibaki retirement, they should vote for Musalia Mudavadi and the Amani Coalition.
Thank you. Peter Kenneth.
Julie, let me start by thanking the organizers for making this happen so that we can all be evaluated. I want to thank our moderators tonight and thank millions of Kenyans who are viewing and listening to this live debate. Leadership is about ability. It's about passion. It's about vision. It's about love for the people you want to work for. It's about trust. It's about creating hopes for many who are in hopeless situations. We need deliberate change. We need to break from the past so that we can have a new Kenya that propels itself to a better future. All I seek tonight, to those who are watching and listening, is to work for them. I offer the best choice for the presidency. I thank you. God bless Kenya. God bless us. Thank you.
Thank you. Uhuru Kenyatta.
Thank you very much, Julie. I think it's been an engaging evening. I want to conclude by saying that Kenya is a country with great potential. Kenya is a country that is just about ready to take off. What Kenya needs is to change and to break away from the past. For far too long, politicians have engaged themselves with bickering as to who holds what position, as opposed to really dealing with the issues that affect the common man. What I promise and give my commitment to Kenyans is that I will lead a government, together with my colleagues in Jubilee, that will be a listening government, that seeks to transform this nation, that seeks to unleash the potential that we have, especially amongst our youth, and one that will not focus itself on blaming individuals for this or that, but rather be driven by action and true solutions that will bring positive change to the people of Kenya. I ask you and ask the people of Kenya, vote for me, vote for our Jubilee coalition, and let us together transform this nation.
Thank you. Professor Kiapi.
Kenyans, I'm an example of what is possible in this country. A Harts boy who had no chance of going to school, but I went at the age of 11, and today I'm asking you to be your president. I would like to give this promise to every child in all our 47 counties. I bring into leadership new freshness. I'm new in politics, but I've been 20 years in public service. All I want to do is to serve you. And if you give me a chance, I will give my best so that every Kenyan can live in dignity, in a secure country, and we can be united. That's my promise to you if you make me the next president of the republic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mwalimu
I will
Odinga.
conclude it philosophically. Each one of us, whether they're aspiring presidential candidates or any Kenyan or any human being, there's a unique character trait that God has placed in each one of us. There's something unique in Paul Muite that is not in us. There's something unique in Raila, Prime Minister Raila Odinga. There's something unique that is in Martha Karua. There's something unique in all of us. The best thing is we appreciate. We don't dwell on the weaknesses each one of us has. There's a philosopher who was asked, why are you in good terms with the elderly and the youngsters? He said, when I look at the youngsters, I just tell myself, They came before this world and they contributed to the development of humanity. And I like the positive aspect of it. And he was asked about the youngsters. He says, I came before them and I've done a lot of corruption before them, so they are safe. So we need to look and appreciate. Kenya is known historically to frustrate its potentials. We need to change from that, appreciate one another, come together and pray. I agree with the Indian monk who put it in the newspaper
Your time is
that
up.
1 million Kenyans should write to God for the best decision. I'm not asking you to vote for me, vote for the best, according to
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think what we do all agree on is this is a great nation, is that indeed Kenya is poised for incredible growth, that we have a youth bulge that could be such an amazing resource if they had the opportunity. And what we do want to do is thank you all for your participation tonight in allowing the country now to take a look at you as candidates and perhaps make their decision. Asanteni sana.
Indeed, we thank you very much. And we set out to do 2 hours, but we've done 3.5 hours. We thank the candidates for being part of a very, very beautiful evening. And so do we thank the audience for our wonderful time here.
Thank
They deserve a warm round of applause.
We welcome the candidates' supporters to go up and congratulate them and their Kenyans. You have had it at last, a live debate between the men and the women who want to be your president. Tonight you've heard their positions on governance, security, education, and health as well.
Do not miss the second round of the debate when the candidates take to the podium once more in 2 weeks' time, precisely the 25th of February. Joe Ageo of KTN and Udwa Kamimo of Citizen TV will moderate the second debate. And from me, Linus Kaikai of NTV and Julia Ishuru of Citizen, it's been a great pleasure and honor being with you tonight.
It certainly has. And on behalf of the chairman of the Presidential Debates Committee, Wachira Waruru, and all the teams from the various Kenyan media houses who have joined hands to produce this debate, I'd like to thank the candidates once again who participated in the debate, the viewers, everybody in here today as well, the listeners around the country and all over the world as well for making this debate a reality. And as I hand over now to Studio B, where an eminent panel of analysts is breaking things down for you tonight, let's remember, all of us, to put Kenya first and to maintain our national mantra of peace, love, and unity throughout the elections. God bless you, and God bless Kenya.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Well done.
Mighty Records.
Tuitikie mwito wa Bwana. Tuitikie mwito wa Bwana.
Dunia ikaribika mbele za Mungu. Dunia ikajaa huruma. Mungu akaiona dunia, tazama imeharibika. Mungu akamwambia, mwisho wa kila mwenye mwili umekuja mbele zangu, kwa sababu wamejaza huruma. Basi nitawaharibu pamoja na dunia, basi nitawaharibu pamoja na dunia.
Tuitikie mwito wa Bwana. Tuitikie mwito wa Bwana.
Tazama nitaleta gharika ya maji juu ya nchi yote, niharibu kila kitu chenye mwili na pumzi ya uhai, kisiwepo chini ya mbingu. Kila kilichoko duniani kitakufa, lakini nitafanya agano langu nawe kuwa thabiti, lakini nitafanya agano langu nawe kuwa thabiti, nawe utaingia katika safina, wewe na wanao na mkeo na wake za wanao pamoja na wewe.
Tuitikie mwito wa Bwana. Tuitikie mwito wa Bwana.
Ndivyo alivyofanya Nuhu, sawa sawa alivyomwamuru Mungu. Ndivyo nawe mwenzangu, ukiamurishwa na Mungu, fanya alivyofanya Nuhu. Itikia mwito wake Mungu, ewe mwenzangu, itikia mwito wake Mungu. Dada yangu, itikia mwito wake Mungu. Mama yangu, itikia mwito wake Mungu. Baba yangu, fanya atakavyo Mungu. Ewe kaka yangu, ili ubarikiwe maishani